Apocalypse. My abilities are becoming more and more wicked. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Power Grid Trap. The newly made energy device has extremely powerful electric energy. If it is pulled into an electric grid and arranged in the surrounding open space, even a person can be easily knocked over. Lin Qi once saw someone pulling an electric grid on the mountain to electrify animals such as rabbits, and all he used was a car battery. When Lin Qi told her the idea, Bai Su said that she could help with this matter. The materials are nothing more than some metal objects such as iron wire. Lin Qi quickly found some from the factory warehouse, inserted a few long guns into the ground and fixed them, and wrapped the iron wire around them, and arranged a dense electric grid on the ground around the mutant sheep corpses. Okay, now we just need to wait until night, when those mutant rats are attracted by the smell of blood, and we can solve the problem once and for all. The three of them sat in the modified car and looked outside through the surveillance. It was not dark yet, and it would take some time before nightfall. No, it seems that something is coming in from outside. After a while, a black shadow passed through the surveillance and landed on the high wall near the factory. The huge figure looked like a black panther, with smooth hair all over his body and a pair of piercing blue eyes. It was another mutant cat, and it was completely black. Its size was much larger than the one encountered before. From the smell it emitted, it could be seen that it was a second-level mutant beast. I didn't expect to attract cats instead of mice. Lin Qi had been thinking about clearing the rat infestation in the factory area, but he didn't realize that the bloody smell emitted by so many mutant sheep almost filled most of the industrial area. With a sensitive sense of smell of mutant creatures, I'm afraid all of them were attracted. Not to mention the nearby breeding farms, there were also many stray cats and dogs. But this cat was extremely cautious and kept squatting on the wall, although it could be seen that it was very greedy for the pile of mutant mutton. The movement from outside confirmed that more than one mutant creature was approaching. Don't make a sound, the scene today may be a bit big. Lin Qi carefully reminded the two. Through the surveillance, the mutant black cat had already shown a vigilant look and stared at the outside of the factory area. At the same time, a low roar came, and the mutant cat's hair exploded all over its body, and a whimpering-like unwillingness came from its throat. Slowly, it jumped down from the wall and turned into a dark corner. As the footsteps approached, a huge mutant dog jumped over the retractable door and landed easily in the yard, followed by the second and third. This mutant dog was larger than the previous mutant sheep, especially the first one, which had a strong and slender body and fluffy black and white hair, like a giant wolf, full of oppression. The remaining two were smaller in size, but equally ferocious. It was their appearance that frightened the mutant black cat away temporarily. The three mutant dogs also stopped in place and did not immediately enjoy the food they found. The leading mutant dog growled, and the thinnest mutant dog behind him slowly stepped forward and tentatively circled around the pile of meat. The long spear stuck in the ground was 3 inches deep. It bit and dragged it several times, but it didn't move. It shook its head and stepped on the wire on the ground and slowly came to the pile of mutant mutton. Lin Qi had taken out the best parts of the meat, but the viscera and brain were still the favorites of the mutant creatures. At this moment, it could no longer resist the temptation, and opened the chest of a mutant sheep and started to eat it. Then the second one could not hold back and quickly came forward to eat. Only the largest mutant dog was always watching. These mutant sheep were their prey before. Every time they found them alone, they had the opportunity to hunt one. When they encountered those in groups, even the dog king did not dare to resist. It circled around the pile of corpses, and from time to time looked at the corner where the mutant black cat had hidden before, telling it directly that the cat had been watching it in secret. Lin Qi sprinkled animal repellent powder around the modified car, which completely blocked the smell of the three people. In addition, the thickness of the steel plate made it not afraid of being discovered by these mutant creatures. This dog is really cautious. This mutant big dog is also a second-level mutant beast. Its two younger brothers are only first-level mutant beasts. Even if they are powered on at this moment, they will not get much. Lin Qi wanted to catch the second-order mutant dog and the second-order mutant cat in one fell swoop, but considering the cautiousness of the two guys, it might be a bit difficult. While hesitating, the movement in the corner suddenly caught Lin Qi's attention. At this moment, it was not dark yet, but the bloody smell had attracted the attention of the mutant rats in the factory. A thief-looking mutant rat was squatting in the corner, staring at the pile of flesh and blood on the open space with a pair of scarlet eyes. With its intelligence, it couldn't figure out why there was so much food there, but as a social creature, it returned to the cave at the first time and notified the rat group of the news. Not long after, a group of black mutant rats came out in full force, like a tide, rushing over quickly. The two mutant dogs who were eating meat were startled, their bodies slightly depressed, and they issued a low warning. At the same time, the mutant cats hiding in the dark also came out at the same time, and the ethereal cry made the mutant rat group agitated instantly. But the temptation of flesh and blood still did not make this group of foodies retreat. The largest mutant rat in the group stood up and squeaked a few times. The mutant rats around it gathered around and approached the pile of meat again. The largest mutant dog leaped onto the pile of meat, as if swearing its sovereignty, but it still could not stop the mutant rats. A mutant dog rushed over first, bit the nearest mutant rat to death, threw it aside, and then slapped it with its claws, splashing a piece of meat paste. Although dogs are nosy when taking rats, they are also natural enemies of rats. The hunting instincts in their bodies makes them naturally aggressive towards these small animals that hide and hide. A group of mutant rats all surrounded them. The breath of death made them completely red-eyed, and they aimed at the mutant dog. When the number reaches a certain level, it will trigger a qualitative change. The mutant dog, which originally had the upper hand, suddenly screamed and shook violently. It shook off the rat that climbed on it and retreated to the pile of meat. In just a short moment, several blood marks appeared on its body, and even its nose was bleeding. Woof! The mutant dog king suddenly screamed, and the mutant rats that were approaching were shocked and stopped. Some of the bodies that were closest to it shook violently and twitched violently, as if they were scared out of their wits, and rolled on the ground. However, the large number of mutant rats have formed a siege, and the black mass surrounded the pile of meat, narrowing the range little by little. Both sides were unwilling to retreat, but the situation was obviously unfavorable to the mutant dogs. Even if they were strong individually, they could not hold out for long in the face of these mutant rats that were like a tide. The Rat King stood up again at this moment, squeaking non-stop, and at the same time, several large mutant rats around his body protected him tightly, guarding against a mutant black cat that was watching from the side. The mutant black cat took an elegant step, leaped down from the wall, and slowly approached the edge of the rat group with its agile figure. A mutant rat felt threatened and just pounced on it, but was slapped away by it and crashed into the rat pile. Sensing its intention, the mutant rat king screamed more urgently, and the mutant rats around its body almost surrounded it into a ball, quickly crawling towards the mutant pile. Cats are afraid of dogs, dogs are afraid of rats, but rats are afraid of cats, and the three parties just formed a balance. Chapter 77 The rescue team arrives. The mutant dog took the initiative to retreat to a corner, with two younger brothers on guard. It quickly devoured the mutant sheep's internal organs to replenish its physical strength. The Rat King was surrounded by a group of rats, holding a sheep's head and sucking the brain inside. The mutant black cat jumped to the ground, and the surrounding rats automatically dispersed, not daring to approach it within 3 meters. It walked slowly with an elegant posture, occupying a pile of corpses. Its claws popped out, tore open the chest of a mutant sheep, took out the warm internal organs and ate them in big mouthfuls. It seemed that all three parties restrained their impulses, but no one knew what conflict would occur after they were full. However, at this moment, these mutant creatures happened to be within the range of the power grid. I didn't expect to catch 2 second-level mutant beasts at once. This is a big profit. Although waiting for a while may attract other mutant beasts, it is almost impossible to eliminate them at the same time. So Lin Qi decisively pressed the power button. The next second, blue electric lights suddenly burst out from the pile of meat in the factory's open space, accompanied by crackling sounds, and the mutant rats fell straight to the ground. The largest mutant dog screamed, and its hair exploded and trembled constantly. The mutant black cat was equally miserable. It had just stepped on a wire and was firmly sucked by the current. The current kept flashing on its black fur, and it made crackling noises. But this situation only lasted for 5 seconds. As the wire was burned, a burning smell suddenly filled the open space. The weak mutant rats were directly burned black by the electric current, and even the most powerful mutant dogs and mutant cats fell to the ground and twitched constantly. Perhaps if they were given some time to react, they could recover, but how could Lin Qi give them a chance? He quickly pushed the door and got out of the car, grabbed the long gun stuck in the ground, and stabbed several times, piercing the heads of all 4 struggling mutant beasts. You two check these rats, don't let go of any with gene crystals. This harvest has far exceeded Lin Qi's expectations, especially these 2 second-order mutant beasts, which are the strongest mutant beasts Lin Qi can encounter at this stage. The 2 red gene crystals are smaller than the ones in the mutant giant pigs had before, but the pure energy contained in them is not much less. These 2 skins are just enough to make a fur coat for each of you. Lin Qi picked out the bodies of the second-order mutant dog and the mutant black cat to avoid getting too much blood on them. As for the remaining 2, there is no need to deal with them. After all the collection was completed, a total of 2 second-order gene crystals and 2 first-order gene crystals were obtained. The rat group was also checked. In addition to the Rat King, there were 8 gene crystals with more impurities left, which could only be decomposed and used. These corpses were still piled up in the factory open space, continuing to be used as bait to track mutant beasts. After repairing the burnt wire, Lin Qi directly started the circuit, connected the alarm device, and returned to the factory with the spoils. Next, as long as a mutant beast triggers the trap, it will trigger an alarm, and the 3 will be aware of it at the first time. Back in the factory, the newly peeled fur was simply processed, and the 2 gene crystals were also prepared to be decomposed, and the energy crystals could be used to make a backup energy device. More than 30 first-order gene crystals were enough for Lin Qi to use for a long time, and even Tuan Tuan and Bai Su could take them unscrupulously to improve their strength by 1 stage. Not long after, an alarm sounded outside. Lin Qi picked up his weapon and went out to check quickly. Not long after, he returned to the factory with the first-order gene crystal. This feeling of getting something for nothing, although it was very pleasant, could not improve the demand for skill advancement. After all, it was not the right way. After dinner in the evening, Lin Qi specially arranged a new room. After last night's embarrassment, he could not sleep in the same bed with the 2 of them this time. Moreover, the alarm would keep ringing tonight, and Lin Qi had no time to go back and forth to put on clothes. A night passed, and on average every hour, Lin Qi went to collect the spoils, but he never encountered another second-order mutant beast, and only got a dozen first-order gene crystals. Bai Su was busy going back and forth between the 2 factories. In addition to decomposing the gene crystals, she also had to deal with the fur and horns of the mutant sheep. She seemed to have not slept all night. Finally, at dawn, she completed all the preparations and just waited for time to settle. Ah, it's already dawn. Tuan Chuan opened her eyes in a daze. She couldn't help at all, so she simply lay on the bed and took a nap, but she didn't expect that it would be dawn as soon as she took a nap. She quickly got up, washed her face, and started to prepare breakfast. Teacher Bai, I will do the rest of the work. You can rest after dinner. She secretly took a nap all night, but Bai Su was very energetic. She was busy going back and forth between the 2 factories until she finished decomposing all the dozens of gene crystals. With such a professional person, he could help him deal with too many trivial matters. I used to stay up late to study, so I just need to rest a little later. Bai Su didn't look tired at all, and ate breakfast by herself. How about this? When the gene liquid is decomposed later, you keep 10 portions. When the strength is improved, everyone will benefit. Only when the average strength of the team is improved can they be more united. Lin Qi had never mentioned it before because the gene crystals were not enough, and Bai Su's identity was special, and she was afraid that she would leave them one day. But now seeing that she was busy all night, it was time to give her some benefits. Bai Su smiled, and before she responded, there was a sudden gunshot outside, and then the sound became one, as if it was near the factory. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Qi put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up the bow and arrow placed aside, and ran outside quickly. Such dense gunshots are not something that ordinary civilian forces can have. I'm afraid it's the federal rescue team in the safe zone that has come here. Sure enough, when Lin Qi arrived in front of the open space in the factory area, he saw an armored vehicle parked at the gate of the factory area, and several federal soldiers were shooting at the nearby zombies. A large number of mutant beast corpses were found, and it seems that someone did it deliberately. As soon as the soldier reported the news, he saw a man running out of the factory area and subconsciously aimed his gun. Don't shoot. We're on the same side. Lin Qi quickly warned, waved his hand to indicate that he was not in danger, and slowed down his pace. The soldier then waved his hand to let his comrades put down their guns, but he still did not relax his guard. "Survivors, did you get these mutant corpses?" They opened the telescopic door and saw the wires arranged around the mutant corpses. They soon realized that it was a trap. Looking along the wires, a domineering modified car in the corner came into view. Fuck. Awesome. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from the mutant corpses to the modified car. These are the mutants I hunted these days. They are piled here as bait. Be careful not to touch the power grid. Lin Qi walked to the modified car, turned off the power, and introduced calmly. There were 2 armored vehicles outside, with at least a dozen federal soldiers. Everyone was fully armed and had to be treated with caution. "We are the rescue team of the Central Plains Safety Zone. I am Captain Vinci. I have been ordered to rescue the survivors of this industrial zone. Can you tell us the situation here?" At this moment, another soldier walked in from outside the door. He looked a little older than these people, with a tall figure and a fierce aura. But this name is a bit clever. "Captain Vinci? My name is Lin Qi. I have just arrived a few days ago. But I heard from the survivors on the street that there is a breeding farm here. These mutant sheep ran away from the breeding farm." Lin Qi did not intend to hide it. Since these rescue soldiers came here, they would definitely learn about the nearby information quickly. There was no need to hide it. Several soldiers circled around the modified car, seemingly observing the situation of the car. After understanding it, they passed the information to Captain Vinci. Listening to the information coming from the headset, Captain Vinci frowned slightly and focused his eyes on Lin Qi. "Where did you get this car? It should be a protective armored vehicle configured by the Federation. Although you modified it perfectly, some details can never be changed." Captain Wangxi's tone gradually became serious. He had the power to execute anyone who stole federal military supplies. This is a long story. It has to start from the 32nd City District. Lin Qi's mind raced, and he was about to make up a story. At this moment, a lot of information emerged in his mind and slowly gathered together. "This car is mine." Suddenly, Bai Su's voice came from a distance. She and Tuan were jogging over with a nervous look on their faces. When they got closer, they slowed down. "My name is Bai Su. I am a researcher in the Federal Intensification Experiment. He is the security guard who escorted me back to Beijing. Now the Federal Intensification Experiment is no longer a secret. At least these soldiers have benefited from the Intensification Experiment." After hearing Bai Su's explanation, Wangxi became more cautious. "I need to verify your identity." He turned back to the armored vehicle, as if he was asking his superiors for confirmation. The other soldiers changed their formation and surrounded the 3 people intentionally or unintentionally. "Why did you 2 come out?" Lin Qi whispered. If he was alone, he might have a chance to fool people. Even if he was known to have borrowed a federal armored vehicle, he would not be targeted too much as long as he showed his due strength. But now that both of them came out, the situation was different. The teacher saw the federal soldiers and was afraid that you would get into trouble. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain his reason clearly. They don't care about any rules. If they feel threatened, they will deal with it in their own way. Tuan was also very worried and looked uneasy. After a while, Captain Vinci walked out of the armored vehicle. When he came to Bai Su, he actually saluted. "Dr. Bai, I didn't expect to meet you here. The next mission of our team has been changed. We will escort you to the Central Plains Safety Zone." At this moment, he didn't know what the people above told him. He was so respectful to Bai Su that he even put aside the rescue mission that was about to be carried out. "No, I'm safe now. Your mission is to rescue the survivors. Don't waste resources on me." Bai Su shook her head. The place she wanted to go most was naturally the Beijing Safe Zone. Although the Central Plains Safe Zone was close, the facilities and energy it had were far from what Beijing could compare to. "I hope Dr. Bai won't make things difficult for us. Talents like you must be protected at all times." Captain Vinci's tone was firm. If Bai Su didn't agree, he seemed not to leave. Chapter 78 Central Plains Safety Zone. "In fact, we can go to the Central Plains Safe Zone, right? But we still have to stay here for a few days. Some research items have not been processed yet. You should be able to wait for a few days, right?" Lin Qi noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and he spoke quickly, and winked at Bai Su. "Yes, I am conducting this experiment here. Now it has reached a critical moment. It cannot be interrupted. It will take a few days. Bai Su reacted at this time. Since she could not refuse, she could only choose to delay for a while. I will ask my superiors. Please wait. Captain Wang Xi nodded. As soldiers, although they could not understand those tedious experiments, they still knew the importance of them. After going back and asking for instructions again, they trotted back to report. Dr. Bai, the rescue team will be on standby at all times during this period to protect your safety. I hope your experiment goes well. Wang Xi commanded his soldiers to open the telescopic door and drive the 2 armored vehicles outside and, just blocking the modified car. Lin Qi knew that the Central Plains Safety Zone must have treated Bai Su with such caution because of her special status, and it had nothing to do with him. However, he was somewhat unhappy to be dragged into this. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through and shouldn't have revealed my identity. While the soldiers were busy setting up their bases, the 3 of them discussed in front of the modified car. Bai Su blamed herself. She wanted to use her identity as a scientific researcher to help Lin Qi avoid responsibility, but she didn't expect that it would attract the attention of the Central Plains Safety Zone. Don't blame yourself. In fact, I have to thank you. If you didn't speak up, I really don't know how to explain it. After all, this car didn't come from a regular place. The Federation could easily find out where the armored vehicle was lost nearby. How could they give Lin Qi a chance to explain? It was very unwise to have a conflict with the Federation now, and it was near their safety zone. She could leave safely, but what about this car of supplies in Xiao Tuanshan? Tuanshan looked embarrassed. She really couldn't get a word in. How about this? You tell them that the current experiment requires a lot of gene crystals, and ask them to help collect some. So much combat power can't be wasted. Looking at the soldiers setting up the defense line in the factory area, Lin Qi was unwilling to suffer any loss. If he didn't value the scientific researchers, then he would let you value them. You are still thoughtful. Bai Su's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a very good idea, so she walked quickly towards Captain Wang Xi. After a brief exchange, Bai Su smiled and returned to Lin Qi. It's done. I asked them to help me hunt some mutant beasts and rescue nearby survivors. In this way, the members of the federal team were dispersed a lot, which made it easier for them. The 3 returned to the workshop office, first sorted and packed the decomposed things, and then began to deal with the soaked fur. After a night of soaking, the fur of the 2 second-level mutant beasts had been degreased, and they only needed to be dried, air-dried, pressed and cut. The process of leather making is actually very complicated, but time is tight, most of the steps are omitted, and it can be used almost. The mutant pigskin has completed the last process. At this moment, it is spread on the workbench. Bai Su disassembled a leather jacket that fits Lin Qi, and drew the shape of each piece on the animal skin. Last night, she took advantage of her free time to check the cutting process of the garment factory and learned almost everything. Although I have no experience for the first time, I can easily make it by copying the tiger's skin. This leather is enough. I can make you a windbreaker, and the rest can be made into pants and jackets. The defense of the second stage mutant wild boar is very outstanding. Cutting requires Lin Qi to use the sharp blade transformed by the metal arrow, and the suturing needle is also a small gun he specially made. The 3 of them cooperated quickly, and all the processes were completed in just one morning, leaving only the final dyeing and drying. At noon, the rescue team that went out to search returned to the factory and brought back more than a dozen survivors, all of whom were placed in the vacant workshops in the factory. As for the mutant beasts, nothing was found. Captain Vinci has contacted the Central Plains Safety Zone and asked the nearby rescue team to approach the East City Industrial Zone. While clearing potential threats, they will also cover Dr. Bai's smooth return to the Central Plains Safety Zone. In fact, going to the Central Plains Safety Zone is not bad. With the strength of the Federation, even if the Zerg revive next year, they should be able to resist it easily, right? The area around the safe zone is of utmost importance. When the previous few people came, they passed by the bombing area. The soil was so ripe that no life could survive. Coupled with regular inspections, an isolation zone will definitely be formed. Based on this isolation zone, it will slowly radiate outward. By then, the area of the safe zone will become larger and larger, and more survivors will be recruited. They can indeed withstand it, at least there will be no danger in the short term. But the Beijing Safety Zone is the largest safety zone in the Federation. In fact, The construction of the safety zone began before the doomsday, and the main laboratory for the intensification experiment is in the Beijing safety zone. At that time, large animals from zoos across the country were transported to the capital. After learning the news, other cities could only capture some stray cats and dogs for experiments, which was inherently far behind. The earliest third-order mutant beast was bred in a laboratory in the capital, and it is still trapped in a cage. So you want to go to the Beijing safety zone? After hearing Bai Su's words, Lin Qi finally understood why she insisted on going north. In addition to the disaster of resurrection, she also wanted to seek the greatest shelter and opportunity. Of course, there might also be some sense of belonging. After all, Bai Su's home is in Beijing. Lin Qi didn't have too many ideas about where to go. He had 3 months to improve his strength. When spring came, even if the Zerg evolved faster, he would be able to keep up. The Beijing safe zone is the most suitable place for survivors to survive. While the Zerg has not yet revived, there is still a chance to go. If we wait until spring comes, we will be completely trapped here. But the current situation is a little special. The Central Plains safe zone knows the existence of Bai Su. How could they be willing to let a scientific researcher leave? They will definitely take some measures to keep her. Then have you ever thought that although the Beijing safe zone is powerful, it is all controlled by the safe zone? I am afraid that most of the mutant beasts nearby have been hunted down. How could they be left to the survivors? Lin Qi's considerations were completely different from Bai Su's. She always stood from the perspective of the Federation and put the overall situation first. But Lin Qi considered himself. Once you enter the Beijing safe zone, you should understand how difficult it is to obtain genetic crystals. Not only is it difficult to leave the safe zone, but you will also face many restrictions. In the doomsday, the restrictions on human nature are suddenly relaxed, and it will be very difficult to restrain them again. If Lin Qi went north all the way to more remote areas, he would have no objection. After all, he could encounter unexpected mutant beasts along the way, which would allow his strength to continue to grow. But if he went to the Beijing safe zone, his freedom would be restricted, and he would become an enslaved and exploited cattle and horses. It would be better to stay in the Central Plains safe zone. At least he still had a chance to fight for it. Bai Su bit her lip and lowered her head unconsciously, with a pitifully weak aura. Don't worry, if the benefits we fight for are not enough, it's not too late for us to find a way to leave. Lin Qi would never consider going into conflict with the Central Plains safety zone for Bai Su. Although he is quite powerful, how can his few skills compete with the power of a safety zone? Although the name of a Captain Vinci outside sounds a bit ridiculous, his strength should not be underestimated, and he may even have opened the gene lock. Lin Qi winked at Tuan Tuan, asking her to take the opportunity to persuade her teacher, and he went out and walked outside. The industrial zone is very close to the Central Plains safety zone, only a few dozen kilometers away. According to the strength of the rescue team, they should have been able to come to the rescue at the beginning of the doomsday, but why has it been delayed until now? Lin Qi had not considered this aspect before, but now he has an idea. Captain Vinci, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Captain Vinci coming out of the workshop where the survivors were accommodated, Lin Qi took out a cigarette and handed it to him. After Captain Vinci took it, he patted him on the shoulder and then passed by. Captain Vinci's face showed a trace of surprise, staring blankly at the cigarette in his hand. But he seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Lin, wait a minute. When they first met yesterday, both sides were on guard, but now their positions have changed, and there is no need to be so haggard. What's wrong? You don't have a fire. Lin Qi took out a lighter and handed it over. Taking the initiative twice, Vinci almost couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He had to take the lighter and light the cigarette before he had a chance to speak. It's like this, there are some more survivors in the factory area, and the meat piled on the ground may attract a lot of mutant beasts and zombies, causing unnecessary trouble. I want to deal with the meat first, but I still want to get your opinion. These mutants were hunted by Lin Qi after all. They belong to other people's private property. He couldn't deal with them without permission. Do you want to destroy them or take them away? Lin Qi understood after just thinking about it. Although some of the meat on the mutant sheep had been left, it was an edible mutant creature after all. Most of it was edible and had great benefits for the human body. Although the fur of the first-level mutant creatures was not useful to him, it was a good defensive thing for the soldiers of the rescue team. These meat and furs are of good value. I can buy them from you on behalf of the safe zone. As for whether to exchange them for points or supplies, you can choose at will. Captain Wenxi's style of doing things destined him not to take advantage of others. I understand this applies, but what about points? Lin Qi didn't know most of the news in the safe zone, so he could take the opportunity to learn some from Captain Wenxi. The point model is a new system released by the administrator. You can exchange points with supplies, and you can also exchange points for supplies, so as to prevent some people from accumulating a large amount of supplies and wasting them for a long time. In this way, the survivors who enter the city can not only save space for storing supplies, but also avoid the trouble of being spied on by others. This system is simple, but very practical. What can the points be exchanged for? Since you have to understand the system of the Central Plains Safety Zone, you must understand it clearly before you can enter with confidence. At the beginning, it can only be exchanged for daily necessities, but as it gradually improves, the safety zone will gradually open up other exchange items, such as medicines, gene fluids, guns and ammunition, independent housing areas, and identities, etc. Captain Vinci said it in a very general way. After all, guns and ammunition are things that the top leaders use to restrict survivors even in doomsday, so how can they be easily exchanged? However, with the relationship with Bai Su, there is no such restriction on Lin Qi. Can the second-level gene fluid be exchanged? Up to now, Lin Qi has only obtained 4 second-level gene crystals, which shows how precious this thing is. Chapter 79, Logistics Minister Reassurance. Do you know why the industrial zone is near the safe zone, but has not received any rescue? Captain Vinci took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes full of melancholy. That's because the leader of the safe zone, after learning that there are several breeding farms here, ordered a blockade and did not allow the rescue team to enter in advance, hoping to let the mutant beasts here grow smoothly. After saying that, he laughed at himself. For a few second-level mutant beasts, or even third-level mutant beasts, the civilians of an entire area were abandoned, and there was even an intention to treat them as food for the mutant beasts to advance. This shows how precious the gene crystals above the second level are. It seems that it is quite difficult to obtain the second-level gene crystal. Lin Qi retracted his idea. Using a large amount of supplies to exchange for gene fluid would only be an idea that people who have no fighting power or are afraid of death would have. Dr. Bai Su has a special status. As long as she joins the Central Plains Safe Zone, she can get great privileges. She can even apply to use the second-order gene crystals for experiments. As her security guard, you will have some rights and even be qualified to form a combat team. In the doomsday, the original system can no longer maintain the balance of survival. If the survivors want to survive, they can't rely on the relief of the safe zone. If they want to live well, they must have certain strength and role. Those who work hard can build city walls and get 2 meals a day. Those with connections can climb up and find some management positions. Those who want to live well and become the best must put themselves in danger and find supplies from the ruins of the city in exchange for points and get a higher status. Okay, I will discuss it with Dr. Bai. If the top management of the safe zone can give more benefits, I think Dr. Bai will be happy to join. Lin Qi patted Captain Vinci's shoulder again, stuffed half a pack of cigarettes into him, and then turned and left. When he was farther away, he looked at the illusory light curtain that had just appeared. Use the lock-picking skill to open the other party's skylight. Open the skylight and speak frankly. The other party will not hide anything from you. Although you can make the other party open the skylight and speak frankly, it is unknown what changes will happen afterwards, so Lin Qi was very cautious and did not ask for too much information. Sure enough, after he left, Captain Vinci frowned, glanced at the cigarette in his hand, subconsciously threw it on the ground, and stepped on it with his foot. What's going on? Why did I suddenly become so honest? He even suspected that it was the effect of the cigarette, so he threw the half-pack in his hand into the trash can. In the past, even when facing soldiers from other federal teams, he was still wary, and even the team members did not know these secrets, but facing a stranger who had only known him for 1 day, he said so many things that should not be said, which was really a bit abnormal. There are endless ways to conduct research, and we must be careful in the future. He took a deep look at the direction where Lin Qi left, his eyes full of vigilance. In fact, deliberately slowing down the rescue speed to allow the mutant beasts to grow smoothly in order to obtain more high-level gene crystals, in Lin Qi's view, is normal. Being at a certain height, what they consider is completely different from that of ordinary people. In their eyes, the survivors in the safe zone camp are just a statistical number. 300 or 500 more, 20 or 30,000 less, there will not be much change. Back in the workshop, the two were still busy, dealing with the final sewing stage of the leather jacket. Although the two were unfamiliar with the hands, they were smart people after all, and they learned things faster. In addition, there was a ready-made mold, so they quickly sewed the cut leather together. Husband, try it on. The leather jacket was very heavy. Although it was a little ugly without color, as long as it had outstanding defense, it was enough. Put the clothes aside first, I will discuss something with you. Lin Qi motioned the two to come over, and then told them the news he had learned from Captain Lin Qi. The benefits of entering the Central Plains safe zone are obvious. The only one who was wronged was Teacher Bai Su. But I have helped her so much along the way, and now it is time to start repaying her. Teacher Bai, I have already inquired with Captain Lin Qi. As long as you enter the Central Plains safety zone, they will give you some rights, and scientific research resources will also be tilted towards you. At the same time, we can also get some good benefits. If you are not satisfied at that time, you can still strive for more. Bai Su heard the words and tucked the hair hanging down by her ears, staring at Lin Qi seriously. If I want to go to the Beijing safety zone one day, will you accompany me? In the short time just now, she has figured it out. Going north, it will be a lot of trouble for the three of them to cross hundreds of kilometers. It is better to stay first and use the power of the Central Plains safety zone to improve their own strength. If I have the ability, I will definitely help you. Lin Qi did not agree immediately, but he was still willing to help within his ability. Well, let's go into the Central Plains safety zone to rest and see how far they have studied biotechnology. For a long time, the three of them seemed to be off track. They had no idea about the situation in the safety zone, or even the extent of their use of crystal energy. You should know that Bai Su's method of making energy crystals was developed at the beginning of the apocalypse. After such a long hiatus, it is believed that special weapons have been developed using that new energy. The two reached a consensus, and Lin Qi finally put his mind at ease. He put on his clothes and tried them on. They fit him perfectly. Just after lunch at noon, several armored vehicles drove in from outside the factory, and a group of soldiers entered the factory. There was even a team of people who surrounded the factory to check it out. Look, how much they value you. You will definitely have a good life in the safe zone. At this moment, Lin Qi was already planning to enter the safe zone and make a living. He had the ability to modify machinery, so he could open a modification shop and complete a skill advancement. You want to sell me and count the money for you, right? Bai Su glanced at Lin Qi with dissatisfaction. Although she was a little tired, she was still holding on. It was estimated that it would not be long before someone would come to contact her. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Another armored vehicle drove quickly and stopped steadily at the factory gate. The appearance of this armored vehicle is somewhat different from the others. It seems to be a size larger and the color is darker green. Several federal soldiers jumped off the vehicle quickly. One of them was a female soldier. She attracted everyone's attention from a distance. Why is this guy here? Captain Vinci's face changed and he muttered in a low voice. Captain Vinci, are you talking about that woman? Lin Qi heard the muttering and was immediately curious. Could this man have improper thoughts about that female soldier? So he was curious and reached out to pat Vinci's shoulder. Her identity is not a big secret, but it's just that some people can't stand it. Do you understand? Vinci didn't want to tell Lin Qi, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know why he said it directly. This woman is the daughter of a leader of the safe zone. Since the establishment of the safe zone, she has been very active. Most people are very resistant to people who rely on relationships to get to the top. It is normal to find it difficult to accept. She has a good father, what a blessing. Lin Qi didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If he had a daughter, he would give her more power. The two of them were talking in a low voice, and the people nearby didn't notice that the female soldier walked straight towards Bai Su after getting off the car. Before coming, she had read Bai Su's information in detail. As a woman, it was more appropriate for her to come forward. Dr. Bai Su, I'm the logistics director of the Central Plains Safety Zone. My name is Anzin, and I'm here to pick you up. Anzin was wearing a dark green combat uniform. Judging from the material, it should also be made of mutant beast leather. The tight combat uniform set off her figure, Especially her thighs look very powerful. She had a refreshing short hair, and her cheeks were slightly rosy, which should be caused by the air conditioning temperature in the car. I'm Bai Su. Bai Su stretched out her hand and replied simply. The Central Plains Safety Zone sent a woman to pick her up, which obviously took care of her feelings. Dr. Bai, are you going to leave with us now? Unzin knew that the mission was important. The longer they stayed here, the greater the possibility of accidents. Only by sending Bai Su to the safe zone could they really feel at ease. The survivors here can be dealt with by the remaining rescue team. Bai Su did not answer, but turned her head to look at Lin Qi and Tuanchuan. After all, there were still some things that had not been dealt with here. If she left, she had to take the two with her. It's getting late today, and Dr. Bai still has some experiments to complete. How about leaving early tomorrow morning? Lin Qi suggested in a low voice. There were still their supplies and gene fluids in the workshop. If these people were asked to help, they would definitely find those things. Such a quantity would probably arouse other thoughts. Unzin looked at Lin Qi in surprise with her bright eyes, and then looked at Bai Su again. His name is Lin Qi, and he is the person responsible for protecting my safety. This is my student, Zhao Tuanchuan. We do have some things that have not been dealt with, so we can only leave tomorrow. Bai Su simply introduced the two of them. Since they had decided to enter the safe zone, they had to raise their status. Well, we'll stay here tonight and we'll protect Dr. Bai's safety. Unzin looked at the two men carefully, and her eyes finally stopped at Tuan, especially at the scale that was almost twice as large as her own. She couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy in her eyes. As a logistics manager, Unzin had certain talents, otherwise, even if she had connections to get promoted, she wouldn't be able to convince the public. In just a moment, she rearranged the interior of the factory and planned out an area for the survivors to rest. The mutant mutton was also counted by Unzin, and that night in the factory restaurant, she restarted the stove and prepared hot stewed mutton for the survivors. For the survivors struggling to survive in the doomsday, having enough to eat and sleep well was already the greatest satisfaction, and for a short time they had forgotten why the federal rescue came so late. Chapter 80 Entering the Safe Zone. At night, Lin Qi packed all the things separately and put them into a suitcase. As for the horns of the mutant sheep, they have not been completely processed yet. After special treatment, these things will soften and reshape, and they will be very suitable for making long spears and arrows. At night, there were outsiders nearby. Bai Su was tired after a day of work and fell asleep early in another lounge, while Tuan lay on the bed and could not fall asleep. Husband, we went to the safe zone. If others find out about my ability, will they imprison me? She was always worried, thinking about all kinds of things in her mind, and even pulled Lin Qi's hand to her chest to comfort her trembling heart. Have you read too many banned comics? There is no such a mess. Even if you have special abilities, as long as you don't expose them, others will not notice them, and you have yourself to protect them. No way, I didn't see it. Tuan was shy and buried his head in the quilt. After a night, the sky gradually brightened. The rescue team changed shifts early to clear the zombies and mutant beasts wandering nearby. The gunshots woke everyone up. The survivors who woke up from their dreams realized again that they were now in a chaotic world. After the three of them packed their luggage and moved it several times, they finally got all the supplies onto the modified car. Unzin's team had assembled at the factory door. Dr. Bai, can we set off? Unzin circled the modified car several times and was also very surprised at how sturdy it was. However, no one else could enter without the owner's permission. Let's go. Bai Su nodded, and when she was about to get in the car, she saw Unzin following her. I'm very curious about your car. Can I go up and take a look? I'll also introduce you to the situation in the Central Plains Safety Zone. Although there were armored vehicles escorting them in front and behind, Unzin was not at ease at all, as if she was afraid that the three of them would run away. No problem, get on. Lin Qi did not refuse. Getting familiar with the place along the way would also be of great help to him in his future life in the safety zone. After all, this girl has a different identity, and he will have to rely on her in the future. With an armored vehicle in front and behind to escort them, they drove smoothly all the way. When they left the industrial zone and drove onto the main road, their speed gradually increased. Along the way, Unzin kept introducing the benefits of joining the Central Plains safe zone to the three people, but it was obvious that she only talked about the good aspects. There were different degrees of damage on the road, So it took a lot of time. When they arrived at a bombing area outside the isolated safe zone, 2 hours had passed. Looking at the endless bombing zone in front of them, it gave people an inexplicable shock, and they couldn't help feeling sad. There were some people before, and there were traces of people passing by, but this kind of place is the real doomsday wasteland. There may be some small creatures hidden under the wreckage of the building, but at this level, there is not much threat. This isolated bombing zone will gradually become a place for ordinary survivors to survive in the future and be built into a new line of defense for the safe zone. There is a road opened in the middle of the bombing zone, and armored vehicles are driving slowly on it. During the period, a rescue convoy passed by and greeted each other. After driving for half an hour, they finally saw a low city wall. This was exactly what they had seen on the satellite map before, a brown mark in the middle of the bombing zone. The wall was 12 meters wide. On both sides, cars kept transporting debris from the ruins to a large mixer. The deafening roar was accompanied by the operation of the machinery. This is the first line of defense of the Central Plains Safety Zone. In the spring of next year, a solid defense line will be erected here to block the revived mutant beasts in Zerg. It is also the boundary between the inner city and the outer city. After the safety zone is built, the inner city will definitely be the area where high-level figures live, or some important places, but there are still few people now, so they can still be settled. When more and more survivors come from nearby, they will definitely expand to the outer city. After passing through the gap in the city wall, there is another bombing area in front of them, but the nearby ground has been cleared and leveled. The debris on the ruins has been crushed again, mixed with cement, and poured into a wall. The 3 cars drove about 10 kilometers and gradually appeared in front of them. Complete buildings gradually appeared. Many survivors were cleaning up debris in the ruins and picking out some usable things. Near the ruins, several excavators were constantly clearing the damaged buildings onto the dump trucks, which were then transported to the city wall. We have a complete infrastructure team in the Central Plains Safety Zone, which is one of the confidences for the reconstruction of the wasteland. In addition, there are advanced research laboratories in the university town. Dr. Bai can rest assured that you will be able to use your talents. Unzin deliberately chose a thriving route. As she walked along, there were soldiers guarding both sides, and she did not notice any irregularities. This kind of face-saving performance is absolutely indispensable, whether in peacetime or doomsday. The armored vehicles have been driving on the road, and there are few pedestrians on both sides of the street. Even in the buildings, it is quiet. I heard that there are at least more than 1 million people in the Central Plains Safety Zone. Why is this place not as lively as imagined? If it weren't for the location on the satellite map, Lin Qi almost thought he had come to the wrong place. Unzin smiled when she heard this. As a logistics manager, she knew the situation in the safety zone better than those leaders. Recently, a large number of survivors have poured into the safe zone. For the convenience of management, I have placed them all in one area, distributed food uniformly, arranged work for them, and selected people with special skills and gave them suitable positions. If there is no restriction and the survivors are allowed to choose their residences at will, the safe zone will definitely be a mess, and it will be much more difficult to redeploy them. Therefore, Unzin planned several regional levels in the safe zone. People of different identities will go to different places when they enter the safe zone. If you want to change your identity, you must do something. So what area are we in now? Bai Su felt that this management method was a bit inhumane, but after all, she was a beneficiary, so she couldn't say much. Dr. Bai, this is the most strictly protected area in the safe zone. Your residence is only separated from mine by a wall, and we have arranged a laboratory of the highest level for you. As he spoke, the armored vehicle drove into a villa area, but the waters near the villas were all drained. There were a large number of organisms hidden in these waters. The water was drained in advance for disinfection and purification, and even boiled and stored in case of emergency. You can live in this villa first. If you are not satisfied, I will arrange a suitable place for you. In the afternoon, I will send you identification cards and take Dr. Bai to visit the laboratory. You will also receive the benefits you deserve. Being able to live in this villa area is already superior to 90% of the survivors in the safe zone. I think the other benefits are not much weaker. Lin Qi parked the car at the door of the villa. The door was not opened yet, so it was difficult to enter for a while. Several people could only move the important things into the villa first. This villa is also a 3-story building with an independent yard and basement. Although the decoration inside is luxurious, there is no storage of any supplies. Unzin sent the three people to the villa all the way, explained some specific matters, and then said goodbye and left. This place is not bad. I see that someone is hardening the road outside. I think it should be safer after spring. After all, there are still some hidden small creatures in the safe zone. When the spring comes next year, it will definitely cause a wave of unrest. Making all preparations in advance can also be prepared for emergencies. That's really good. They even took the lake into consideration. It seems that Unzin has some skills in logistics management. Along the way, through Unzin's introduction, the three of them also had some understanding of the Central Plains safety zone, but they didn't have a deep understanding of other areas. You guys sort it out first. I'll go to the safety zone to see what the ordinary survivors are like. Lin Qi only brought 2 pistols and walked out of the villa area. There are a total of 12 school districts in this university city, each with a separate building. Further out are the living areas and nearby residential areas. The school district center is where the leaders of the safety zone live. It is strictly guarded, and ordinary survivors are not qualified to enter. And the 12 school districts are also occupied by the Federation. Beyond that are where the survivors live. Lin Qi walked through the street, but saw a thick iron net in front of the road, completely blocking the 2 areas. And outside the iron net, at a glance, there were all the figures of survivors. Chapter 81 Special ID Card. These are 2 completely different worlds. A wall separated them, just like a busy city. Even those residential areas were full of people, and the sound waves of the bustle were heard. The iron net stretched for miles, and at the end, there were soldiers guarding it, presumably not allowing those people to enter this area. It seemed that to pass the boundary, you must have an identity card, otherwise you will definitely be stopped. Lin Qi didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so after walking around nearby, he returned to the villa. Inside the villa, Tuan had already tidied up the room, while Bai Su checked the room once, fearing that the villa was equipped with surveillance or something like that. "How is it? Did you get anything?" Seeing Lin Qi coming back, the 2 hurriedly went to greet him. Just like she said, the safe zone is divided into several levels, and there is a world of difference between the walls. Lin Qi sat on the sofa, opened the suitcase, and took out the gene fluid inside. 2 portions of second-level gene fluid, more than 30 portions of first-level gene fluid, and some gene crystals that have not yet decomposed. These are the most precious things of the 3 people. After checking that there was no damage, Lin Qi opened a bottle of second-level gene fluid and drank it directly. Feeling the power solidifying in his body, he felt more secure. Teacher Bai, when Unzin invites you to visit the laboratory, you must strive for more gene crystals for research. If they cannot provide a large number of gene crystals, you can propose to form a hunting team yourself, so that I have the qualifications to form a team and the right to enter and exit the safe zone freely. This kind of right must be fought for. No matter where you are, you must have your own power in your hands, even if it is just a little bit. I understand. I will try my best to fight for it for you, but do you think they will not restrict your freedom? Bai Su understood Lin Qi's plan and nodded in understanding. After all, if she wants to leave in the future, she still has to rely on Lin Qi. But she also has something to worry about. If the high-level guards in the safe zone are stricter, even the people around her will be paid attention to. Compared to scientific research talent like you, Tuanchuan and I are not important at all. If you really want to restrict my freedom, then I can only run away with Tuanchuan and leave you here. This deal still depends on Teacher Bai to strive for the greatest benefits. Lin Qi can be said to have made a fortune out of nothing. I will do my best. At least I won't let them restrict your freedom. Teacher Bai was tangled. His good intentions were squeezed out of him. That's good. When the time comes, we will cooperate with each other. If you can let me use the results of the experimental research first, it will be even better. No one knows how much Bai Su knows about the results of the activation experiment. The method of decomposing gene crystals, making energy devices, and preparing dissolving liquids are all very valuable, and they can be done with the simplest equipment. Now with more sophisticated instruments, maybe it will be possible to produce unimaginable advanced products. I will give you a surprise. Bai Su did not elaborate. After all, some things cannot be described in detail before they are made. There were a lot of supplies on the modified vehicle. After opening the gate of the villa, Lin Qi drove the armored vehicle directly into the yard, and then moved all the supplies in the vehicle down. As soon as all the work was completed, Unzin brought a few people to the door of the villa. Dr. Bai, are you satisfied with this villa? The people following Unzin were holding boxes in their arms, and it was obvious that they came to bring warmth to the three people. She asked her men to open the boxes one by one, and took out 3 special cards from the first box. These 3 cards have 1 golden yellow and 2 silver white. In the center of the card, there is a small black screen, which gradually lights up as it is touched. Dr. Bai, this is a special ID card of the Central Plains Security Zone. From the lowest level of Black Iron to the highest level of Legendary, there are 7 levels in total, namely Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and Legendary. The highest level of ID card currently implemented in the Security Zone is just a Diamond card. I applied for a Gold ID card and 2 Silver ID cards for you. However, with this card, you can move freely outside the Security Zone. These 3 cards have been activated. You only need to complete the information and you can use them. In addition, I have exchanged the mutant meat in the factory for points for you. I personally added some more. Each card has been recharged with 3,000 points, which is enough for your living needs for a year. The other 2 boxes contain the first level gene fluid. The equipment in the Central Plains Security Zone is excellent, and the gene fluid decomposed is more pure. Bai Su's gold card is because of scientific research, which requires entering some special places. Of course, it is more special than the 2. Thank you, Minister, and for your kindness. I have another request. Bai Su remembered Lin Qi's request before, that he should be able to form a combat team alone, so she took this opportunity to directly raise it. I hope to let my friends form a combat team and go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts at any time. At this stage, the task of hunting mutant beasts is completely monopolized by the forces in the safe zone. It is difficult for ordinary survivors to get their hands on mutant beasts. The only way to get them is to contribute to the safe zone every day to earn points and exchange them for gene fluid. The combat team does not belong to our logistics allocation. I can only apply for it for you. At this stage, the safe zone does not allow survivors to exist as combat teams. However, I can let you form a search team with a limit of 5 members. 5 people, without sophisticated equipment, can only hunt first-level mutant beasts at most. Even if they encounter a larger number, they have to avoid their sharp edge, not to mention second-level mutant beasts. Therefore, most search teams are searching in the ruins and dare not even leave the safe zone too far. The last box is a laptop. The shell is shining with metallic luster, but it looks very light. This is a biotechnology computer. The chip is made of crystalline materials. It can be connected to the satellite network synchronously and receive information from the Federation and even the world. It will be Dr. Bai's personal property in the future. Unzin held up the notebook with both hands and handed it to Bai Su solemnly. Has the biotechnology chip been developed? Bai Su heard this, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. When she left the capital, this problem had not been solved yet. Unexpectedly, a finished product was already available in such a short time. The previous air cleaning plan was completed with the help of the first super biological computer, but it cannot be mass-produced now. Each chip is very precious. Being able to hand over such a precious thing to Bai Su for use is enough to show the importance that the Central Plains Security Zone attaches to scientific researchers. At the beginning of the doomsday, the development of biotechnology is the top priority. Every talent must be treated with caution. The status of these people has surpassed most people invisibly. Unzin guided the 3 people to complete the identity card information using the computer, but some non-essential information was not filled in by the 3 people. This kind of identity card has 2 sides, one for receiving and the other for transmitting. The 2 cards can be put together to trade points very conveniently. In addition to this function, this card is also an access card for various places in the security zone and a symbol of status. Perhaps because of the similar age, or because Bai Su needs to be further won over, Unzin stayed in the villa until the evening. The 2 talked happily and once called each other sisters. Unzin, stay here for dinner tonight. Tuan's cooking skills are good. We also have some second-level mutant beast meat. If you have someone familiar when you first enter the security zone, it will definitely be more convenient in the future. Unzin is an excellent choice. She is not old and easier to get along with. Most importantly, she has a good father. No, I still have a lot of things to do. I have been delayed a lot today. I am afraid I have to work overtime tonight. I will come to see you when I am free in 2 days. Someone will take you to the scientific research building in person tomorrow morning to get familiar with it first. Unzin waved goodbye to Bai Su, then left the villa and left in the dark green armored vehicle. After the people left, Bai Su opened the laptop and began to learn about the new world. The material of this computer should be made of the shell of some kind of insect, which is very light. While talking, the computer has been turned on. Because the information on the new network is not complete, Bai Su found the coordinates of the major safety zones in the Federation in just a moment. Almost every city has a safety zone, and some small cities have 2 or 3 shelters. However, many large sea beasts have landed in the coastal areas, causing many cities to fall. Announcements from major safety zones kept appearing on the screen, but Bai Su's focus was still on the news from the Beijing safety zone. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find the information she wanted. How are other federations? Compared with the situation in his own federation, Lin Qi also wanted to know what changes had taken place in the outside world. Only by comparing, he could feel more balanced. Well, there is good news. Some island countries, especially the one under our feet, seem to have been hit by a tsunami and the volcano has erupted again. There is no news feedback yet, and they have been marked as cases of extinction. Any survivor of the Central Asian Federation would be very happy to hear this news. In addition, insect plagues broke out in some tropical federations, and many prehistoric creatures emerged in the rainforest, and even fifth-order mutant beasts appeared. The mutant beasts in the South Australia Federation were rampant, and once squeezed humans into the most desolate and barren land. Most cities have been occupied by mutant beasts, which is also quite miserable. The original aerial cleaning plan was not effective in every federation, especially in those tropical countries. After the bombing, mutant beasts rioted. 3 heads crowded in front of the computer screen, watching with relish. Tuan prepared simple food, and after the 3 of them ate, they returned to their rooms. There are several guest rooms in the villa, so there is no need to squeeze together. Even Lin Qi and Tuan have been sleeping separately these days to avoid getting startled in the morning. The digestion of the 3rd second-order gene crystal lasted all night. When Lin Qi woke up in the morning, he felt that the endless sense of power had stagnated. The awakened are not only relying on gene fluid to improve their strength. Exercise and a reasonable diet in normal times can enhance their physical fitness. Under the same circumstances, an awakener with combat skills can easily beat 2 awakeners of the same level, and sometimes even make up for the lack of strength in terms of the use of strength. But after opening the first-order gene lock, this gap will be narrowed very quickly, but some special force-generating techniques are still not mastered after opening the gene lock. Lin Qi exercised in the yard in the morning, and stopped to rest after his blood gradually became active and steam came out of his body. After a quick shower, he enjoyed the loving breakfast prepared by Tuan. Someone came to pick up Bai Su to go to the scientific research building early in the morning, where 3 meals a day were provided, so there was no need to worry about it separately, but it seemed a bit unfree during working hours. Without teacher Bai, Tuan felt relaxed all over, and sat directly in Lin Qi's arms when eating breakfast. Hubby, drink it while it's hot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Spiritual Awakening. While drinking fresh milk, Lin Qi turned on the biological computer and checked the information of the safe zone. After Lin Qi had a general understanding of the purchasing power of 3,000 points, he learned the specific situation. An ordinary survivor only needs 3 points to eat 3 meals a day. Helping to build a city while outside the safe zone can earn 5 points a day. However, it is necessary to exchange points for daily necessities, so most people can only struggle to fill their stomachs. A bottle of first-level gene fluid requires 1,000 points. Except for those survivors who carry a large amount of supplies into the safe zone, few people can exchange for gene fluid. Of course, in addition to selling labor, other things can also be sold. After breakfast, the 2 of them left the villa with their identity cards and walked outside. If you want to survive in the safe zone, you must understand the rhythm of life here, and the points in your hands can also purchase some urgently needed items. Outside the wall, the lower-level survivors have already started to work hard for the day's survival. After the work number sounded in the morning, Some people have left the safe zone and worked hard in the ruins. The two followed a wire mesh all the way to the temporary gate on the outside. During this time, they met other survivors. These people were not panicked at all by the doomsday. Instead, they seemed to be strolling leisurely. There were 2 soldiers guarding the gate, and there was also a special machine in front of the gate. 2 brothers, we are new here and don't know much about this place. Do we need to swipe this ID card? The machine in front of the gate looked very much like the subway card swipe machine, and it should have the same effect. Yes, this can identify your identity. Only those who have a residence here can enter. Lin Qi nodded in understanding, took out the silver card and swiped it on the machine. With a beep, the identity recognition was successful, and the information he recorded last night appeared on the screen. Tuan also swiped it and followed Lin Qi closely. The gate opened, and under the watchful eyes of the 2 soldiers, the 2 walked out of the villa area smoothly. As soon as they stepped out of the gate, they saw several people at the door rushing over quickly and blocking their steps. 2 handsome men and beautiful women. Please give me some points. I haven't eaten for 3 days. A middle-aged man with a beard rushed in front of the 2 people, holding a black iron card in his hand, begging desperately. The other few people rushed to the front, mumbling incoherently, but the overall meaning was obviously that they had embarked on the path of beggars. Those who can walk out of the villa area must be rich or noble, and they must have endless points. If they meet a kind-hearted person, they may really give some. You have hands and feet, why don't you go to work and just wait at the door? Lin Qi took a step back with Tuan, but the group of sticky candies in front of them seemed to stick to them and surrounded the 2 of them. Handsome guy, you don't know. I was working at the city wall construction site a few days ago and accidentally sprained my waist. Now I can't use my strength. I have an 80-year-old mother and a crying baby. My family depends on me for survival. If you can lend me some points, I will definitely repay you double in the future. The man actually started crying, but was pressed down by his companions in the blink of an eye. My daughter is pitiful. She hasn't eaten for 5 days. I have been feeding her with blood for the past 2 days. If she doesn't eat, she will starve to death. They cried and complained, one more miserable than the other. Husband, should we help them? Tuan seemed to be moved by such a pitiful description. The tragic scene automatically emerged in her mind. She subconsciously pulled Lin Qi's hand and asked. This concession made those people find the direction of breakthrough in an instant. Some even crawled over and wanted to hug Tuan's legs. Looking for death? If it was just begging, Lin Qi could ignore it and even explain to Tuan the weaknesses of human nature. But this guy actually dared to reach out his hand shamelessly, clearly wanting to take advantage. So he stepped on his finger with 1 foot. With a snap, the finger bone was broken. The scream scared the people around and even attracted the soldier standing guard at the door. What's going on? The soldier asked sternly, but he was talking to the panicked mobs. He beat someone. He killed someone. He stepped on my hand and broke it. He must compensate me. The man on the ground was still wailing, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand out. The severe pain made his body twisted and bent like a shrimp. Mr. Lin, you can't kill people in the safe zone. The soldier reminded in a low voice, stepped forward to disperse the onlookers, and then stood beside Lin Qi on guard. I know, but every time I go out, they surround me. Don't you care? Lin Qi was a little dissatisfied. It was only the 2nd day after entering the safe zone, and he encountered such a bad thing, but it was someone else's territory, and the rules still had to be followed. You can hit them a little harder the first time, so that they can get to know you. They won't dare to do it next time. The soldier suggested quietly beside Lin Qi. During this period, he was also very annoyed when he saw a group of beggars gathered outside. But in the safe zone, you can't kill people. This is a life and death rule. No matter how big the hatred is, you have to leave the safe zone before you can do it. I understand, thanks buddy. Lin Qi could feel obvious favoritism. The effect of this silver identity card was indeed very significant. So he put more force on his feet, and with a click, the flesh and blood on the hand was squeezed out, and even the bones were broken into slag. The shrill scream scared the people around and they fled in panic, no longer daring to have a fluke mentality. Lin Qi squatted down, picked up the black iron identity card that fell from the other party's hand and took a look. Wang Dongjian. Lin Qi slapped the wailing Wang Dongjian in the face. The effect of the shock made him stop screaming, and half of his face swelled up instantly. This slap was also considered to have brushed the conditions for the advancement of the skill. The people on the roadside saw that Lin Qi was not easy to mess with, so they stepped aside and no one dared to step forward. Honey, there are so many of them. Even if they go out to pick up rags, they can still make a living. Why are they all begging here? Tuan was a little puzzled. At this stage, there are still a lot of daily necessities to be found in the ruins near the safe zone, but it just takes some effort. Someone must have tasted the sweetness here. There are too many people who want to get something for nothing these days, just like the guy just now, who is thin and weak, and can't do heavy work. Lin Qi couldn't even feel pity for such a person. As long as someone survived the zombie virus infection, the genetic strength is stronger than that of ordinary people. As long as there is courage in their hearts, at least they will have the power to protect themselves. However, this trip did allow Lin Qi to find a way to quickly advance his skills, but now everyone has dispersed, and he can only wait for the next opportunity. The two crossed the street and soon came to the nearby survivors' residential area. As the flow of people subsided, no one cared about the chaos just now. There were various stalls on the ground on both sides of the street, most of which were filled with supplies found in the ruins, such as watches, necklaces, car keys, expensive clothes, etc., and even bundles of banknotes. This thing is too small to wipe your butt now. Each commodity is marked with the required points, and now the points have completely become a universal currency. Lin Qi has no desire to buy anything. He doesn't lack anything now. Although there are no supplies in the villa, the original configuration does not need to be added to move in. However, understanding some of the current market conditions and knowing which things are precious will also help in searching for supplies in the future. Although Tuan doesn't buy things, shopping is also a very interesting thing for her, especially now that she has a huge amount of money. Those expensive and valuable items that were expensive before now only require 1 point. The two walked around 3 streets in the living area and witnessed the price changes of various items along the way, from the initial street stalls to later people opening stores and even selling homemade weapons and other things. It's very lively. Many people are the original inhabitants of the safe zone. The rest are all survivors from outside. The original inhabitants of the safe zone are undoubtedly the luckiest. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they were protected by the Federation and were not even threatened by zombies. Most of them looked at the poor survivors with a kind of contempt, even though these people only lived a few dozen kilometers away before. Tuan, do you want to buy anything? Lin Qi looked at Tuan who had followed him all the way but did not take the initiative to speak, so he asked. No, we have them at home, so there is no need to waste points. How about buying a few boxes of that? There was a lot of meat and daily necessities in the armored vehicle, but there were not many safety devices. Thinking of the last time Lin Qi went out to look for supplies in the heavy snow, Tuan felt sad. If the family had more, they would not have to worry about it. I just saw it. 1 box costs 10 points, why is it so expensive? In other words, a laborer can only buy 1 box if he works for 2 days without eating or drinking. Then we don't need to use the safe period, right? Tuan's cheeks flushed, and he roughly calculated how long his 3,000 points would last. I'll go out and find 2 boxes in 2 days. Lin Qi didn't want to spend this money in vain. At most, he would be more careful the next time he went out of the city. After 2 hours, Lin Qi and Tuan's points were still integers, and they didn't spend a penny at all. However, he also found that most of the survivors' ID cards here were black iron, and only a few were bronze occasionally, and silver was very rare. Not to mention the gold ID card like Baisu's. People with that status would never appear in such a place in normal times. The two returned to the villa, busy in the kitchen for a while, and made do with a meal. After a simple exercise, each of them took a bottle of first-level gene liquid. The 15th. All along, every time Lin Qi closed the gene lock, he would sense the changes in himself, and finally this time he found that vague feeling again. Breaking through the limit again, Lin Qi suddenly felt his mind clear, as if something had awakened, and even the air around him had a sense of quality. Is it so powerful to absorb 15 gene under normal circumstances? After sighing, he directly opened the first-level gene lock and experienced this indescribable taste. Suddenly, Lin Qi felt a roar in his head, as if something broke through the confinement and slowly extended out. Chapter 83 Baisu's Basement Temptation. At this moment, it was as if he had opened up another perspective. The power extending from his mind could clearly sense what it touched. Is this the release of mental power? The most basic manifestation of the power of an awakened person is the change in physical fitness. It is very rare to see someone as special as Tuan Tuan. Moreover, at the beginning of the apocalypse, no one would be so foolish as to expose their abilities. Everyone was hiding their abilities, fearing that they would be studied. Lin Qi controlled this mental power and slowly covered a bottle of gene fluid on the table. After wrapping it, the bottle trembled slightly and slowly floated up. However, this power was still very weak, like a baby's arm, and it could not support it for long. "Husband, how did you do it?" Tuan Tuan asked in surprise when he saw the bottle floating in front of him. He subconsciously reached out and touched it, but his fingers did not touch the bottle body. Instead, they were blocked by an invisible force. This should be the manifestation of mental awakening. I feel like I have an invisible hand that can extend out. Lin Qi controlled the mental power to continue to extend, but after extending 10 meters, the load gradually came. The newly awakened power must be constantly trained and developed, but one day, it will become his hidden trump card. So amazing, just like in the comics, mental tentacles. Tuan Chun's eyes were bright, and her cheeks gradually turned red as she thought of something. "You still say you haven't read the banned comics?" Seeing her like this, Lin Qi controlled his mental power and slapped her chest hard. The two rolled onto the sofa and started playing around. With the blessing of the mental tentacles, Tuan Chun was soon defeated. In the evening, Bai Su returned to the villa, and she was picked up by a special car. After parking the car, she opened the door and walked down with a box in her arms. The two entourage behind her also carried some equipment and followed her into the villa. "Lin Qi, Tuan Chun, come and help move things," Bai Su shouted, with a hint of joy on her face. "Why did you get so many things?" The two came out and saw the entourage constantly moving equipment from the car, and hurried forward to help. "I used my points to exchange for some instruments that the laboratory doesn't need. When I return to the villa, I can do some research when I have time." Bai Su blinked. The meaning of her doing her own thing was very clear. Things developed in the research building must be kept confidential and cannot be passed on to others, but things developed by oneself are different. They are private things. "How many points did you spend?" Instruments were taken out one by one, and some even showed signs of damage, obviously discarded by others. They were half bought and half given away, and only cost more than 1,000 points, but I can use all these things, and they are worth the money. In the future, decomposing gene crystals and making energy devices will require precise instruments to maximize their value. There are even other precious things. If you have tools in your hands, it will be more convenient. After moving all the things to the basement, Bai Su rolled up her hair that fell by her ears, stood up and twisted her waist. "I met Zin today. She told me that she has applied for a place in the search team. You just need to go to the combat deployment building to apply tomorrow." Bai Su knew that Lin Qi would definitely not stay in the villa for a long time. At this stage, as the federal combat team's search area outside is getting larger and larger, there are fewer and fewer mutant beasts nearby. If you want to strengthen your strength, you must keep up with the pace. "Okay, I'll go and have a look tomorrow." The original cumbersome process even had to be reviewed by multiple departments, but with Zin's casual explanation, the search team was easily approved. The three of them were busy for 2 hours before they installed all the instruments, but after the power was turned on, several of them could not be used. Bai Su scratched his head, speechless. "It seems that these are all damaged. No wonder they gave them to me at a half sale or half gift. If you're calculated this way, isn't it a loss for me?" Bai Su has made up her mind to send all these junks back tomorrow and get her points back. "We can't afford this loss. It shouldn't be a big problem. I'll try to fix it." Lin Qi reached out and touched the outer shell of the instrument. The overall structure slowly emerged in his mind, and he soon found the cause of the damage. His mechanical modification skills came into play again at this time. "This thing is very precise. Even professionals dare not say that they can fix it with 100% certainty. What if it breaks down and they don't admit it?" Bai Su still didn't believe it. Repairing cars and repairing such precision instruments are completely different things. It's just a pile of junk anyway. The worst that can happen is that I will throw it away. Get me the tools. Lin Qi showed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Is there any machine that he can't repair with his skills? The two of them helped on the side and soon witnessed the birth of a miracle. Lin Qi first disassembled the outer shell of the instrument. As the parts were taken out one by one and neatly placed on the table, he finally found the problem. See? It should be caused by the loose circuit. Just plug it back in and it will be fine. Lin Qi accurately found a loose circuit in the densely packed circuits of the instrument and plugged it back in, and then reinstalled the removed parts. It's okay. From start to finish, it only took a few minutes. After the power was turned on and the switch was turned on, the indicator light of the instrument lit up instantly. You are amazing. How did you do it? Bai Su looked at Lin Qi in admiration. She knew a lot in some fields and naturally knew the precision of this kind of instrument. If she wanted to repair it, she must use professional testing tools and analyze it bit by bit. Sometimes she couldn't find the cause even after disassembling it. But Lin Qi was able to find the problem within a few minutes. Isn't this very simple? Lin Qi made some small preparations appropriately, and after repairing the other instruments, he started the circuit in the admiring eyes of the two. Lin Qi basically didn't recognize these instruments, but looking at Bai Su's happy expression, they were obviously very important. Husband, teacher Bai, I'm going upstairs to cook first, you guys take your time to clean up. Tuanchun glanced outside. It was already dark, so he got up to prepare dinner. I've already eaten in the research building, so you don't have to make my portion. Bai Su didn't look back, but fiddled with the instruments intently, installing everything she brought back in the right place. For a moment, only two busy figures were left in the basement, and the atmosphere gradually became a little different. When installing the instruments, the two passed by sideways, but the narrow space just allowed the two to squeeze together. The moment their bodies touched, Bai Su softened instantly and almost lost her balance. Lin Qi quickly reached out to support Bai Su, but his body was in contact with her more. Lin Qi couldn't help but raise his head and pressed it against Bai Su's hips. Are you too tired from working all day? Do you want to take a break? Bai Su's body was supported by Lin Qi, which made her relax temporarily, but she felt something strange behind her, which made her twitch slightly again, and her earlobes slowly turned red. I'm fine, I just stood for a long time. Bai Su lowered her voice and even looked up at the staircase exit of the basement, as if she was worried about something. Feeling that the other party had no resistance, Lin Qi's mind gradually became active. The last awkward eye contact did not create a gap between the two. Instead, it seemed that they had a little secret in common. So the hand that was holding Bai Su's arm slowly moved down and pressed on her waist. You must be tired from standing for a long time. Do you want me to massage it for you? Bai Su's waist was very soft, even thinner than Tuan, showing a perfect arc. Lin Qi kneaded it up and down, and could even feel the heat from her waist. Don't. I'm Tuan's teacher. The transmission of the strange feeling in her body almost made Bai Su lost, and even her voice was accompanied by an unconcealable gasp. She quickly turned around and sat on the table. There was a hint of mist in her eyes, and she glared at Lin Qi fiercely. It's the end of the world, who will care about the ethics of teachers and students? Maybe one day the safe zone will fall completely. How long can we live? We should enjoy life in time, right? Bai Su seemed serious, but during this period of time, Lin Qi gradually saw the personality hidden in her heart. In fact, most people are like this. The purer the appearance, the more serious the temperament, but in private, they have completely different personalities. Isn't it enough for you to have Tuanchun? Can Tuanchun satisfy you? What did you do in the bed last time? Do you think I don't know? Bai Su tried to cool her face, but her increasingly rosy cheeks and violent heartbeat made it impossible for her to maintain the dignity of a teacher. Seeing Lin Qi slowly approaching, her heart became more and more flustered, and she leaned back subconsciously. The three of us will have to rely on each other in the future. If you are always by my side every time I enjoy the fun with Tuanchun, wouldn't it be a big disappointment? If the three of us are together, there will be opportunities for rotation, right? Lin Qi reached out and stroked Bai Su's cheek. Feeling the hot temperature, his fingers moved slowly, and slid down to the gentle slope and stopped. It was not large, but very upright. With just a light grip, Bai Su's body began to tremble. This stimulation made her legs slowly lift up and clamped Lin Qi's waist a little bit. But the next second, Lin Qi quickly retreated and pretended to fiddle with the instruments around him. Honey, it's time to eat. Tuanchun's voice sounded at the basement stairs, and he slowly walked down. Oh, okay, I'll clean up and go up. Lin Qi responded, put the instrument he had just picked up back, clapped his hands, and relieved the tension in his heart. "Teacher Bai, do you want to eat more?" Bai Su had her back to the stairs, so Tuanchuan couldn't see her expression at all, but she still asked politely. "I'm not hungry, you guys eat." Bai Su tried to calm herself down, slowly slid down from the table. Her legs were so weak that she almost couldn't stand. "Okay, I'll go prepare the dishes first," Tuanchuan said and went upstairs again, not realizing what had just happened. "I'm going to eat." Lin Qi didn't want to continue at this moment, and took a deep breath to suppress the restlessness in his body. "You're not brave, Tuanchuan scared you like this." Bai Su covered her mouth and chuckled. After the relationship was exposed, she felt more excited and relaxed. "Next time I'll see if you can still laugh." Lin Qi was provoked and slapped Bai Su on the butt hard before walking upstairs. Chapter 84 Study Materials on Computers. Dinner was eaten very quickly, but when Lin Qi finished eating and came to the basement, Bai Su had already gone upstairs and locked herself in the room. Although she seemed calm just now, she was also very panicked in her heart, fearing that Lin Qi would come back. In addition, Tuanchuan's injuries had not yet recovered and he was still bleeding, so he could not walk the right way at all, so he could only let Tuanchuan enjoy his meal again. The next morning, Bai Su got up and went to work. When Lin Qi got up after breakfast, she was gone. So she told Tuanchuan to take a day off, and she took her ID card and walked towards the combat deployment building. When she came to the gate again, she could still see the beggars gathered in front of the door, but when she saw Lin Qi, the leaders subconsciously stopped. The incident of the beggars being beaten yesterday had already spread in this small circle. The man in the black windbreaker kicked so hard that no one dared to offend him again. "Does anyone want points?" 1 point for each slap. Those with clean faces go first. Lin Qi wanted to leave directly, but when he saw this group of people, he had the idea of brushing his skills to advance. But he couldn't hit people for no reason. It's better to avoid such unreasonable things as much as possible. "Really? 1 point for each slap? Let me go first." Immediately, someone licked his face and came up. "Get out of the way, how long have you not washed your face? I feel it's dirty even if I hit you." Seeing the black stains on the face of the person who came, Lin Qi raised his foot in disgust and wanted to kick him, but this guy was very cunning. He rolled over and hid behind others. There was still some snow on the green belt next to him. The man ran over and grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it on his face until his face turned red, and then he ran over again. But there were already people queuing up in front. Pa. Although Lin Qi had controlled the strength, the slap with shock still made people dizzy. The man's body softened and he fell to the ground. It took him a while to react. He didn't care about the pain on his face. He quickly took out his ID card from his pocket and motioned Lin Qi to transfer the money. "Don't worry, I'll do what I say. I'll give you a point and I won't default on it." Lin Qi directly transferred a point and motioned the people in line to come forward. This scene happened to be seen by the two people in and out of the villa. This behavior of bullying ordinary survivors made the two people frown involuntarily. "Brother, this person is too bad. It's just 1 point. Is it necessary to humiliate others?" The girl who spoke was about the same age as Tuanchuan, but her figure was very different. Not only was she thin and petite, but her face also showed a hint of childishness. She had 2 ponytails, a fluffy hat on her head, and a pink down jacket, looking like a small landmine. On the contrary, the creature she called brother was tall and strong, nearly 2 meters tall, with shoulders as wide as door panels, and arms that almost caught up with the waist of a young girl. "Xiaoling, it's because you gave them points last time, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. Let's wait a while before going out." The strong man showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Speaking of these beggars at the door, it was still related to his sister Su Xiaoling. I felt pity for those people, but who knew they were all scammers? Being mentioned about her own dark history, Su Xiaoling pouted in dissatisfaction. The two simply stood in the distance and watched. Anyway, they were not in a hurry to go out. Lin Qi had already beaten 5 people. Although he had found the right strength so as not to beat people to spit blood and lose teeth, it was no surprise that everyone fainted for a second. If no one supported them, they would fall straight to the ground. After a team of people finished beating, the progress had already been completed for 15. Although there were still people watching nearby, no one came forward. Beggars also have different aspirations. They are professional at playing with psychology and language. How could they stick out their faces to be beaten? In fact, most beggars will not be grateful to those who give alms. Instead, they will curse in their hearts. If they give too much, they will call the other party a fool, and if they give too little, they will call the other party a stingy person. These people looked at the people who were beaten and got points, and their hearts were full of disdain. Lin Qi waited for a while, and saw that the group of people who were beaten were still around, so he spoke. I only beat each person once. It's not that I can't give points, but I think you guys, and old women, don't do anything else, just lock the door to beg. Since you don't care about your face, you deserve to be beaten by me. Lin Qi did not hide his contempt at all, and even swept his eyes with a trace of disdain. But strangely, no one dared to step forward to refute, and the idea of getting a few slaps for free was instantly dashed. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you wait for a long time to be hungry, there will be more and more shameless people. After Lin Qi left, the two siblings in the gate came out. The tall and strong brother blocked Su Xiaoling behind him and raised his big arm. No one dared to come forward. Xiaoling, you see, I'm not trying to humiliate people, but to inspire these people's fighting spirit, but it's obviously failed. These people are hopeless. A sentence can have many different meanings depending on how people understand it. If you think about it in a good way, it's a kind gesture. But Xiaoling obviously didn't buy it. How could her perception be wrong? That person obviously wanted to slap someone in the face. But seeing the beggars nearby gradually surrounding her, the little girl showed helplessness on her face again. Come on, one slap for 1 point, who wants to come? The strong man imitated Lin Qi's words and raised his thick arms. The next second, the crowd dispersed. Such a big slap can kill people. After passing through the survivors' living area for several streets, we arrived at a combat deployment building. This was originally a school district, but the name on the gate had been changed to combat deployment area. Several armored vehicles were stationed at the gate, and soldiers were fully armed. Seeing Lin Qi coming, the soldiers subconsciously raised their guns and stood guard. Squad leader, I'm here to handle the search team procedures. I don't know which process to go through. Lin Qi took out his silver ID card and swiped it on the access control to show his identity. Go straight in the lobby of the first building. People with silver ID cards are either rich or noble, or special awakeners. Soldiers will naturally not look down on them, and even have a sense of respect. After receiving instructions, they returned to the sentry position. At this moment, an armored vehicle drove by and passed by Lin Qi. Vinci, is that you, Vinci? Seeing an acquaintance through the car window, Lin Qi waved his hand. The armored vehicle slowly stopped, and Captain Vinci frowned and got off the car. It was obvious that he was surprised to meet Lin Qi here. Brother Lin, why are you here? He has been rescuing survivors in the industrial zone during this period, and only today he has time to come back to rest. I'm here to do something, so I'll just take your car. The entrance was still a few thousand meters away from the first building, so it would be a waste if I didn't take the car. Get in the car from the back, and squeeze in with the people inside. Vinci didn't refuse. It was just a matter of convenience, and he could also do a favor. The back door of the armored vehicle opened, and there were a few people crowded inside. In addition to the soldiers of the rescue team, there were also 2 survivors. One of them happened to be known by Lin Qi. Brother Lin. Su felt his eyes light up, and a familiar figure came into his eyes, so he shouted in surprise. That day, Lin Qi jumped down from the window, the long knife in his hand drew a lightning, and killed the mutant sheep with one blow, which left a deep impression in his heart. Is it you, from the bath center? Lin Qi remembered this young man, who was very warm-hearted and a rare good man in the doomsday, but how did he get on the rescue team's car? Su squeezed in and made room for Lin Qi. After getting on the car, the two squatted together. Soldiers were sitting on both sides, with their rifles lowered, as if they were guarding prisoners. Brother Lin, I have joined Captain Vinci's rescue team. They are taking me and this brother to register our identities. Su's words made Lin Qi look up to him involuntarily. To be favored by Vinci, he must be at least a powerful awakener, and he may even have special abilities. Yes, Captain Vinci is a good person. You will definitely be able to make a name for yourself if you follow him. Lin Qi complimented him a few times. He didn't know the other person, so he didn't talk much. The armored vehicle drove all the way into the campus and stopped in front of the nearest building. Lin Qi got out of the car, waved and thanked him, and walked towards the lobby on the first floor. "Hello, I'm here to apply for the establishment of a search team." There was only one window in the lobby, and a woman with a ponytail could be vaguely seen sitting in a seat playing on the computer. In this period when ordinary networks were ineffective and satellite networks were not yet popular, the things on the internet were still very pure, but the things originally stored on the computer did not disappear. "Oh, let me see your ID card." The woman at the counter hurriedly cut off the web page, tidied up the hair on her forehead, and showed a standard smile. Seeing Lin Qi take out the silver ID card, the ponytail girl couldn't help showing a hint of surprise on her face. "Your identity has reached the requirements for applying for a search team, but you have to wait for 3 days for review." The ponytail girl recorded Lin Qi's identity according to the rules. In fact, it was just a matter of procedure, but rules are rules and must be followed. "It will take another 3 days. I have already said hello to the logistics minister in Xin. Can you shorten the time? If everything goes well, Lin Qi won't have to use Nzin's name, but 3 days is too long and he doesn't want to wait at all. Is it recommended by Minister N?" The ponytail girl sat up seriously and carefully checked the information on the computer. Sure enough, she found the email sent by Nzin. After careful verification, she directly skipped the process and quickly entered some information in Lin Qi's ID card, giving Lin Qi the authority to form a search team. "Okay, please pay the processing fee of 100 points. The ponytail girl typed the last information on the keyboard, then handed back the ID card and waited for Lin Qi's confirmation. "Another 100 points. The purpose of forming a search team to find supplies is to harvest resources and earn points. Spending 100 points before it even starts is enough to stump most survivors." However, Lin Qi didn't care about the 100 points, but he was curious when he saw the zoomed web page on the ponytail girl's computer. So he mobilized his weak mental power, touched the keyboard directly, and cut the web page back. Oops. The ponytail girl hurriedly cut the web page back, and her delicate face suddenly turned red. Even though her hand speed was extremely fast, the big butt that almost occupied half of the screen still caught Lin Qi's eyes. "Well, I'll give you another 100 points. How about you copy the learning materials on the computer to me?" Chapter 85. Come and rub the teacher's waist. 2 hours later, Lin Qi walked out of the hall with a USB flash drive in his hand. "I didn't expect there would be dozens of GB. This wave is worth it. There are not only a lot of learning materials, but also many small essays that challenge taboos. They can be used as entertainment and leisure time, and they can also gradually wear down by Sue's will." Last time, she almost succeeded, but when she was prepared, the opportunity became even more rare. 100 points were transferred to the ponytail girl's private bronze identity card, and she also knew her name. The girl's name is Wen Xiu, a very pretty girl. There were no vehicles passing by the hall, so Lin Qi couldn't find a ride for a while, so he could only walk outside. After completing the search team's qualifications, Lin Qi could leave the safe zone at any time, but he was not in a hurry at this time. After all, modified cars are too eye-catching. If you want to be low-key when going out, you must get a suitable car. The price of a car in the safe zone is at least hundreds of points, and it is a fuel car. The subsequent consumption of fuel is also a great trouble. The spare vehicle can only be searched out, but if you want to cross the 30-kilometer bombing zone, you must get a car for transportation. The living area of the survivors was very messy. In order to survive, conflicts often broke out. Lin Qi was dressed in a special way, and it was obvious that he was not easy to mess with. Therefore, he crossed several streets smoothly and came to the vicinity of the villa area. However, when passing by a ruin, he happened to see several abandoned cars randomly abandoned on the roadside. Some wheels were removed, some had the fuel tank cap opened and the oil was drained, and there were new energy electric vehicles, which obviously could not find a place to charge and were completely lying on the spot. Lin Qi reached out and touched a few of them. After confirming that one electric vehicle was still intact, he left with satisfaction. He only needed to bring some tools and install the energy device on this car, and it could be started at any time. Back at the gate of the villa area, Lin Qi was surrounded by a group of people as soon as he approached. "That's him. Stop him." The leader was aggressive, and when he rushed forward, he immediately put on a flattering smile. "Brother, I heard that you give 1 point for each slap. I found dozens of people for you, what do you think?" Although what happened in the morning was only in a small circle, it was still spread out. After knowing it, Some people immediately organized dozens of people and came to the gate of this villa area to guard. 1 point may not be worth much, but dozens of people together, it is a considerable income. Maybe they can give more points if they enjoy the meeting. It is difficult to explain the habits of rich people. Lin Qi was shocked and thought that these people were here to cause trouble for him. Unexpectedly, they were shameless and sent to his door. Then line up, one by one. The face scanning was sent to the door, so Lin Qi didn't have to look for them again. He chose a representative to maintain order, and the two were responsible for supporting, rolling up their sleeves and starting to beat the cunt. Pa. 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 The crisp and loud slap sound, each slap made people collapse to the ground, but under the controlled force, it would not cause much damage. Brother, look, it's that guy again. Two people came from a distance, and they were the two brothers and sisters who went out in the morning. Seeing Lin Qi slapping someone in the face at the entrance of the villa area again, the little girl was so scared that she stopped walking immediately. I told you, he must be a pervert. Who likes to slap people in the face? One slap knocked one down, and the person who was beaten up still had a smile on his face. They were all perverts, a bunch of perverts. Ever since she was cheated last time, the little girl has been wary of these people and doesn't trust outsiders at all. He may be educating people again. Let's wait and see. The strong man said in a deep voice, pulling his sister to wait on the side. Dozens of people quickly took turns, but seeing that there were still 8 big pussies left, Lin Qi didn't want to trouble them again, so he looked at the few people who were watching the excitement on the side. Brothers, catch the few people watching the excitement over there and slap them and count the points for you. When the onlookers heard this, they were stunned for a moment. They were watching the excitement on the side, and some were even passing by. Hearing Lin Qi's voice, they subconsciously wanted to leave. But they had just run a few steps when they were pulled back by this group of people. 2 people carried one and brought him in front of Lin Qi. Let me go. You dare to hit me. Several people struggled, but they were held by a group of people and couldn't get away. Pa. Lin Qi quickly slapped these people on the face, just pushing the progress to 99. One more person is missing. All the people caught nearby were beaten up, and those who ran fast were gone, which made Lin Qi a little disappointed. At this moment, it seemed as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, just wanting to make an integer, so he looked at the distance, the brother and sister standing far away. However, seeing the tall and strong figure of the man and the petite and delicate figure of the woman, he gave up the plan. After giving the points to the leader, Lin Qi turned and walked towards the villa area. Brother, did that guy want to slap us just now? The little girl's face was solemn. The glance just now was clearly looking back and forth at her little face. Did he feel that her face was small, so he gave up? It should be, he is looking at our faces. Zhuang Han's tone was solemn, and he looked at Lin Qi's back as he left, and his suppressed anger almost exploded. All the way back to the villa, Tuan was just preparing lunch. When he heard Lin Qi coming back, he came out to take a look. Lunch will be ready soon, wash your hands first. Tuan said softly, as if she had already entered the role of a little wife. Okay, after dinner, we will pack up our equipment and start searching for supplies outside the city tomorrow. This time, Lin Qi did not plan to bring too many things, but his archery skills must be advanced. There happened to be a breeding farm in the industrial area, and I don't know how many animals ran out. If he went too late, maybe the mutant beasts would have been cleaned up by the federal rescue team. After lunch, Lin Qi began to tidy up, replaced the 80-pound bow piece, installed the 100-pound bow piece, and tried to shoot a few arrows. As his physique continued to get stronger, it was now easy to pull the 100-pound bow. This time, Lin Qi prepared 300 carbon fiber arrows and 20 alloy arrows. He didn't need to be too strict about arrow recovery. He brought a pistol as a backup and only 3 days' worth of food. He traveled light. Honey, let me use this knife. I almost jumped when I used a bow and arrow last time. Tuan took out a long knife made of second-level wild boar tusks. After swinging it a few times, it felt very smooth. This was the first weapon made of mutant beast materials, and it was a second-level beast tusk. Whether it was sharp or hard, it was far superior to ordinary metal. Take it if you like it. Anyway, it's hard to meet an opponent when the gene lock is turned on. Lin Qi naturally wouldn't object to having a skill. Whether it was long range or close combat, it was considered a skill only if you could master it. The two of them sorted out their equipment, and Tuan took out the processed mutant dog skin. Although the cat skin was beautiful, it was a little small and couldn't cover her plump figure at all. It was just right to take advantage of the afternoon to make clothes out of the processed skin and wear it. She was very clever, and after making it once, she had learned almost everything. Lin Qi found tools and materials, installed a backup energy device, and walked out of the villa area. Although the abandoned new energy electric car was left on the roadside and no one cared about it, no one could tell when it would be noticed by someone. After removing the parts, it was better to repair it as soon as possible and drive it to the villa to be safe. Outside the gate of the villa area, the group of people who had been slapped had dispersed, and even the beggars before were few and far between. Perhaps they heard about the beating here and dared not come again. It was much quieter. Lin Qi walked to the pile of abandoned cars, reached out and grabbed the towing buckle of the new energy electric car, and directly pulled the more than 1-ton SUV out of the ruins. He removed 2 rear wheels of the same model and installed them, opened the door and entered the room, disassembled the seat and started to tinker with it. The energy device of the electric car is composed of small batteries, which are now exhausted, but after installing the energy device, it can be started directly. After turning on the start button, the dashboard lit up instantly. Lin Qi put the gear in and drove towards the entrance of the villa area. This new energy electric car is a high-end product, with luxurious interior decoration and many accessories. It is obvious that the previous owner took good care of it. However, with the advent of the doomsday, the circuit was cut off, and this electric car became a bulky iron block. Lin Qi drove the electric car into the villa and stopped next to the modified car. He moved all the prepared weapons and supplies into the trunk. When the back seat is laid flat, it can be used as a bed for temporary rest, so he found another set of bedding and stuffed it in. After dinner in the evening, when Bai Su came back, it was already dark. When she heard that Lin Qi and Tuan were going out tomorrow, her eyes were full of envy. I shouldn't have come to the safe zone if I had known earlier. It's the end of the world, and I still have to go to work on time every day. Bai Su collapsed on the sofa. What she was studying today was very complicated. She didn't rest much all day. If it weren't for the previous foundation, she couldn't keep up with the current progress. How many people envy your current status, honorable lady of the gold card? Lin Qi joked. Bai Su was living in a blessed life, not having to worry about 3 meals a day and life, and receiving a lot of points every month, and there was no danger. She could enjoy the things she researched in advance, and even consume some gene crystals in the name of scientific research. But it seems that she didn't have anything good when she came back today. Tuan, come and rub the teacher's waist. It hurts. Bai Su turned over and lay on the sofa. As her body turned, her exquisite figure was fully revealed. Teacher, is this strength okay? Tuan sat sideways on the sofa, just facing away from Lin Qi, and pressed Bai Su's waist with both hands, kneading it slowly and forcefully. Well, it feels very comfortable. Bai Su closed her eyes and enjoyed it, making a subtle sound from her mouth, as if deliberately, and looked at Lin Qi provocatively. It was probably because Tuan was here. Do you dare to mess around? Lin Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt that it was necessary to teach this hateful teacher a lesson. So he mobilized that weak mental power, turned it into a tentacle, and slowly extended it under Bai Su's body. The tentacle passed through the clothes, slowly explored into the deep place, and slowly squirmed, like a soft tongue, swinging back and forth. Ouch! Bai Su's body was shocked, and her legs suddenly clamped together, and Tuan was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand. Teacher, am I too strong? Tuan looked cautious. His strength had long exceeded that of ordinary awakeners, but he had clearly controlled his strength just now. It's okay, I just had a cramp, you just keep pressing. Bai Su took a deep breath, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all. Chapter 86 Breeding Farm. Every time Tuan gently massaged, Bai Su could feel the special pressure of the fingers. After a few times, she almost buried her head in the sofa. She couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy. Stop, stop, stop. She struggled to get up, tremblingly stepped forward, and ran to her room without looking back. Is the teacher's body too weak? Tuan stuck out her tongue, blushing and at a loss. Tuan, you have good skills, come and massage me too. Lin Qi pulled Tuan back to the room. It was almost time today. Bai Su next door listened to the sound of fighting, curled up in the corner, wrapped herself like a dumpling, shivering. Her eyes were full of resentment. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock when she woke up. After breakfast, the two packed up their things and prepared to leave the villa. Teacher Bai went to work early. Tuan Chun was refreshed. She had a good sleep last night. For two of us unemployed vagrants, it's already good enough to get out of bed at 8 o'clock. Even the body of an awakened person has an inexplicable aversion to the cold, and it's more comfortable to hug a soft body in bed. The two left the villa area and drove slowly outside along the main road of the safe zone. The ruins were already busy, with dump trucks transporting rubble and bricks and tiles, heading towards the city wall. After Lin Qi verified his identity information at the sentry post, he was allowed to drive the car out of the safe zone. Driving on the bumpy road of the ruins, Lin Qi gradually relaxed. Since he could get out of the safe zone, it proved that he had made a good move. Although it was a bit unkind to exchange Bai Su's value for resources, it was better than not being able to play her strengths outside. Where are we going? Tuan Chun asked until he was out of the city wall. The relaxation of the past few days gradually made her feel less crisis. Let's go to the industrial zone. There should be many mutant beasts there. Some factories were still operating during the quarantine period. There should be many zombies inside. Before coming, Lin Qi had already recorded the map of the industrial zone, and the original offline navigation of this car could also be used. Without counting the consumption of the car, it took less than 2 hours to arrive near the industrial zone. However, the original entrance had been sealed by green iron sheets, and the ruts on the ground were obviously left by armored vehicles. Thinking that Vinci evacuated back yesterday, he should have taken some survivors near the industrial zone. Lin Qi got out of the car and moved the iron sheet away. He let Tuan drive, and he sat in the co-pilot, alerting the surroundings at any time. Following the original road, they soon arrived near the original garment factory. The place was deserted, but the breath of living people left still attracted some mutant zombies to wander around. Feeling the movement brought by the car, these mutant zombies ran over one after another, roaring in their mouths, with hideous faces. Mutated zombies are also mutant creatures, they deserve my arrows. Lin Qi got out of the car quickly, drew his bow and shot arrows, and with a few arrows, the zombies fell to the ground one after another with their heads blasted. The arrows increased their speed of rotation, and their power increased significantly. Even if the mutant zombies' bodies had already shown signs of alienation, they could not withstand such power. Let's go, there shouldn't be many zombies here. I think they have been cleaned up by the rescue teams. Let's go to other factory areas. Lin Qi retrieved the arrows and got back in the car. The wheel marks on the ground could clearly determine the range of the rescue team's activities. As long as they found an area without armored vehicle marks, they could find a large number of zombies. Tuan's driving skills were average, but she was the only car on the road, and she was not afraid of hitting anything. It was a good opportunity to practice. After driving in the industrial area for another half an hour, she shot and killed more than a dozen mutant zombies before arriving at a relatively quiet area. Just park the car in the factory area in front. The breeding farm is just beyond. Don't alarm the hidden mutants. Lin Qi paid special attention to the location of the breeding farm. However, there were also marks left by armored vehicles on the muddy road nearby. I think they have also explored here. Husband, are we going to use traps like before? The electric net trap last time killed a large number of mutant creatures in one fell swoop, which made Tuan remember it very deeply. If it is replicated again, it may still be successful. No need. Last time, it was originally to deal with a group of mutant rats. There were too many small creatures and it was difficult to clean them up. This time, we can just use bows and arrows to take our time. The advanced requirements of high-level bow and arrow skills require killing 500 mutant creatures. Now only more than 100 have been completed, and 30 gene crystals are also a considerable number. Lin Qi currently has about a dozen mutant rat gene crystals stored. These are most suitable as consumables. After parking the car in front of the factory yard, the two got out of the car, opened the trunk and took out 2 quivers. Come on, let's each carry one. You are my mobile quiver now. A quiver can hold 50 arrows, which is enough for use. With recycling, it can cope with most situations. The factory is not far from the farm in front. The two walked there, but before they got close, they noticed the dense footprints and feces on the ground. It seems that Vinci's rescue team did not clean up the mutant beasts here last time. The plan of the top management should be to temporarily block this area, and only send people to hunt when gene crystals are needed. In addition, it is difficult for ordinary survivors to prevent effective combat power, so no one is sent to guard it. It gave Lin Qi an opportunity, but it would be difficult to enter this area after this time. After thinking it through, Lin Qi decided to hunt to his heart's content this time, at least to get more second-level gene crystals to store. Honey, this cow hoof print is so big. Tuan pointed at a row of footprints on the mud next to him with a long knife, gesturing exaggeratedly. The hoof print of this cow was about 30 centimeters wide and more than 10 centimeters deep, which was enough to show the size of this mutant cow. Even if it was a second-level mutant beast, it couldn't be this big. Could it be a third-level mutant beast? The most powerful mutant beast known now is the fifth-level mutant beast that appeared in the tropical rainforest. It is a reverted mammoth, with a body like a small mountain. Every time it moves, it shakes the earth. The third-level mutant beast is not so exaggerated and is still within the scope of thermal weapons. Encountering a big guy, Lin Qi was slightly excited. He sorted out the quiver and put the 20 alloy arrows in a convenient position. However, the footprints were soon submerged by the footprints of other animals. The two came all the way to the vicinity of the breeding farm. A yellow-haired hen in the green belt on the side of the road spread its wings and flew up, clucking strangely. Swoosh! The arrow broke through the air and instantly pierced the heart of the mutant chicken. The latter flapped its wings and fell from the air. Although they were all first-order mutants, the difference between strong and weak was also very obvious. This creature, which was previously at the bottom of the food chain, was still a bottom-level creature even after mutation. Tuan, just take the gene crystal, don't bring anything else. The feathers of mutant chickens can also be used to make arrow feathers, but Lin Qi didn't have time to sort out those small things now. Once the safe zone discovered that he had entered this industrial area, someone would definitely come to drive him away. Tuan ran over quickly, swung his knife to cut off the chicken's head, and soon found a gene crystal the size of a soybean, which was about the same size as the mutant rat, but it was a little more refined. After putting it in the bag, the two continued to move forward and walk towards the gate of the farm. This kind of farm is a separate enclosure, belonging to the mixed breeding of cattle and sheep, and there are also many chickens and ducks. There is also a large open space outside, which isolates the outside from disturbance. From a distance, a section of the wall has collapsed, which is obviously the trace of a large mutant beast crashing into it. Opening the iron gate, what came into view was a row of rectangular shanties, but most of them were damaged, and even a few collapsed completely. A mutant sheep slowly walked out of the shanty, its yellow eyes staring at Lin Qi and Tuan, full of ferocity. The mutant sheep had thick fur all over its body, but it was covered with a lot of mud, almost like a mud slab. Its fat butt swayed as it walked. It opened its mouth, revealing its uneven teeth. Just as it was about to scream, an arrow shot out of the air, instantly passed through its mouth and went straight into the back of its head. Fortunately, I didn't let it scream, otherwise it would be a big deal later. Lin Qi just said thankfully, but the next second the shanty became completely chaotic, and one mutant sheep after another walked out of it, bleeding fiercely and roaring. The two instantly entered the gene lock state, and Tuan even held a long knife in his hand and took a defensive posture. Although there were only a few mutant sheep in this group, no one knew how many were left in the shanty. Under the impact of the sense of crisis, the body automatically reacted. Get on the wall. At such a close distance, it would only take a few arrows for these mutant sheep to rush in front of them. At that time, they would face the impact of the flock of sheep. The two could only avoid their sharp edges. Even if they were hit, they might be thrown far away. Only by occupying the high ground can long-range attacks be used to the greatest extent. The two turned and ran towards the wall, and the mutant sheep behind them had already started to charge. The ground was shaking, and the sheep's hooves stepped on the ground, and every time they hit the ground, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. When they reached the wall, Lin Qi grabbed Tuan and threw her directly up, and he turned around and kicked the sheep's head, using the force to jump up. An arrow shot out in the air and hit a mutant sheep's forehead. The two landed steadily on the wall. As soon as they stabilized their bodies, they began to use arrows to clear the mutant sheep below. The wall was 4 meters high, with a pillar every 4 meters, but even so, a crack appeared in the wall under the impact of a mutant sheep. Honey, no, they will knock down the wall. Tuan looked anxious. The long knife in her hand could not attack the mutant sheep at all. Run along the wall and jump onto that shed. Lin Qi quickly observed the surrounding environment. The only place bordering the wall was the shed not far away. This shed was made of colored steel roof and supported by square steel. As long as he climbed onto the shed, all the mutant beasts in the farm would be prey, allowing him to easily control them. Chapter 87, Survivors in the Industrial Zone. Boom. As soon as Tuan left, the wall under their feet collapsed instantly, and a mutant sheep with an arrow on its forehead knocked out a big hole. But this also exhausted its vitality, and it was submerged by the collapsed wall and could no longer stand up. Lin Qi retreated and shot, but a mutant sheep bent slightly on the spot and jumped up directly with all four limbs. The 4-meter-high wall was almost a small obstacle for these mutant sheep. They just jumped onto the wall with ease. Moreover, this thing has an outstanding sense of balance. Standing on the wall with all four limbs, it didn't feel the slightest shake. The mutant sheep that jumped onto the wall lowered its head, pointed its curved horns sharply at Lin Qi, and roared and hit again. The mutant sheep's desire for blood food has exceeded the silage in the warehouse, and fresh blood and flesh will greatly stimulate the mutation of their genes. Lin Qi decisively turned around and ran towards the shed, leaping up and jumping onto the shed, just avoiding the mutant sheep's collision. Although the shed was 8 meters high, the jumping ability of the mutant sheep just now really surprised Lin Qi, and he was sure that he could not stop them. However, there was a short time buffer, which was enough for Lin Qi to shoot them one by one. The mutant sheep in the farm were completely enraged, and the impact of the death of their own kind made the eyes of these mutant sheep red, and their bodies radiated heat. It was a height of 7 or 8 meters, and they jumped up with just one leap, but the top of the shed happened to be a slope, and the mutant sheep was hit by an arrow before they could stand firmly, and fell again. Tuan was also on guard with a long knife in his hand. Once a mutant sheep jumped up, he would chop it with a knife. Although it was not fatal, with a blessing of force, he could also chop down the mutant sheep that jumped up. Soon, there was no movement below, and only a few mutant sheep with lame legs and injuries were left, wailing unwillingly, and fled from the pile of sheep corpses. However, before he escaped far, he was hit in the back of the head by a spinning arrow and fell directly to the ground. A large amount of bloody air filled the air, and the entire farm became completely lively. A chaotic sound came from the shed in the distance, and mutant chickens flew out of it and disappeared on the wall. The mutant dogs were barking wildly, and the bloody air completely stimulated the ferocity in their bodies, and they kept barking near the farm. Suddenly, a loud and high-pitched cry shook the colored steel tiles constantly. The colored steel tile roof of the shed in the corner of the farm shook violently for several times, and even a piece fell off directly. The cry came from there, and a terrifying breath came with the cry, making the two people's bodies shake uncontrollably. What a powerful sound wave! The sound of the cow was very familiar, but with such a powerful power, ordinary mutant beasts could not do it at all. After this sound wave, the farm fell into silence in an instant, and even the barking of dogs in the distance stopped quietly. After waiting for a while, the mutant cow in the shed did not come out, which made Lin Qi relieved. Let's go down and deal with the gene crystals. Unknown mutant creatures still need to be treated with caution. Lin Qi decided to deal with the spoils first, and then go to see how terrible the mutant cows in the shed are. The third-level mutant beasts have only seen some pictures and information on the satellite network, but the huge body and alienated features give people a full visual impact. Nearly 50 mutant sheep were shot this time. Unlike the mutant goats last time, these mutant sheep looked bigger and their horns were more curved. Following the collapsed wall, Lin Qi and Tuan quickly landed, took out an alloy arrow, and began to pry the mutant sheep's skull. The gene crystals of mutant creatures are basically in the same position, so it is very easy to find. After finding one, Lin Qi didn't care about the sticky brain inside and directly pinched it out. A few minutes later, all the mutant sheep's heads were broken open and more than 50 gene crystals were taken out. It would be great if these mutant sheep could be taken back. Tuan looked regretful. The meat on the mutant sheep alone was worth 100 points, and the fur and horns were worth more. We'll find a car later. We can't let others get away with it. The sound of the cows will definitely attract the awakened people nearby. It's even possible that the rescue team from the safe zone will come after hearing the news. The exit that Lin Qi came from was blocked, and the rescue team must have other entrances. There were more than 50 mutant sheep, each as big as a calf. Even a large truck couldn't fit them. Lin Qi had to cut off the sheep's horns first and prepare to hide these valuable things first. There happened to be a box truck transporting feed in the farm. The two put all the sheep's horns into the box truck and covered them with feed. The sound of a car coming from outside came, and there was a burst of rapid braking, and footsteps approaching the farm quickly. Hide first, it should be the survivors of the safe zone. Through the broken wall, you can just see a large truck coming from a distance, with many people huddled on it. Not knowing the information of these people, Lin Qi decided to avoid a sharp edge first, so he pulled Tuan into the box truck and closed the door, leaving only a gap. Sure enough, the next second, footsteps sounded outside. A man poked his head out and looked inside, then quickly retracted it. After going back and forth 3 times, he relaxed his vigilance and signaled that the people behind him were not in danger. "Boss, more than 10 minutes ago, I saw a man and a woman enter the shed through a telescope, and they jumped onto the roof. These mutant sheep should have been killed by them," a man with glasses said excitedly, but the appearance of the two people made him feel inexplicably familiar, but he could only see vague figures through the telescope and could not recognize them at all. To be able to kill more than 50 mutant sheep in such a short time, and with bows and arrows, the strength of these two people should not be underestimated. The man called the boss was a gentleman. He was wearing a green military coat. He took a look at the mutant sheep corpses on the ground. The heads were broken and the sheep horns were taken away. The corners of his mouth twitched inexplicably. No matter how fast he rushed, he was still a step too late. They had a camp near the industrial area. They had been searching for supplies and hunting mutant beasts everywhere, and they were also considered a force. But they were afraid of the rescue team that arrived a few days ago, so they had been hiding and didn't dare to go out. Today, when they heard the cry of the mutant cow, Glasses took out his telescope to check and happened to see the situation of the farm. Then these survivors with fighting power quickly assembled a team and rushed here. No, there is no blood outside. They may not have left and are still in the farm. Several brothers just stepped forward to carry the body of a mutant sheep. The boss in a military coat reacted instantly, quickly stepped back 2 steps, and hid behind a brother. The people around them instantly became alert, raised their shotguns, and guarded the surroundings. What are you afraid of? We have dozens of guns, so what are you afraid of? His bow and arrow. The 2 brothers bravely followed the bloodstains and slowly came to the vicinity of the parked box truck. As the rear door opened, a few sheep horns came into view, and the 2 brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, they had the sheep horns in the carriage. People should have gone in. There were several sheep horns piled in front of the carriage, and there were several bags of feed in the back, so they couldn't see the innermost part at all. The 2 of them just checked it briefly and then guarded the surroundings again. You guys line up in a battle formation and search a little bit. He must have a lot of gene crystals on him. Just kill him and I'll give you 1 each. This boss looks elegant, but he is a ruthless man. Before the doomsday, he was just a factory supervisor, and the factory secretly went to work during the quarantine period. When the virus broke out completely, most of the workers were self-healers, so they retained a lot of strength. Later, he made a decision on life and death, killed a few disobedient ones, and directly became the boss. He used the machines in the factory to process some weapons and gradually grew stronger. Now he has controlled a supermarket, 2 factories, and has hundreds of people under him, living the life of a boss in his dreams. Hearing about the reward of gene crystals, these people were immediately excited. It was a rare possibility for a person to become an awakener, but as long as he took the gene crystals, he could also become an awakener. At that time, he would not become a Superman, but his strength would definitely be much stronger than it is now. With this promise, these people grew bolder and slowly searched deep into the farm. Boss, there's movement here. When they arrived at the shed where the mutant sheep came out, the younger brother suddenly noticed a subtle sound coming from inside and shouted out in alarm. Be careful, shoot first if you encounter any situation. The elegant boss still stood there without moving. This position was only 1 step away from the gate. If there was any movement, he could evacuate immediately. In the car, Lin Qi breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in a comfortable position. At this position, the inside of the car could not be seen from the outside. For the places that had been searched once, they would definitely not search them a second time, but the sheep horns in the car would definitely be taken away by these people, and they would still be exposed at that time. Instead of being blocked in the car, it is better to take the initiative. So he quietly gestured to Tuan, took out 2 pistols and handed them to her. Lin Qi made a bow and arrow shooting motion, then used 2 fingers to represent walking, got out of the car and used the car as a cover to kill all the remaining people. Tuan Chun nodded in understanding, took a deep breath, and the pupils of his eyes instantly dilated. Then Lin Qi took out a carbon fiber arrow and pulled a bow with all his strength. An illusory spiral arrow shadow instantly spread above the arrow. A dragon was hovering on it. Tuan Chun jumped out of the car, and the moment the door opened, the arrow broke through the air and flew towards the gate with a whirlwind. The rotating dragon burst into a dragon roar, and the door exploded instantly, and a piece of rotten meat flew around. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots did not stop at all. In the gene-lock state, Tuan Chun's hands kept changing positions. In just 3 seconds, all the bullets in the 2 guns poured out. The targets in her eyes were all hit in the head and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 88, Level 3 Mutated Black Bull. All the people in sight fell to the ground, leaving only the few people who entered the shed and the survivors who were guarding the car outside. A blood mist slowly fell, like rain, and sprinkled on the cars parked at the entrance of the farm. The man with glasses was standing there in a daze, with a cigarette in his mouth. He had just returned to the car to get a cigarette for the boss. When he looked up, he saw that the boss and the people around him were directly torn apart. It was an invisible force that passed through the bodies of several people, and their flesh and blood twisted and flew away, and even their bones turned into residue. He threw away the cigarette tremblingly, and quickly ran to the last car. He was about to open the door and drive away, but he felt unsafe, so he carefully lowered his body and ran away. Lin Qi didn't care about the people who ran away. After the gunshot, it completely alarmed the mutant cow deep in the farm. After shooting the people who ran out of the shed to death with a few arrows, he changed to Loi arrows and aimed at the distance. Boom! The shed was broken open instantly, and a huge bull had smashed through the wall, and walked out with broken bricks on its back. This mutant bull was all black, with a pair of horns like a crescent moon, with a blade facing forward. It was surprisingly large, with one leg more than 3 meters long, and a height of more than 6 meters. After being disturbed twice, its eyes were already red with anger, and the ground trembled as it ran, leaving footprints on the concrete floor. Tuan had already changed the magazine, and fired with both guns, and bullets poured out. However, at such a distance, the bullet that could easily break the head only left a white spot on the forehead of the mutant black bull, and it bounced directly when it hit the horn. The power of the pistol is not enough, you deal with the people outside first. Lin Qi's fingers holding the arrow were slightly bent at 90 degrees, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly unlocked the gene lock. With a blessing of power, the bow body bent another arc. The recurved bow made a creaking sound, obviously it could not bear the weight. If more force was added, the bow would break on the spot. Spiral arrow. The dragon throws the world. The 2 skills were superimposed again, but this time they were completely different from the previous ones. The strong bow was pulled to the limit, and the special arrow was added, so that the skills could be used to the limit. After the arrow was shot, a spiritual force turned into a small hand, and the arrow body was turned, adding another force. A tornado rolled up from the flat ground, and in the eye of the wind, a dragon opened its mouth and roared, and the dragon roared. The illusory dragon shadow made the mutant black bull pause, and the sense of suppression from the genes made the hot-tempered black bull sober up instantly. However, this arrow did not stop at all, and hit the mutant black bull's head in the blink of an eye. Because he was afraid of damaging the genetic crystal in its head, Lin Qi deliberately avoided the core position with this arrow, and the arrow was slightly higher. The spiral arrow passed through the skull of the mutant black bull. The force of the rotation directly broke its head in half. One of the horns was rolled up. The arrow's force did not decrease. It shot straight into its back, piercing through the spine and directly into the heart. The mutant black bull staggered and ran a few more steps. 2 vital parts were severely injured, so it could no longer support its body. It fell directly to the ground and slid several meters away, stopping just in front of Lin Qi. In the broken head, red and white brain matter flowed slowly. The torn wound on the back could see the broken heart beating. A stream of blood quickly spread out like a stream, gathering into a stream on the ground. The mutant black bull panted violently, and only the instincts of the body remained trembling. The turbid eyes gradually lost their light. Lin Qi stood on the head as big as a water tank, reached out and searched in the brain for a long time before finding the fist-sized gene crystal. The third-order gene crystal exuded a red light all over, as if it had vitality and exuded a special power. It's a pity to take such a big cow back. This cow is a mountain of meat. If it is to be transported, it must be hoisted and loaded with special machinery, or cut up on the spot. Lin Qi doesn't have time for this. In addition, the battle just now may have attracted the attention of the safe zone. Honey, I have dealt with the people outside, but it seems that a few of them have escaped. Tuan returned from outside. The survivors were not united. Some people fled the scene directly after realizing that something was wrong. Don't worry about those people. Let's leave here first. The two of them hastily took off the horns of the cow, peeled off 2 large pieces of cowhide, put them into the box truck, and quickly drove out of the farm. When they arrived in front of the factory, they let Tuan drive the car and went around the east side of the industrial zone one after the other. Not long after the two left, several armored vehicles drove quickly from another street and stopped near the farm. Be alert, there should be a lot of people on the other side. When they saw several trucks parked in front of the farm, the soldiers were fully armed and quickly surrounded the door and the broken wall. The pervasive smell of blood made breathing uncomfortable. After seeing the situation in the farm clearly, all the soldiers' faces changed drastically. The ground was full of mutant sheep corpses, and there were some survivors with exploded heads, but they ignored them directly. The bloody meat mountain gathered into a pool of blood that flowed all the way to the sewer of the farm. The strong smell of blood was emitted from the dead mutant cow. How is it possible? Who can kill this third-level mutant cow? The deputy captain muttered to himself, looking at the huge wound on the mutant black cow. He couldn't imagine what weapon caused it. They found the third-level mutant beast in the farm yesterday, but the rifles in their hands could hardly cause damage to the third-level mutant beast, so they blocked the scene and asked Captain Vinci to return to the safe zone and deploy heavy firepower. But Captain Vinci didn't wait, and the third-level mutant beast was secretly hunted. The deputy captain could only contact the safe zone through communication, inform the situation in the farm, and then wait for orders on the spot. The third-order gene crystal is so precious. It is the key to unlock the second-order gene lock. Even in the Central Plains safe zone, there are only a few in stock. Now that one has been lost in vain, the top management will definitely investigate to the end. At this moment, Lin Qi has driven the truck away for more than 10 miles, passing through several factories and heading east. During this period, he also met some survivors, but neither side had any intention of intersecting. He drove for several miles until the truck's oil was almost exhausted, and then turned into a small factory. Come down, let's rest here. More than 50 mutant sheep horns. It is definitely not possible to take them back now. We must find a place to store them first, and the cowhide must be processed first. This location is already to the east of the safe zone. You can go back from the entrance of Dongcheng district, but you will pass through a large industrial park. This factory is a furniture factory. The yard is filled with the smell of paint. This strong smell of paint can cover most of the smells. Even if the bloody sheep horns are stored in it, it will not attract too many things. Lin Qi found a paint storage room, moved all the sheep horns in, locked the door, and moved a few cabinets to cover it. After doing all this, he opened a few buckets of paint to let the smell evaporate naturally, and then spread the cowhide on a bedboard and simply tidied it up. There was still some grease on the cowhide, which was scraped clean and stacked together. The blood and flesh on the horns were also cleaned. These things must be taken back to the safe area, otherwise it would be a huge loss if some of them were lost. Tuan, let's find a place to stay nearby tonight. The paint smell here is too strong. The gradually spreading paint smell made the air filled with a heavy breath. If you breathe for a long time, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. Okay, when we came here, I saw a hotel on the road. It should be pretty good. Tuan was happy to hear this. It was already afternoon, and it would be dark in a while. It was time to find a place to rest. The two of them left the factory, drove 2 cars for a distance, abandoned the truck on a small road, and returned to the nearby hotel. This hotel has a special parking yard. After Lin Qi parked the car, he dragged 2 cars in front of him. The two walked upstairs along the back door of the hotel. This hotel was also visited by survivors. The first floor was in a mess. There were even zombie corpses in the corridor, and several doors were open. Fortunately, it was cold, and the corpses were not seriously decayed. The second floor was relatively tidy, but the situation was still not optimistic. Even Tuan had a lost expression on his face. Fortunately, After reaching the third floor, the situation was better. A room facing the sun, the window was always open, the air in the room was circulating, and there was no sign of damage, but the bedding on the bed was covered with a layer of dust and was a little damp. However, the two had considered this issue when they came, and they brought a set of bedding in the car. After checking the house and the bathroom, and searching the other rooms on the floor, there was nothing too disgusting. You tidy up the house first, I'll go down and bring the things up. The supplies in the car must be looked after personally, otherwise no one can guarantee that no one will steal them, so Lin Qi quickly went downstairs and moved the cow horns and cowhide in the car to the room on the third floor. When he went downstairs for the second time to move the bedding upstairs, he heard a car roar at the door of the backyard. The iron door that had just been locked was directly knocked open, and a pickup truck rushed in. "Be careful, there's someone." A crisp voice came from the car, and a furry little head poked out of the car window. After seeing Lin Qi clearly, his brows frowned instantly. "Brother, it's the face-slapping demon." With just one glance, Su Xiaoling recognized Lin Qi and subconsciously became alert. "It's okay, brother will protect you." The strong man driving the car said in a deep voice, stopped the car, opened the door and walked down. When his strong figure walked, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Are you going to live here too?" Lin Qi had met the two of them outside the villa area. Since they were both from the safe zone, they were not that defensive, especially since they had a cute little landmine with them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 The Su Brothers and Sisters. My name is Su Sen, and she is my sister Su Xiaoling. If you want to slap us in the face, you have to get past me first. Seeing Lin Qi slapping people in the face at the door twice, and looking at them with a covetous look, Su Sen subconsciously thought that Lin Qi had that kind of fetish. It was about his sister, and he couldn't back down, so he could only face the challenge. "Why would I slap you in the face for no reason? Last time at the door of the villa area, I just wanted to teach them a lesson. I'm not a pervert." Lin Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. People who can live in the villa area are more or less extraordinary, and he wouldn't offend them for no reason. "Then can we stay here tonight?" Su Sen breathed a sigh of relief. The two brothers and sisters also came out to look for supplies. At this moment, half of the collected things were piled on the pickup truck. "You can do whatever you want. There are vacant rooms on the second floor, but the environment is not good. On the third floor, just don't live too close to me." They were neighbors in the villa area. I didn't expect that they would be neighbors one day when they went out. Lin Qi didn't refuse. The two brothers and sisters looked quite interesting. After Lin Qi explained, he went up to the third floor. At this moment, Tuan Chun had already made the bed and thrown all the previous sheets and quilt covers into the corridor. Who were those two people downstairs just now? Survivors nearby. Tuan Chun had never seen the two siblings and thought they were survivors nearby, but after Lin Qi explained, he nodded in understanding. Since they are neighbors, there is no need to be too nervous. Through the window, Su Sen could be seen dragging a small car and blocking the back door of the hotel. Then he packed up his things and brought Su Xiaoling upstairs. The corpse on the second floor also made the two people avoid it, so they had to go down to the third floor. "Don't we have 5 places in our search team? I plan to find 2 helpers. Su Sen is strong and can easily take on 2 people. He also has his sister with him. It is easier to control him with a weak spot. He is a natural teammate." In fact, Lin Qi had this idea when he saw them appear in the backyard of the hotel. This time, the two of them went out hunting and wasted too many resources. If someone helped, at least all the meat and fur of those mutant beasts could be brought back. It won't be a bargain for other survivors and the rescue team in the safe zone. You decide on the team's affairs. I'll listen to you anyway. Tuan Chun had no opinion on this. If there were more people, it would be more lively. Teacher Bai was a teacher after all. Sometimes the two of them couldn't communicate about many things. Although the girl was a little younger, she looked very cute and should be easy to get along with. After the bed was made, Lin Qi opened the line in the room and connected the energy device. As the air conditioner was turned on, a long-lost click sound came from the start. The guest room of the small hotel is not big. It only takes a while for the room to warm up. While Tuanchuan was sorting out the supplies, Lin Qi walked out of the room and took a look at the residence of the two brothers and sisters next door. The room they chose was at the end of the corridor. Su Sen was shaking the quilt in the corridor, hoping to shake off the dust on it. I remember there is a bedding store not far from the hotel. There should be clean bedding there. Lin Qi saw that the little girl was obviously unhappy, so he kindly reminded her. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Qi's words, Su Xiaoling showed a trace of surprise on her face, and decisively turned around and walked downstairs. Brother, let's go, let's find some clean quilts. The quilts in the hotel were not warm, and they were damp. After a long time, there was a fishy smell on them, and they were completely unusable. Thank you, buddy. Su Sen showed a grateful expression on his face, and hurriedly followed. You're welcome, my name is Lin Qi, bring me 2 pillows when you come back. After the two left, Lin Qi continued to search room by room, but did not go to the two people's room. In the cleaning staff's lounge, a lot of things were found. A deck of unopened cards, several sets of new toiletries, 2 boxes of purified water, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 2 packs of Akimoto. The instant noodles were not expired yet. Lin Qi found a new kettle, carried all the things, and walked towards his room. These are all spare items of the hotel. I think this lounge has never been searched since the doomsday, and the things have been left by chance. Lin Qi didn't dare to use the old electric kettles in the hotel. No one knew if they had ever cooked underwear or socks in them. The two of them had brought food with them this time, and they only needed to heat it up a little before eating. Now they had instant noodles, which added a bit of flavor. In normal times, Lin Qi would not even look at this kind of instant noodles, but now being able to drink a mouthful of soup would satisfy most people. Wow, chicken noodle soup, I love this. Tuan, who was sorting out supplies, saw what Lin Qi had found and shouted with surprise. He didn't care about hiding the 2 horns, and quickly took the box and opened it, holding out a bucket of instant noodles and taking a deep sip. It was as if he could smell the strong fragrance through the packaging. Do you like everything related to chicken? Lin Qi was very satisfied to see Tuan so happy. The two of them had been out for so long, and most of the time, Tuan was in a tense state. He. Tuan instantly understood what Lin Qi said, laughed a few times, opened the package of instant noodles, took a small piece and put it in his mouth, full of intoxication. Lin Qi also opened a bottle of water, poured half of it into the kettle, and plugged it in. With only half a bottle of water, it boiled quickly. Then he scalded the inside of the kettle to disinfect it, and then replaced it with purified water and boiled it. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the warmth enveloped people instinctively relaxed. A few minutes later, the water boiled, and the instant noodles were poured with boiling water, and a strong fragrance slowly spread out. The Su brothers and sisters quickly returned to the hotel. Su Sen held 2 thick quilts under his arms, and Su Xiaoling held 4 pillows. The two threw their things back to the room first, and then came to the end of the corridor together. Before they got close, they smelled a special fragrance, as if there was an inexplicable attraction, which made the little girl sniff hard. Instant noodles. They have instant noodles. At the beginning of the doomsday, instant noodles helped most people get through the difficulties, but this was also the earliest resource. Now, the safe zone distributes rice, steamed buns and noodles. Instant noodles, which increase people's appetite, have also become a hot-selling product. The door was not closed. When she arrived at the door, she saw a steaming electric kettle on the table and 2 people slurping instant noodles. Su Xiaoling swallowed her saliva and looked away from the instant noodles with difficulty. Here, the pillow you asked for. At this moment, she was no longer afraid and took the initiative to send the pillow into the room. After all, there was a woman in the room, which made her relax her vigilance unconsciously. Oh, thank you. Tuan put down the instant noodles and took the pillow and put it on the bed. She looked at the little girl in front of her curiously. Although her face looked a little childish, her behavior was not like that of a child at all. Why is there still electricity in your room? It's so warm. She looked at the air conditioner with curiosity, and waved her hands behind her back, signaling her brother to come in. There were still 2 boxes of instant noodles on the ground, which could not be eaten at all. If some could be shared with them, it would be great. Have you eaten? Lin Qi did not answer Su Xiaoling's words, but asked symbolically. The two shook their heads quickly and looked at Lin Qi expectantly. If nothing unexpected happened, the next sentence should be to invite them. If you haven't eaten yet, go back and eat. It's getting late. Lin Qi smiled and slurped the soup. You know what? This chicken soup is really delicious. Su Xiaoling's body stiffened, and she opened her mouth with difficulty, and then winked at her brother. As a brother and sister, how could Su Sen not see his sister's thoughts? So he scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, I want to buy some of your instant noodles. Can I exchange them with points? It's worth spending some points if my sister wants to eat. What points? These things are not worth money. I'll make you 2 bowls. Tuan Chuan only took over at this time, quickly stepped forward and pulled Su Xiaoling to sit on the bed. At this moment, the water in the kettle just boiled. Taking advantage of the gap in the instant noodles, the two slowly became familiar with each other. Sister Tuan Chuan, how old are you? Su Xiaoling was actually attracted by Tuan Chuan's grandeur at first sight, but because they just met, she didn't dare to say much. But in these few short minutes, the two got along very well. Facts have proved that when one party is surprisingly small, there will be no jealousy. Su Xiaoling's eyes have always been fixed on the height parallel. I'm 18 years old this year, how about you, Xiaoling sister? Tuan Chuan thought she was talking about age, and subconsciously reached out to touch Xiaoling's head. Fuck. I'm 21 this year, I'm a junior. As soon as these words came out, Tuan Chuan's hands froze instantly, and even the expression on her face was a little uncomfortable. Are college students so strange these days? My sister had a disease when she was a child, which caused her body to grow slowly, but her intelligence is very high, much smarter than me. Su Sen hurriedly explained that under normal circumstances, many people would regard a sister as a teenage girl. Brother, if you can't talk, just talk less. Su Xiaoling was obviously a little resistant to this topic, and every time she mentioned it, she would be hot in her heart. If it's caused by illness, it should be recoverable. As long as you become an awakener, your genes will be strengthened, and you may be able to continue to grow. Lin Qi gave advice on the side. For the two siblings, it was basically a sure thing. I'm already an awakener, but my body still hasn't changed. Su Xiaoling curled her lips. She thought so at the beginning, but since becoming an awakener, she has not grown taller, but has become thinner. That means the degree of awakening is not enough. You may need to open the gene lock before you can grow again. Gene lock is still a very unfamiliar term for ordinary survivors, but since they can live in the villa area, they should have some understanding of it. At this moment, the instant noodles have already emitted fragrance. Su Xiaoling couldn't wait to pick it up and took a deep breath. The gene lock can't be opened just like that. My brother almost died when he opened the gene lock. Su Xiaoling obviously had an inexplicable fear of opening the gene lock. She simply stopped talking about her body and ate the instant noodles with a big mouthful of happiness. Honey, didn't you help me open my gene lock? I don't think I felt anything, right? Tuan Chuan asked curiously. She felt that she had opened her gene lock after flying into the sky once, and she always thought it was Lin Qi's credit. But after she finished speaking, she reacted and slapped herself. Chapter 90 Going to the transportation company. The sound of snap made the two siblings stunned for a moment, and Tuan Chuan kept lowering his head. One of them likes to slap others, and the other likes to slap himself. What a perverted couple. But at this moment, this doubt only turned over in her mind, and Su Xiaoling couldn't wait to ask. Can you help others open the gene lock? Her eyes were shining, and she stared at Lin Qi excitedly. How is it possible? My wife ate a lot of gene crystals to open the gene lock. I just worked hard with her for a few days. Lin Qi hurriedly denied that he could not let outsiders know that he could open the gene lock for the time being. Looking at Tuan Chuan's guilty expression, he knew that she didn't hold back and let the secret slip. The conversation they had discussed before did not include the gene lock. I also ate a lot of gene crystals. I have already felt the limit, but I can't open the gene lock. Su Xiaoling frowned and looked at Tuan Chuan with envy. She might think that Tuan Chuan's figure became so magnificent after opening the gene lock. Otherwise, what can an 18-year-old high school student eat to grow so big? That may be too late. I know a doctor of biology. Let her help you later. Maybe she can find the reason. Lin Qi threw out the bait again. Now he has found the breakthrough of the two. He only needs to get familiar with them and he can easily control them. Sure enough, Su Sen showed a hint of desire on his face, but after all, it was just a casual remark from others. He couldn't ask others to do it now. He could only remember it silently in his heart and visit again if he had the chance in the future. The two drank up all the instant noodle soup, still looking unsatisfied. The awakened people have a large appetite, and a bowl of instant noodles is just a taste. But Lin Qi would not invite them to continue eating. After finding an excuse to send the two away, he closed the door. "Husband, did I say something wrong?" Tuan Chuan was worried. She realized at this moment how stupid she was just now. How could she use the situation when she opened the gene lock on others? That's not wrong, but they must have some guesses in their minds. In this case, we will have a better chance of recruiting them into the team. Although Su Sen looks tall and strong, and a little silly, he is very calm. He just cares about his sister very much, and everything is in line with Su Xiaoling's wishes. As for Su Xiaoling, perhaps it is her physical defects that make her have a sick heart and look a little abnormal. It was the first formal exchange, so Lin Qi didn't need to keep them for too long. After returning, the two of them would definitely care about what happened today, and maybe they were discussing something in the room at this moment. Lin Qi's guess was right. The two returned to the room. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoling started to complain. "Brother, look, their room has air conditioning, hot water, and instant noodles. We have nothing," Xiaoling said pitifully. Although the conditions were difficult during the previous trips, there was no complaint without comparison. Looking at it this way, she was still not prepared enough. "Next time I go back, I will use the gene crystal to exchange for an energy device, so that it will be more convenient to come out in the future. The things developed in the safe zone are all very expensive. The energy device is a special technology that will not be made public at all. The first-level energy device on the market now requires 2 first-level gene crystals to exchange, which ordinary people can't afford. Brother, do you think he can really help others open the gene lock?" Su Xiaoling still had a little fantasy in her heart. Although she knew that the possibility of such a thing was very low, from Tuan Chuan's performance, it seemed that he was hiding something. "I don't know either. The gene lock is a power hidden deep in the human gene. Others should not be able to control it. Su Sen has already opened the gene lock and has a very deep understanding of this power. It was at that critical moment that the gene confinement was opened and the power was released. Ordinary means cannot intervene at all. No, Tuan Chuan should have realized that he said something wrong, so he slapped himself. They may really be hiding something." Su Xiaoling bit her lip and analyzed, feeling that these two people were a little mysterious. There were 2 beds in their room. After putting on the quilt, they laid down in their clothes, but neither of them felt sleepy. "No, I'm going to go and listen to what they are saying secretly." Su Xiaoling couldn't calm down because it was related to her own growth. She got out of bed, put on her shoes and walked outside. She walked through the corridor carefully, and when she reached the end, she gently pressed against the door and listened carefully. However, after a few seconds, Su Xiaoling's face turned red. "It's not even dark yet, and you're doing that. Aren't you ashamed?" She was a college student after all. She had been influenced by the girls' dormitory. How could she not hear what the voices inside were about? After listening for a while, she was really cold and couldn't stand it, so she returned to her room shivering. The battle in the room lasted for a long time. During the intermission, Tuan Tuan lay on Lin Qi's chest with a satisfied look on her face, and her fingers kept drawing circles. "Honey, was my voice loud just now?" It was nothing when they were passionate, but when they thought about it afterwards, they felt shy. After all, although they were outside, there were still people living next to them. It was meowing like a puppy. As the communication deepened, Tuan Chuan became more and more courageous, and sometimes his thoughts were even more unscrupulous. "No way. I'm obviously a kitten." In order to make himself imitate more, Tuan Chuan meowed twice, stretched out his pink tongue, and slowly licked it. After a night, when the next day was bright, the two packed up their things and walked out of the room. The Su brothers and sisters also packed their luggage and prepared for a new day of searching. "Brother Su Sen, why don't we go together today? There's strength in numbers. Let's get a big truck and get more supplies." Lin Qi took the opportunity to invite him. As long as he tried to form a team once, he could recruit him as a teammate next time. Su Sen first glanced at his sleepy sister, and seeing that she did not object, he thought carefully and nodded in agreement. Everyone lives in the villa area, so they have the same status. With mutual cooperation, they can also add more strength. Most of the survivors in the doomsday are not good people, but there are only two people, a man and a woman, who are still reliable. The four went downstairs and moved the car in the yard. Lin Qi wrapped the cowhide and horns in a quilt and carried them downstairs, stuffed them into the back seat, and the two cars left the hotel one after the other. Lin Qi slowed down the car, waited for the two cars to run parallel, opened the window and said loudly, "I know there is a transportation company nearby. There should be large trucks in it. Let's get a few out. If you drive a small car out, you can't get much supplies at all. If you want to live comfortably in the safe zone, you must form your own fleet. Otherwise, if you hunt enough mutant beasts in the future, you can only waste resources in vain." After suffering a loss once, Lin Qi remembered the lesson deeply. "Okay, I'll follow you," Su Sen responded, and after Lin Qi accelerated, he followed closely behind. Two cars drove fast on the street, one in front of the other. Lin Qi had memorized the streets and factories in the industrial zone. Half an hour later, they arrived at the transport company he mentioned. The industrial zone had just begun to be rescued by the safe zone, so most of the heavy industrial equipment here was still intact. Even if some survivors wanted to leave, they would not choose such a fuel-consuming, heavy truck. When they arrived near the transport company, they saw several zombies wandering inside before they got close to the gate. The iron gate was closed very firmly, and the zombies inside could not get out at all. This also led to the fact that even if someone discovered the situation here, they would not easily enter. The two parked the car at the door, and Lin Qi took out a cigarette and handed it to Su Senator. "I'm the shooter, responsible for cover. How about you go to explore the way?" Since the two wanted to cooperate, they had to have a clear division of labor. Su Sen's strong body was a close combat type who could charge into battle at a glance, so it was a good opportunity to see what he was capable of. "I can handle these zombies by myself." Su Sen did not refute and pulled out a 50mm diameter rebar from the pickup truck. This rebar is 1.5 meters long, with thick linen wrapped around one end and dark red blood on the other end. Su Sen was about to smash the lock on the iron door when Lin Qi stopped him. "The door lock is still useful, don't destroy it yet. It would take a long time for the four people to enter the transport company. If the iron door was destroyed, if there were other survivors nearby, they would definitely follow in. At that time, they would not be able to take care of their retreat. If the supplies in the car were stolen, it would be a big loss." So Lin Qi took out a piece of wire, inserted it into the keyhole, and poked it gently. With a click, the iron lock popped open. "You two drive the car in, be careful." Lin Qi waved his hand, signaling Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling to drive. The two pushed the iron door open to allow cars to pass. At this moment, there were already several zombies in the transport company slowly walking towards the door. When they got closer, these zombies suddenly quickened their pace. One even got on all fours and ran like a beast. Special mutant zombie. The mutant zombies encountered so far have never deviated from the scope of human form. No matter how high the degree of mutation is, it only has some more features. But the one on all fours in front of him has obviously begun to transform into a beast. Most of its clothes have been worn out, revealing its strong muscles with a unique deep red color. When it was about to get close to Su Sen, it suddenly jumped up, revealing its fangs. Swoosh! An arrow flew past, and Su Sen's iron rod fell on the mutant zombie. The powerful force directly flattened half of the zombie's body and flew more than 10 meters away, but the arrow in the head caused the fatal damage. Lin Qi shot a few more arrows and cleared the other mutant zombies. What a powerful archery! Su Sen turned around in surprise. Except for the crawling mutant zombie, he had no time to attack the rest, and they were shot to death one by one. "Lock the door. We seem to have found a zombie den. None of the zombies in here can escape today." Wherever there are zombies, it proves that this place has never been visited by survivors and there are large amounts of high-value supplies inside. Chapter 91 Fusion Zombie. The iron gate was locked again. Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling drove the car at a speed of 20 miles per hour, honking the horn from time to time as Lin Qi requested. The zombies hiding inside the transport company poked their heads out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, a small zombie tide formed. "There are too many." Su Sen looked at the zombies rushing in from all directions, his face instantly solemn, and he stood directly in front of the pickup truck. In this case, he could only protect his sister first. If he took the initiative to rush forward, these mutants would definitely attack the pickup truck. and his sister could not withstand the siege of the mutant zombies. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Lin Qi. After all, the archery technique that never misses is the most effective way to kill zombies. Sure enough, there was a rapid sound of breaking wind in his ears, and the zombies running towards them fell to the ground one by one, and some even jumped off the roof and were head directly in midair. At this moment, Su Xiaoling, who was curled up in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, could see Lin Qi standing on the top of another car through the window, casually drawing the bow and shooting arrows, without any intention of aiming at all. It was a casual strike, a smooth movement, without a trace of anxiety. The black leather jacket fluttered in the wind, and under the sunlight, the figure seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. So damn handsome. Su Xiaoling murmured to herself. Because of her inferiority complex, she had almost never paid attention to the opposite sex, but the scene in front of her just touched her heart. Although the other party was already a married man, it still couldn't stop her in her reverie. Lin Qi shot almost one arrow at a time. Seeing that the demand for the advancement of archery was constantly increasing, a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Maybe today he could upgrade his archery skills to a higher level. Su Sen, you just protect the two cars. If there are zombies rushing over, you are responsible for solving them. Seeing that Su Sen was eager to try, Lin Qi reminded him and increased the speed of archery. A few minutes later, a circle of corpses was formed in the open space nearby, but there was no zombie within a 10-meter range of the two cars. All of them were shot and killed by Lin Qi with bows and arrows. The car horn sounded several times, and only after confirming that there were no more zombies, did Tuanchuan get out of the car and start to collect the arrows. Compared to Tuanchuan's usual behavior, the two siblings behaved in a completely different way. For the first time, Su Sen felt that he had become a useless person. He didn't even have the chance to make a move. All the zombies were shot dead by Lin Qi with his bow. You should know that most of the mutant zombies were severely mutated, and some even had tough cuticles on their bodies that could defend against ordinary bullets. Su Xiaoling forgot to get out of the car when she was sitting in it. When she heard her brother open the door, she woke up. She quickly jumped out of the car and followed Tuanchuan to collect the arrows stuck in the heads of the mutant zombies. You are amazing. Your arrows are more accurate than the guns of the Federal Rescue Team. Su Sen was sincerely impressed this time. Although he could kill all the zombies, he had to be worry-free and not worry about other people before he could do it. We both have different focuses, but if we cooperate with each other, we should be able to perform better. Lin Qi put away his bow and arrow and began to check the cars parked in the transport company. Some of the cars were already full of goods, but no one knew what they were. Let's search separately and see if there are any trucks with food. Although other supplies can also be used, food is the hard currency in the doomsday. It can be easily exchanged for points through the logistics department when it is pulled into the safe zone, and it will also be given a very suitable price. The four people divided into two teams and searched slowly one car at a time. Some cars were loaded with building materials, some were electrical appliances, and some were clothes and cosmetics, which had nothing to do with food. They found the innermost part of the transport company and solved several hidden zombies on the way, and then they got some gains. That was the transit warehouse in the transport company. Before getting close, you can smell the stench coming from it. It is the unique smell emitted when the flesh and blood rot to a certain extent. Be careful. Where there is this kind of smell, there are usually mutant rats. Lin Qi had smelled this kind of smell in front of the garment factory warehouse before, and he became alert at the first time. This is a cold storage. Frozen meat should be stored in it, but after the power was cut off, all the meat went bad. Su Sen and Su Xiaoling also came over. This kind of rotten smell could not avoid attracting mutant beasts nearby, but strangely, the four of them did not find any when they entered the transportation company. The door of the cold storage had been damaged. In addition to bloodstains, there were also dense tear marks. The inside was dark and could not be seen clearly. Forget it, let's stay away. I always feel like there seems to be something inside. Lin Qi originally planned to use his mental power to explore it, but faced with a dark environment and the increasingly strong stench, he finally retreated. Under such a stench, the things in the cold storage have long been inedible, so it is better to turn a blind eye. The four of them gathered together again and checked the last few cars. Finally, they found a full car of rice in the two innermost cars. There were two brand new box trucks, 9.6 meters long, filled with bags of rice, although they were just ordinary brands. With so much rice, we may not be able to eat it all in this lifetime. Tuan Tuan hugged Lin Qi's arm excitedly. Only those who have been hungry know the importance of food. With this rice, they don't even need to leave the safe zone in the future. This food is enough to last for more than 10 years. Although the 2 trucks were not full, the total weight was probably more than 20 tons. According to the calculation of 100 kilograms per bag, that is 400 bags, which is not a lot when you think about it. This stuff is not easy to preserve. It will go bad soon. I will exchange it for points when I go back. After checking the 2 cars, they were full of gas and could start at any time. It should be that the transportation company deliberately parked these 2 trucks full of rice at the back of the company. Lin Qi closed the rear door and prepared to search for the last time. If there was nothing else, he would drive the 2 cars away. Tuan Tuan couldn't drive such a big car for the time being, and Su Xiaoling couldn't even step on the brakes while sitting in the seat. Lin Qi stood on the roof and looked around. He found that there were several mutant zombies in the yard next to him, so he jumped onto the roof and shot a few arrows. There are only more than 100 left to complete the goal. How about finding a place to spawn some zombies? Lin Qi took a look at the conditions for the advancement of archery skills. If he went back to the safe zone now, he would not be able to come out again for several days. As his strongest means of attack, archery skills must be upgraded as soon as possible. Anyway, there are no zombies in the transportation company, and Su Sen is also quite strong, so it is okay to stay here for half a day. Lin Qi got to the edge of the roof and was about to tell the 3 people below about his idea when he suddenly saw a hand slowly stretching out from under the door of the ice storage opposite. It was a bloody hand. After stretching out 1 meter, it did not reach its limit and continued to stretch. Damn. Weird. It was clearly a human hand, but how could it stretch out more than 3 meters and the arm was still extending outward? Lin Qi felt goosebumps all over his body. He had seen zombies of strange shapes, some of which looked hideous and terrifying, but none of them made him feel weird and scared. But today, he just saw a hand and felt a chill on his back. Don't look back. Don't look back. The 3 people below were facing Lin Qi and didn't notice anything unusual behind them. The 5 fingers of the hand were like little feet, groping and crawling forward on the ground, gradually approaching the nearest group. Swoosh! Lin Qi quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow, which pierced the back of the bloody hand and nailed it to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the cold storage. The hand nailed to the ground trembled violently, and the wrist broke instantly, and the remaining arm quickly retracted. The 3 people realized something was wrong and turned around quickly to look behind them. The hand on the ground had stopped struggling, but after the screams in the cold storage ended, it seemed to shake violently. The next second, another bloody hand came out of the cold storage and lay on the door, followed by a second one. The third one. This shock and stimulation made Su Sen open his gene lock directly. His already strong body became taller and his muscles bulged even higher. The bloody hands gradually pushed open the door of the cold storage, and a stream of sticky blood was slowly squeezed out of the warehouse and flowed out from the door. For a while, the stench became stronger and almost made it impossible to breathe. Although Su Xiaoling was also an awakener, she did not meet the requirements for opening the gene lock at all. When she saw those dozens of hands reaching out, her body instantly stiffened and she could not move. Her legs trembled and she could not take a step. In addition, the stench almost made her faint. Fortunately, Tuan Tuan pulled her in time and took her away. As the door of the cold storage was completely opened, the things inside came into the sight of the 4 people. It was a huge pile of rotten meat. Dozens of arms extended from the rotten meat. Some grabbed the roof, and some scratched the ground, so that the pile of rotten meat in the cold storage slowly crawled out. There was a wriggling on the rotten meat, and a zombie head drilled out, followed by the second and third. In addition to the zombie heads, there were also mutant bodies, as if the flesh and blood had merged together. The mutants were struggling to break free from this bondage. Quick! Get out of here! Lin Qi commanded from above. Although this fusion zombie looked slow, it took only a few seconds from its appearance to its crawling out, and it had more than a dozen arms. An arrow shot down, and the crawling rotten meat directly blew out a deep pit. However, the next second, the head that was shot was absorbed by the rotten meat, and the arrow was also swallowed into the body. The explosion of a head increased Lin Qi's archery skill by an advanced requirement, but it seemed to have little effect on this pile of rotten meat. As the three people evacuated, the fusion zombie crawled faster and faster. The arms extending from its body slowly rolled together to form two thick limbs, which quickly moved the body by grabbing the ground. Chapter 92. Your husband is really awesome. When its body completely emerged from the cold storage, it was more than 10 meters long, and its back was full of heads, and dozens of legs were neatly arranged below, like a centipede. How many zombies are there that have merged together? Looking from a high place, Lin Qi could clearly see the full picture of the fusion zombie, and had the most intuitive understanding of this strange creature. The head on the back of the fusion zombie screamed and roared, as if enjoying the pleasure of hunting. The limbs under it slowly merged together and formed two thick hind legs. Lin Qi quickly pulled out an alloy arrow, drew the point aimed at the fusion zombie, and a spiral arrow quickly condensed on the arrow. Go! The arrow, which was blessed with a spearmanship skill again, turned into a swimming dragon and whistled down. Boom! At such a close distance, the hurricane exploded as soon as it formed. The moment it hit the body of the fusion zombie, the rotten flesh on its body exploded directly, and a huge gap appeared in the whole body. After shooting an arrow, Lin Qi did not relax his vigilance. He saw that the rotten meat that was exploded was actually wriggling rapidly and gathering together again, but it seemed that a few heads on its back were missing. Sure enough, after looking at the advanced requirements of archery, the item of killing mutant creatures had a few more progress. Su Sen, who was running in front, stopped, grabbed the car beside him and threw it directly at the fusion zombie. The heavy force directly smashed the fusion zombie into mud. It was the first time that Lin Qi encountered this special zombie. He saw dozens of hands stretched out from the rotten meat again, quickly grabbing the car, and the rotten meat was squirming and wrapping the car in. An alloy arrow flew out again, just shooting into the car tank that had not been completely wrapped by the rotten meat. The next second, the car exploded, and the rotten meat that had just closed was blown up again. The internal explosion almost broke the fusion zombie into two halves, but its vitality was so strong that the two halves of the body were still slowly squirming and merging together. Is this thing unkillable? The two heavy blows only made the fused zombie suspend its power of movement. When it merges again, it will return to its original appearance, and it may even undergo physical changes. The attack that he was proud of can only cause physical damage. Su Sen, get some gasoline and pour it on it. Since physical attacks don't work, the only way to burn this thing to ashes is to set it on fire. Lin Qi ran quickly on the roof and jumped onto a car. When he landed, he slashed the car's fuel tank with an arrow. Gasoline gushed out and slowly flowed along the ground to the road where the fused zombie was chasing. Su Sen also reacted when he saw this. He quickly came to another car, smashed the fuel tank with a few sticks, and smashed it towards the fused zombie with a fuel tank. Stay away, be careful of the explosion. Lin Qi took the long knife from Tuan Tuan and signaled a few people to hide behind a car in the distance. When the fusion zombie integrated the fuel tank into its body and the gasoline on the ground just flowed onto it, he swung the long knife suddenly, and a flash of lightning shot out. Boom! The fusion zombie had no defense at all. The knife energy with lightning directly split half of its body in two. The lightning instantly detonated the gasoline, and a ball of flames burst, covering the entire body. The flames produced by the burning gasoline spread out, almost instantly covering its entire body. The grease was further ignited, emitting a strong stench. Its entire body twitched and squirmed violently, almost curled up into a ball. The head screamed madly, constantly drilling out and retracting in the rotten meat. In just a short moment, it turned into a huge meatball, rolling rapidly on the ground. The four hid aside and watched the fusion zombie rolling by, but the flames on its body could not be extinguished. The rotten flesh on the outer layer fell off bit by bit, and a flame zone spread on the ground wherever it passed. What a terrible thing! Su Xiaoling patted her flat chest with palpitations. This terrible zombie has exceeded their cognition. At this stage, most survivors believe that the future threat to mankind must be mutant beasts and the Zerg that have not yet revived. The hot weapons of the Federal Army can easily eliminate zombies, and even some awakened people can easily deal with them. But the special zombie that appeared today made several people realize that there are also special existences among zombies. If this zombie continues to grow and becomes a meat mountain, it will be difficult to eliminate it even with artillery bombardment. Realizing this threat, Lin Qi quickly followed it. He must kill it in its weak period before it grows up. At this moment, the fusion zombie had rolled to an open area outside, where there happened to be the corpse of the zombie that Lin Qi had shot before. Under the flames, the skin of the fusion zombie became charred and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the fresh flesh and blood inside. As it rolled, pieces of skin fell off, and a new form emerged from it. The body of this new zombie was a little bigger than Susan, but its body was abnormally fat. Its sturdy limbs ran quickly. When it came to a zombie corpse, its stomach suddenly split open, and 2 rows of ribs swallowed the zombie like a big mouth. As the body squirmed, 4 more bright red limbs emerged from the rotten meat. Is this how this guy swallowed zombies to grow? In a short period of time, the fusion zombie swallowed a few more zombies, and its body size grew again. 4 pairs of limbs had grown on its lower body, and it crawled on the ground like a centipede. After its head drilled into the rotten meat again, only a chrysanthemum-like opening appeared, and sticky liquid was sprayed out from time to time. It's so fucking disgusting. This is the first time I've seen someone pooping in front of me. The stuff squeezed out of the anus was probably the debris that other zombies couldn't fuse into their stomachs. I didn't expect it to come out from the front. Xiaoling and Tuanshan held on to the car and retched. They didn't dare to take another step forward. Even Su Sen was pale and kept his mouth shut. Lin Qi, can you kill it? After 2 strong attacks, Su Sen was unable to cause fatal damage to this fusion zombie. He realized that he couldn't help it all. Once he was entangled by the rotten meat, he would probably become a part of the fusion zombie. I'll find a way to separate it. Try to find the main body and smash its head. Lin Qi calmed down his breath, his pupils slightly dilated, and he took out an alloy arrow with his backhand. As he drew the bow and pulled the arrow, a stream of air slowly condensed on the arrow body. A crescent-shaped blade appeared on the arrowhead, and the moon blades extending on both sides almost cut through the air. Spiral arrow. Fulong Xiong Yuanpo. An arrow shot into the sky, and the moon blade spun rapidly, almost condensing into a tornado, straight into the sky. The 3 of them looked up in surprise, not understanding what Lin Qi meant by shooting an arrow into the sky. Even the fusion zombie stopped moving, as if it was also attracted by the strange behavior. Hide. After shooting an arrow, Lin Qi's breath stagnated. He put away his bow and arrow and ran towards Tuan Tuan, quickly opened the nearest van, and stuffed Tuan Tuan and Xiaoling in. As the door closed, the arrow that flew into the sky slowly turned around and turned into a flying dragon, diving down to the ground. The crescent-shaped arrow spun at high speed, and the whirlwind it brought was stronger than any previous attack. The flying dragon-shaped arrow fell straight down, and the falling whirlwind even rolled up the airflow in the sky, forming a straight spiral. Boom! The ground shook, and the splashed flesh and blood scattered, mixed with some cement blocks, fell on the van, and smashed a series of marks. When the aftermath dissipated, the location where the fusion zombie was originally located suddenly showed a circular deep pit. The ground was cracked, and traces of cutting spread all around, with broken limbs and rotten flesh scattered all over the ground. The 2 hid behind the car and were not affected by the shock wave, but the broken rotten flesh fell all over the ground and almost got smashed. Su Sen widened his eyes and looked at Lin Qi in disbelief. They were all awakened people who opened the gene lock. Why do you have such a gorgeous skill? Let's go and check if this guy is dead. Lin Qi didn't care about Su Sen's surprised look. He walked out from the back of the car and checked the deep pit. This arrow that fell from the sky directly shredded the fusion zombie into pieces, and even the body was completely crushed into meat. According to the characteristics of ordinary mutant zombies, it was almost deader than dead. Tuan Tuan and Su Xiaoling also jumped down from the car, but the rotten flesh everywhere on the ground made the 2 feel like they had nowhere to stay. What happened just now? Did a missile fall here? Su Xiaoling didn't see what happened at all. She only felt a shock coming down and the ground shaking violently. My husband shot the arrow. Tuan Chuan was full of pride. Although she didn't see the power of the arrow with her own eyes, it didn't affect anything. Your husband is really amazing. Xiaoling looked at Lin Qi's back with admiration on her face. Lin Qi used arrows to pick up pieces of rotten meat, hoping to find a special place, but the pieces of meat around were turned over, but there was still no sign of survival. So he was relieved, but for the sake of safety, he decided to pour gasoline on them and burn all the body parts. Su Sen dismantled the car tank again, lifted it with one hand and poured it on the ground, leaving no corners or gaps. Seeing the speed of the fusion of this zombie, once it is allowed to grow completely, almost a city can be completely covered. The only way is to completely kill it in the bud. Brother, there's a brain moving there. Su Xiaoling suddenly saw a piece of brain not far away soaked in gasoline, trembling and squirming, as if trying to escape. The brain seemed to have grown tentacles, climbing over the gravel and escaping from the gasoline pit. Wait, don't light the fire yet. Such a weird thing has exceeded the characteristics of ordinary zombies. The brain was exploded into pieces, but it can still move under the influence of the virus. If it gets into the brain of another zombie, it may be able to revive again. Lin Qi quickly came to the cab of a truck, found a large thermos cup, opened the lid, and carefully placed it in front of the crawling brain. This thing is very strange. Let my friend who is a doctor of biology study it when I go back. Ordinary viruses will die quickly when the zombie's head is broken, but this guy can survive. It must have its own special features. Maybe something useful can be studied from it. Chapter 93 Teacher Bai's Late Night Basement. It was getting dark. At the outer wall of the safe zone, all the workers had gone home. Only the sentry was left, and a few federal soldiers were guarding the main road. Suddenly, two lights shone in the distance, and the roar of cars was getting closer and closer. Stop, routine inspection. The soldier quickly stepped forward and saw two large trucks approaching, and subconsciously raised his gun to be on guard. During this period, there were still many survivors entering the safe zone, but they were usually during the day, and rarely arrived so late. Brother, you have worked hard. Take it. Lin Qi lowered the car window, stuffed a cigarette directly into the car, and then took out his silver ID card and handed it over. We are the search team of the safe zone. We went out to search for supplies and came back a little late. I wonder if you can do us a favor. Lin Qi saw the flickering fire at the place guarding the main road from a distance, so offering cigarettes was the best choice. What's in your car? Why did you come back so late? The soldier took the cigarette and took a look at the silver ID card. He knew that the person in the car was not ordinary, so he put away his attitude of wanting to scold. I'm lucky. I found 2 trucks of rice in a transport company. I'm not afraid of any accidents. I'd rather rush to deliver them back before dark. Lin Qi knocked on the door and took the initiative to open the door at the back of the truck, so that the person in charge of the inspection could see the rice bags piled up inside. This kind of routine inspection is necessary for every vehicle, in order to prevent any special items from being carried on the vehicle, which would cause hidden dangers to the safety zone. You are so lucky. These 2 trucks of rice can be exchanged for tens of thousands of points at least. The soldier's eyes were full of envy. He deliberately glanced at the other person in the car. When Su Sen also got off the car, the visual impact brought by his strong body made him stand up straight. My name is Lin Qi, and this is Su Sen, a member of our search team. We are acquaintances with Zin, the logistics director of the safety zone. Let's do this. You have a few brothers here, each of you will carry a bag of rice. But we need to trouble the captain to help us clear the way. Otherwise, if the survivors block the way after entering the safety zone, we need the captain to escort us back safely. These days, even the people in the safety zone cannot be completely trusted. Just now, this person subconsciously checked the people in the car. I am afraid that he has already had special ideas in his mind. I brought out Zin's identity and gave them benefits. I think I can temporarily suppress their ideas. So you are an acquaintance of Minister Zin? That's easy. I'll ask a few brothers to escort you back. The soldier was immediately enthusiastic when he heard it, and he quickly greeted a few brothers on duty nearby. There were a total of 8 people in this post. After unloading 8 bags of rice, the team leader immediately selected 4 people and drove an off-road vehicle to lead the way. With him leading the way, the remaining 10 kilometers of the journey were smooth, and they soon arrived at the gate of the villa area. Brother Lin, I will take you here. Tomorrow you will go to the logistics department. They will calculate the value of these materials for you. If you want to leave the safe zone in the future, just go to Dongcheng district and mention my name. No one will make things difficult for you. My name is Feng Su. Although they are just small checkpoint guards, if they are serious, they will bring endless troubles to ordinary people. On the contrary, if the relationship is good enough, no one will check even if they bring back some contraband. Of course, he mentioned his name because he probably hoped that Lin Qi would mention it more in front of the logistics director, Zin. After all, no one wants to guard the boring and cold broken city wall all the time. Brother Feng, I will definitely trouble you often in the future. It's getting late. Go back quickly. Lin Qi made a few polite remarks. After sending Feng Su away, The two trucks drove to the door of the villa and stopped. Is Teacher Bai asleep? Tuan Chuan got off the co-pilot and looked at the villa without a trace of light, feeling a little surprised. Before, even if Teacher Bai came back from get off work, he would be busy until late at night and was always the last person to sleep. Su Sen and Su Ziyerling also got out of another car. They lived in a small apartment a few miles away from here. Brother Lin, it's getting late. Let's go back first and come back to help tomorrow. Su Sen wisely did not propose the idea of dividing the supplies. After all, he didn't help much this time. He just transported the supplies. Okay, go back and have a good rest. I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Lin Qi did not try to persuade them to stay. Seeing that it was getting dark, and Teacher Bai was still in the villa, it was not convenient for them to go in. After sending them away, the two of them unloaded the important supplies in the car and opened the door of the villa. Teacher Bai is really asleep. The lights in the rooms on the third floor were all turned off, and the courtyard was dark. The noise of the two people coming in was not small. If Bai Su was awake, she would definitely notice it. Teacher Bai must be too tired from research. Let's not disturb her. Tuan Chuan looked like he was thinking about the teacher. Scientific research requires full concentration, which is more laborious than them searching for supplies outside, and they are seriously sleep-deprived. Well, go upstairs quietly. I'll move the things to the basement and then go upstairs. Don't disturb Teacher Bai. Lin Qi reminded him. When they were near the basement of the villa, Tuan Chuan went upstairs quietly. Honey, I'll take a shower and wait for you. Tuan Chuan's voice was a little tempting. When she went upstairs, she twisted her waist deliberately. This little girl is getting better and better. Entering the basement, Lin Qi wanted to put the things down casually and go upstairs to take a bath with Tuan Chuan, but he accidentally saw a dim light flickering in the corner of the basement. Teacher Bai is really something. He went to bed without turning off the machine. As soon as the idea came to his mind, Lin Qi realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously held his breath, slowly put the things on his shoulders on the ground, and walked over slowly with small steps. In the corner of the basement, a laptop was flashing. Teacher Bai had his back to Lin Qi, wearing headphones on his head, one leg on the table, and his body was trembling slightly. A suppressed voice, almost with pain, came out from Teacher Bai's mouth, and it rose and fell with the erotic pictures played on the computer. Lin Qi took a closer look. The USB flash drive plugged into the computer was the study materials he had exchanged for 100 points. He hadn't even looked at it yet, but Teacher Bai was already studying? Suddenly, a cry came from Teacher Bai's mouth, making Lin Qi think that he was discovered, so he leaned forward and took off the headphones on her head. Teacher Bai, do you need help? The voice in her ear made Teacher Bai's body stiffen. She struggled to get up, but her legs seemed to have lost consciousness and she fell directly from the chair. Lin Qi subconsciously dodged sideways. Teacher Bai's still a rare physique. Although the environment was dark, it still couldn't block Lin Qi's sharp eyes. This scene was clearly reflected in his eyes, and the visual stimulation it brought was not comparable to the computer screen. When did you come back? I just came back a while ago. I didn't expect that Teacher Bai was studying so hard that he didn't even notice me coming in. Lin Qi sat aside, admiring the rare scene, and reached out to pause the screen played on the computer. There are several playback records. You must have watched a lot these 2 days. Lin Qi checked and found that most of them were about teachers and students. No wonder it was so immersive. Help me up quickly, I can't move my legs. Bai Su covered her face, and her voice was faintly crying. This scene was seen by Lin Qi, and she even wanted to commit suicide. And she seemed to have called Lin Qi's name at that time. Now she only felt dizzy, and the aftertaste was coming in waves, and she couldn't stop at all. Let's talk about it after you're exhausted. Lin Qi can take advantage of the opportunity now, but the experience is definitely not as good as usual, and Tuan Chuan is waiting upstairs, and she might come down to urge him at any time. You bastard. Bai Su cursed angrily, showing her shrewish side. She struggled several times, but the ground was slippery and she couldn't use any strength. After finally putting her legs down, she began to breathe heavily. Lin Qi then stepped forward, helped Bai Su up, and turned off the computer. The basement was instantly plunged into darkness, and Bai Su calmed down when she couldn't see. In the darkness, Teacher Bai gritted her teeth, straightened her clothes, and pulled up her pants. Teacher Bai, You don't want Yuan to know that you are such a person, right? Lin Qi leaned close to Bai Su's ear and whispered. He had grasped Teacher Bai's weakness and would have a handle in his hand in the future. You dare. If you dare to tell her, I will. Teacher Bai was speechless for a moment. She actually found that she had no means to threaten Lin Qi at all. Go back and wash up quickly. Your clothes are soaked. Be careful not to catch a cold. Lin Qi had already grasped Teacher Bai. He was in no hurry. He gently pinched her cheek, took out the USB drive, and stood up to walk upstairs. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. No one wanted to sleep. After Lin Qi's figure disappeared on the stairs, Bai Su slowly squatted down and buried her head between her legs. But the strong smell made her look up again and take a deep breath. After a while, her body, which was still a little hot, gradually became colder and colder. A chill eroded her body and mind. After a long time, Teacher Bai stood up shivering, dragged her heavy legs, and slowly walked upstairs. Chapter 94 Virus Source. The next morning, Lin Qi had breakfast in bed before getting up and washing up. After going downstairs, he went straight to the basement. The things that were placed in the basement last night were all very precious and had to be handled with care. As soon as he arrived in the basement, he saw Bai Su busy at work. Teacher Bai, you're mopping the floor so early in the morning. Bai Su's body stiffened. When she heard Lin Qi's voice, her movements slowed down. Why are you up so early? In the past, the two of them would not sleep until 8 or 9 o'clock before getting up. It was only a little after 7 o'clock, so Bai Su was naturally a little surprised. I brought back some treasures this time when I went out. Maybe you will be interested. Lin Qi opened the supplies he brought back. They were wrapped in bedding before, so Bai Su did not notice them. There were 2 third-level mutant black cowhides, 2 cow horns, a bag of gene crystals, and the thermos cup containing the brain of the fusion zombie. Seeing that Lin Qi was so formal and did not seem to be teasing her, Bai Su put away the mop and walked over quickly. Such big horns, is it a third-level mutant? You actually hunted a third-level mutant. The thick parts of the 2 horns are comparable to human eyes, with a crescent-shaped arc. Although the tip is not very sharp, it can easily pierce a big hole in a person's body. Put the third-level mutant aside first. I'll let you take a look at this thing. Maybe you will be interested. Lin Qi took out the thermos cup, shook it, and felt the struggle of the thing inside, so he found a glass container and poured out the contents. Overnight, the brain of the fused zombie has undergone another strange change. At this moment, this massive brain matter has turned gray and white, and a tentacle sticks out from it from time to time, touching the surrounding environment. Virus source. Where did you get the virus source? Bai Su screamed when she saw this thing for the first time, and quickly took the lid and sealed the entire glass container. You actually put this thing in a thermos cup. Aren't you afraid that it will escape? She hurriedly took out a sealed culture dish, carefully put the inactive virus source in it, and sealed it up. This thing is called a virus source? I remember you said that you also have a virus source sample, right? Is it also such a disgusting thing? Before, in the villa of the 32nd district, Bai Su had heard that her purpose in the 32nd district was to retrieve the virus source sample from the school laboratory, so she was trapped in the city. If it was this kind of thing, no wonder she was so surprised. It's different. My virus source sample is a dead thing, a virus specimen that has lost its activity. Yours is a living virus body, the original virus source of human infection. Bai Su looked at the virus source squirming in the culture dish, her eyes shining. Then, dispose of this thing harmlessly. After knowing the horror of this thing, Lin Qi had the idea of eliminating future troubles. After all, it is a virus, and keeping it will inevitably cause harm. Why do you want to deal with such a good thing? If it was before, I might agree with your idea, but now the gene awakening of human beings is almost all stimulated by this virus. If we can study its original power, it may allow human beings to go one step further. Bai Su looked at Lin Qi subconsciously and cautiously, as if she was afraid that this treasure would be taken away. Then you can play with it, but be careful not to fire it accidentally. Although the thing is extremely valuable, it is a trouble in Lin Qi's hands. It is better to give it to Bai Su for research. Anyway, he will definitely have a share of the final research results. Aren't you going to work today? Lin Qi placed the 2 horns on the operating table, and also hung up the 2 cowhides. The skin of the third-level mutant beast can already defend against ordinary rifle bullets. After processing, it can almost be worn as a bulletproof vest. By the way, I will ask for leave and will not go today. Bai Su finally reacted, turned on the computer and sent an email to the scientific research department, and then came to the culture dish to observe the characteristics of the virus source. After a while, Tuan Chuan appeared at the stairs. Honey, didn't teacher Bai go to work? Tuan Chuan saw Bai Su, swallowed half of the words in his mouth, then whispered that it was time to eat, and ran back. Let's eat first. There may be a few guests today. Don't you have the contact information of Minister Nzin? Let her come as well. Lin Qi packed up his tools. The processing of the horns is not something I can complete in a short time. It still requires a lot of information and experiments. Why let her come? Bai Su didn't even look up, still recording the data of the virus source, but when she mentioned Nzin, her tone was inevitably a little stiff. My two friends and I got a lot of supplies outside, and we need to find Nzin, the logistics minister, to exchange points. There are 2 large trucks, and we can't just queue up. After Lin Qi explained, he went upstairs to start preparing. After the second breakfast, there was a knock on the door outside the villa. It was Su Sen and Su Xiaoling who came. Lin Qi went to the gate, opened the courtyard door, and walked in with the 2 of them. Brother Lin, your place is so big. This villa is the private property of a wealthy family, and it is not comparable to their small Western-style building. Thanks to others, I am not qualified to live in such a good place. Lin Qi responded with a smile and took them to the living room on the first floor. Have you had breakfast? Lin Qi handed over the drinks and signaled that the 2 of them could feel free to come and not be too restrained. We have eaten. I came here today to discuss something with Brother Lin. The 2 siblings seemed to have discussed it, so Su Sen never spoke and gave the right to speak to his sister. Is it about the material points? Don't worry, you will definitely get your share. Lin Qi roughly calculated that the 2 trucks of rice were worth at least 70,000 or 80,000 points. Although it was an unimaginable amount for an individual, it was nothing if he wanted to live comfortably in the safe zone. It's not about points. My brother and I discussed it in the middle of the night last night and decided to join Brother Lin's search team. I hope Brother Lin will take care of us in the future. Su Xiaoling stood up with a serious look on her face. This was a decision they had considered for a long time before making, and it was also the most correct idea. After all, after spending a day together outside, the 2 of them had seen Lin Qi's special abilities. Even if they didn't join in, if it was leaked out in the future, it would definitely be related to the 2 of them. It would be better to surrender voluntarily, which would show their sincerity. So that's the case. In fact, I also have the idea of inviting you 2 to join, but I just haven't had the chance to speak up. Lin Qi thought about it and understood their ideas. He immediately stopped hesitating and directly proposed it. At this time, Bai Su had also packed up her things in the basement and slowly came to the first floor. Seeing the big and small sitting in the living room, she looked back and forth at the 2 with surprised eyes. Guests are coming. Bai Su stepped forward and greeted them, her eyes resting on Su Xiaoling. What a cute child. Su Xiaoling was still smiling, but when she heard Bai Su's words, her face drooped instantly. This is Bai Su, Teacher Bai, and the doctor of biology I mentioned to you. Lin Qi just introduced Su Xiaoling, who had been lowering her head, immediately stood up, walked quickly to Bai Su, and held the corner of Bai Su's clothes with both hands. Hello, Teacher Bai, my name is Su Xiaoling, and he's my brother Su Senator. We have joined Brother Lin's team. Please take care of us in the future. As it concerns whether she can continue to grow, Su Xiaoling dare not hesitate for a moment, and she is as respectful as possible. You call me the very intimately. The focus of Bai Su's listening was not on the team or anything, but on Su Xiaoling calling him Brother Lin. So with a hint of doubt in her eyes, she looked at Lin Qi. This little girl looks so young, and this guy likes this type? Too perverted. Su Xiaoling is in her 20s this year. Because she had a serious illness when she was a child, her body stopped growing. If you have time, Mr. Bai, please help her take a look. Maybe with the current gene awakening power, you can help her improve a little. Seeing Bai Su's special look, Lin Qi naturally guessed her thoughts, so he quickly explained. So that's the case. Then I'll help you take a look when I have time, but I can't guarantee that there is a solution. Although human genes have been developed to varying degrees, it is still the deepest secret of mankind after all, and no one is absolutely sure to find a solution. Bai Su can only temporarily agree. With the development of biotechnology in the future, a solution should be found. She said this casually, but Su Xiaoling's face was full of smiles. The four discussed the distribution of materials. The Su brothers and sisters said very directly that they did not want to interfere in the handling of materials in the future. They only needed to work hard and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Of course, Lin Qi also said that he would give them generous rewards. After the exchange, the two were very satisfied, and Lin Qi was also satisfied. Let's have lunch here at noon. I'll cook for you myself. Seeing that it was almost noon, Tuanchuan stood up to keep the guests. After all, as the hostess of a family, she should fulfill this responsibility. Okay, I'll help too. Don't look at my small stature. I can go to the kitchen with just a stool. Su Xiaoling was very happy to get along well with Tuanchuan. The two walked towards the kitchen hand in hand. Bai Su looked at the time and saw that Angxin was about to arrive, so she went outside to check. Sure enough, she heard the sound of a car coming from outside the villa. Teacher Bai, are these the 2 trucks of supplies you mentioned? I received a notice from the sentry last night. It turned out to be your friend. After Angxin entered the room, there was a hint of surprise in her voice. She came alone today, without any accompanying personnel. As soon as she saw Angxin, Bai Su's face showed a warm smile. The two held hands, just like sisters. They were lucky. They just happened to find 2 trucks full of supplies, so they drove back overnight. They didn't have time to inform Minister An. The two came to the living room and saw Su Sen and Lin Qi sitting on the sofa. Unzin just nodded as a greeting. The supplies are yours. I think you have counted them. I will give you 200 points for a bag of rice weighing 100 kilograms. You can just take it to the logistics department and count it. In addition, if you don't need these 2 trucks, I can also buy them with points 10,000 points for each truck. After thinking deeply for a moment, Unzin gave a rough price. 10,000 points for each truck, that's too little. That was a truck nearly 10 meters long, with a huge loading capacity. Compared with the supplies, it couldn't even match a fraction. You can't think like that. Supplies are getting harder and harder to find. The price has been very stable. There may be a trend of growth in the future. But we don't lack cars. And they can be found everywhere outside. They are just accessories of supplies. Besides, you can't use them if you leave them to me. In the safe zone, gasoline and diesel can only be exchanged for points, and the price is surprisingly expensive. It can be said that ordinary survivors can only afford ordinary cars. Such large cars are not cost-effective at all. The future trend is still crystal energy cars. Minister An is right. Cars can be found outside at any time. We are taking advantage of 10,000 points. But I don't know how to spend so many points at once. I wonder if Minister An has any suggestions. Lin Qi thought for a while and asked for advice humbly. Chapter 95 Physical Examination. After all, he is the logistics manager of the safe zone, and he must know something about the future development. If he can give some hints, he can also prepare in advance. The rise of the relationship households is basically based on advance information. Well, considering the relationship with Teacher Bai, I will remind you that it won't be long before the safe zone will rebuild a new living area for survivors on the ruins. You can use the points in your hands to occupy a place first and do some small business. Even if you don't go out to search for supplies in the future, you can still survive safely. Unzin leaked several important information with just one sentence. Whether Lin Qi can seize the opportunity depends on whether the other party can understand it. Thank you, Minister An, for the reminder. I will go and take a look these days. Stay here for lunch today. Tuanchuan has prepared lunch. Lin Qi invited. With Unzin's words, he can use her name to seek benefits for himself. Next time, I just took some time out of my busy schedule to come here today. I still have a lot of things to deal with when I go back. Someone will come to drive away these 2 trucks later. When the time comes, the points will be directly transferred to your ID card. Unzin declined Lin Qi's kindness. After all, there were 2 strangers in the living room, and it was a bit awkward to stay here. Lin Qi and Bai Su sent her to the door of the villa, and after watching Unzin drive, they returned to the living room. She is so busy every day. She is really a strong woman. A woman can achieve this, not only relying on the relationship above, but also having outstanding abilities. Bai Su actually admires such people from the bottom of her heart. In fact, you are not bad either. You are a female doctor. The two returned to the living room. Tuan and Xiaoling had already prepared lunch. It was the first time for the five of them to meet each other, and they all got to know each other a little. After dinner, the people sent by Xin had arrived at the door of the villa. Lin Qi and Su Sen followed them to the logistics department and counted the supplies in the two trucks. Although there were a few bags of rice missing from the truck, Xin still rounded it up to an integer, plus the 20,000 points from the two trucks. A total of 100,000 points were allocated to Lin Qi. This was already a considerable fortune in the early days of the safe zone. Su Sen, I'll transfer 10,000 points to you first. You and Xiaoling can use them first. If it's not enough, ask me again. As soon as he got the points, Lin Qi planned to transfer 10,000 to Su Senator. After all, he was a teammate who followed him, and he couldn't treat him badly in terms of life. No need, Xiaoling and I have discussed it. The team will definitely need a lot of points in the early stage, and didn't Minister and Xin say that now is the best time to buy industry, so the points should be used in key places. Su Sen shook his head and refused. He and Xiaoling were not short of supplies. Besides, as long as they followed Lin Qi out, they would definitely have a big harvest, so there was no need to rush. Well, let's go back first. There was no rush to buy industry. Lin Qi's best idea was to enclose a piece of land for himself, preferably a place like a repair shop or a car 4S shop with a large number of repair equipment. In this way, his mechanical transformation skills can be best utilized. Lin Qi told Su Sen about his idea and asked him to pay attention to whether there are such places nearby in the next few days. Then the two of them walked slowly towards the villa area. When they returned to the villa, it was already afternoon. Tuanchun and Xiaoling were chatting in the living room. In the absence of entertainment equipment, chatting has become the best way to pass the time. Bai Su was still in the basement, studying the special virus source. Xiaoling, we should go back. Su Sen saw that his sister and Tuanchun got along well, and he couldn't help but smile. This team was better than he thought, at least his sister was not discriminated against. Brother, you go back first, Tuanchun and I will play for a while, and go back later. Xiaoling waved her hand and returned to her residence. She could only stay in the room alone and bored. It would be better to stay here and have someone to liven it up. Okay, don't be too late. Su Sen didn't force it. After all, as long as his sister was happy, he would let her do what she wanted, and there would be no danger here. After saying goodbye to a few people, he left the villa. Lin Qi sat in the living room for a while, unable to get a word in, so he turned and walked towards the basement. During the 2 days she was away, Bai Su brought back some scrap instruments from the research building, which were piled in a corner, waiting for Lin Qi to repair. You're back, help me repair those instruments, I need them urgently. Bai Su heard footsteps and knew that it was Lin Qi who came in, and said without turning her head. How did you manage to remain calm and collected? After all, your performance last night was so wonderful. Lin Qi didn't hear a single wave of emotion in Bai Su's tone, as if nothing had happened last night. This kind of psychological quality is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. After all, I'm a teacher, it's normal to be thick-skinned. Bai Su's figure froze for a moment, and then she said casually, "Teacher bitch." Lin Qi understood, and understood the special meaning of this word. The instruments that Bai Su brought back were all unfamiliar things, but seeing that she valued them so much, Lin Qi helped to repair them. Moreover, repairing such precision instruments could also gain him something. So he moved it to the operating table, disassembled it piece by piece, found the damaged parts, and repaired them piece by piece. I want to make a horn bow with a 3rd-level mutant horn. I wonder if Teacher Bai has any suggestions. After finishing his work, Lin Qi walked to Bai Su and put his hand on her butt and pinched it gently. After hard work, there must be some reward. Bai Su's body trembled, and she quickly moved forward a little. After avoiding Lin Qi's hand, she turned around and leaned on the table. Cow horns are indeed suitable for making bows, but they need to add a lot of auxiliary materials, and the process is complicated. However, mutant beasts are different from ordinary creatures. Their horns are already condensed from the essence of the body. They only need to be polished into a suitable shape to become a powerful weapon. Bai Su looked at Lin Qi warily, and looked up at the stairs from time to time. At this moment, she could vaguely hear the laughter of Tuan and Xiaoling coming from upstairs. This nervous and exciting feeling made her cheeks involuntarily hot. Bai Su pushed her glasses and tried to keep herself calm, but she didn't know that the more she did this, the more she gave people a unique attraction. So that's how it is. Then I have an idea. Lin Qi turned to the corner, placed the two huge horns on the operating table, and began to gesture. The original recurve bow could no longer meet his needs. Every time he pulled the bow to the limit, the bow arm would make a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Maybe it would break completely one time. It is urgent to have a strong bow made of the horns of the third-level mutant beast. The horns of the third-level mutant beast have extremely strong toughness. It is difficult for ordinary cutting machines to cut them. You need a laser cutting machine, and I can also help you get composite materials such as bowstrings. Laser cutting machines are not precious things, but it will definitely take a lot of time to find them at this moment. But Baisu has used this kind of thing in the scientific research building, and it is not a civilian version. Help me get one after get off work tomorrow. When Lin Qi heard that there was such a convenient thing, he couldn't wait to make the bow as soon as possible, so that he could have more confidence in his hands. I can only get you a damaged one. As for whether you can fix it, I'm not sure. Baisu curled her lips. The laser cutting machine used in scientific research is almost the same as a laser weapon. It's not so easy to get it back. Even if it's a scrap product in the warehouse, you have to use the relationship with Angxin and spend a lot of points. She just complained a few words, but saw Lin Qi walked straight over and hugged her waist directly. Teacher Bai, who was originally a little arrogant, suddenly collapsed, relying on Lin Qi's one hand for support. Wait until you get the things back. I will accompany you to study hard at night. How about it, Teacher Bai? Lin Qi turned one hand clockwise and the other hand counterclockwise. The feeling of different directions made Teacher Bai feel dizzy and his consciousness almost spun. I'll do my best. Biting her lips with difficulty, Baisu's eyes were already blurred after saying this. Suddenly, there was a messy sound of footsteps at the stairs. Lin Qi quickly withdrew his hand, pressed Baisu on the chair, and turned to operate the instrument beside him. Tuan first looked around to make sure Baisu was here, then he took Su Xiaoling to the basement. Teacher Bai, are you free? The two had just chatted for a long time in the living room, and it was Su Xiaoling who finally brought the topic to her own body. After a few words, Tuan said that he would bring Su Xiaoling to see Teacher Bai. What's wrong? After several deep breaths, the blush on Baisu's face had completely disappeared, her breath was steady, and her temperament was deep. It's like this, isn't the teacher taking a break today? Sister Xiaoling is here, can you help her check her body? Tuan was a little embarrassed. After all, he accepted the favor, but it was Teacher Bai who was in trouble. Okay, let her come over, there is a scanning device here, I'll help her check it out. Baisu stood up. Although she still felt a little uncomfortable, it was easy to hide it from the two little girls. The scanner was a small handheld one that needed to be scanned against the body bit by bit, and the data would be transmitted to the computer. This thing was just repaired by Lin Qi. Lin Qi, tidy up the table and let Xiaoling lie on it. Baisu ordered immediately. When it comes to her own field, this professionalism is highlighted. After connecting the lines and pulling the equipment, it took a short while to complete the preparations. The function of this scanner is not perfect. Xiaoling will take off all her clothes later, otherwise some places will not be clear through the clothes. Baisu put on gloves. It was rare for her to have an experimental material at her disposal. She was inexplicably excited. Take off clothes? Should I avoid it? Lin Qi stood aside and asked in a boring way. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them cast their eyes at the same time, one with scrutiny, one with dissatisfaction, and the other with a hint of shyness. Nonsense, do you want to see the body of a teenage girl? Baisu glared at Lin Qi, her tone full of driving meaning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Be careful. What a nice girl, it's a pity that you don't have an elder brother. Lin Qi hummed a tune and went upstairs slowly. It was getting late, so he just acted like a good family man and prepared dinner. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Lamb is known as a man's gas station, so Lin Qi sliced some lamb legs and boiled a pot of lamb bone soup. After everything was ready, the three of them came up from the basement. Xiaoling was a little reserved. After all, she had just been examined. Although they were all women, they would be embarrassed to be exposed in front of the two of them. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and her body was still a little cold because of taking off clothes. Come, drink some mutton soup to warm yourself up. Lin Qi brought out the soup. It didn't look white without the addition of 3 flour egg milk, but it tasted very fresh. Thank you, Brother Lin. Xiaoling blushed, and a feeling of being cared for surged into her heart. The way she looked at Lin Qi had become a little different. She held the big bowl with both hands and drank it happily. After all, it was just a guest reception, so Tuanchun didn't feel anything, but Bai Su noticed something different and stared at Lin Qi with a frown. Teacher Bai, drink something too. Lin Qi seemed not to notice and handed Bai Su another bowl, which made the seriousness on her face ease. Finally, it was Tuanchun's turn, but the girl didn't realize anything at all. The 4 people who were eating the steaming hot pot felt warm and relaxed completely without realizing it. By the way, how was the inspection just now? Lin Qi was still very curious about this matter. Although Xiaoling looked a little immature, she was a beauty in both face shape and facial features. Once she grew up, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. Bai Su heard Lin Qi's question, stopped the chopsticks in her hand, and considered her tone. Although Xiaoling's body has stopped developing, her body functions are as high as those of an adult. After her genes awaken, she will slowly adjust her body defects. Now she only needs to complete her genes. If she can supplement them with external substances, she should have a chance to develop again. Bai Su only said the best part. In fact, she didn't hold a glimmer of hope in her heart. After all, ordinary awakeners, even if their genes are not defective, can only bear 13 gene crystals at most to improve their genes. Xiaoling has only absorbed 7, and has reached the gene saturation, which is far below the standard of normal people. Unless the first stage of the gene lock is opened, and then the gene defects are supplemented by absorbing the second stage gene crystals. Then there is hope. Maybe she will grow up in a few days. Lin Qi heard the implication of Bai Su's words and silently mourned for Xiaoling. Being a legal lolly is also quite attractive. In fact, I've been used to it for a long time. There's nothing wrong with a smaller body. At least it saves some fabric. Su Xiaoling smiled, and her young face was filled with a sunny smile. After dinner, it was completely dark. The 4 of them talked for a while in the living room, and then Xiaoling was ready to say goodbye and leave. Lin Qi escorted them out the door. As an awakened person, he didn't have to worry about walking at night. Brother Lin, please send me off. I'm a little afraid of the dark. Su Xiaoling shrank her neck, and a chill hit her, causing her thin body to shrink into a ball. Okay, it's just right for me to get to know the way. Lin Qi still didn't know where the 2 siblings lived, so he just sent Su Xiaoling back and said hello to Su Senator. After all, he had important things to do tomorrow. The 2 walked on the dark road, one in front and one behind, both silent. Brother Lin, can you really help people open the gene lock? When they were about to reach their residence, Su Xiaoling finally couldn't help it and asked in a trembling voice. Don't listen to Tuanchun's nonsense. She opened the gene lock because the power of awakening is special. People have different physiques. The method that works on her may not work on you. Lin Qi looked Xiaoling up and down. She had only taken 7 gene crystals and had reached her limit. That is to say, according to the proper way of unlocking, she still needs to endure 3,000 times. I don't know if this little body can stand it. How do you know it won't work? You have to try it. What if you can open it for me in one go? Su Xiaoling still had a glimmer of fantasy in her heart, and her eyes were full of pleading. Looking at the pleading face of the little potato in front of him, Lin Qi couldn't bear it, so he stretched out his hand and pressed on her head. The imagined unlocking prompt did not appear, which made Lin Qi feel disappointed and a little relieved. How about this? I will discuss with Teacher Bai later and find a solution based on your physical condition. What do you think? Su Xiaoling shook her head, thinking that Lin Qi was stroking her head to comfort her, so her little head hung even lower. Thank you, Brother Lin. I understand. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the small Western-style building with a sullen look. The place where she and Su Sen lived was a separate small building with only a simple iron fence. There was a faint light on the window on the second floor. When the 2 walked to the front of the building, the window was just opened. Su Sen was standing in front of the window, looking outside all the time. Su Sen, come over for dinner tomorrow morning, and then go shopping with me. Lin Qi stretched out his hand to say hello, and waited until Su Xiaoling entered the room before turning around and walking towards the villa. Back at the villa, Bai Su had gone to the basement to continue her research, while Tuanchun was waiting for Lin Qi in the living room. Seeing Lin Qi coming back, she hurried to greet him. "Hubby, I've prepared the bath water, let's go take a bath." This was the time for the two of them to be alone, so how could Tuanchun not seize the opportunity? After saying that, she pulled Lin Qi upstairs. Lin Qi didn't want to spoil the fun of such an active Tuan. After entering the room, he quickly took off his clothes. The water temperature of the bathtub was just right. In such a chaotic situation, it was undoubtedly a very enjoyable thing to take a hot bath, and it was a very special hot bath. At first, it was a clean water bath, but after a bumpy ride, it gradually turned into a milk bath. The two of them took a bath from the bathroom to the bed, and their bodies never separated from each other from beginning to end. If it weren't for the super strong physical strength of the awakened, they would not be able to hold on. "Husband, be safe. Be careful." After feeling that he had reached the limit of endurance, Tuan couldn't help but remind him. "Don't worry, I have a great idea. I can use my mental power to get the things out afterwards. It's safe." Since awakening his mental power, Lin Qi has been training silently and has tried various subtle control techniques. It's not worth mentioning to take things from a different body. After the cool-off, Lin Qi mobilized his mental power to slowly guide it, just like squeezing toothpaste, and withdrew all the things he had just input. Early the next morning, the two of them exercised on the bed, and Lin Qi went out to continue exercising. Although as an awakener, his physical fitness has been greatly improved, but daily exercise can still bring slight benefits. When his muscles and bones are fully active, Lin Qi directly opens the gene lock and enjoys the release of his body's instincts. After Tuanchun got up and made breakfast, the Su brothers and sisters also came to the villa. After the four of them ate, two stayed to look after the house, and Lin Qi and Su Sen discussed today's actions in the living room. The future safe zone must be very expensive. Even if you don't want to do some business, occupying a spacious place can be more convenient. And there will definitely be other members in the future. After all, you are alone in the doomsday, and you can't solve every trouble yourself. The most ideal place in Lin Qi's mind is the east of the safe zone. Most of the safe zone is a school area, surrounded by service industries. If you want to find a car 4S shop, you must go to the edge. Lin Qi held a map in his hand and locked the two locations above. Both locations are on the east side of the safe zone, but one is a 4S shop and the other is a car repair shop, which is a bit far away from them. Let's go to this place first. If it's suitable, find Angson and take it down. Even in the east of the city, it would take a lot of time to walk there, so Lin Qi drove his modified car directly. The modified car, which was more than 3 meters wide, drove on the road. Anyone with good eyesight would not dare to block it. The road was smooth and unimpeded. Following the coordinates on the map, the two soon arrived at the selected location. The first place was a 4S store, but it was now used as a temporary parking lot. The surrounding muck trucks were parked here, and there were many people coming in and out, all of whom were survivors working in the ruins. It was very difficult to take down a place occupied by a safe zone. Therefore, Lin Qi did not stop and started the modified car directly and headed to another location. After passing a few more streets, he came to another auto repair shop. What came into view was a dilapidated ruin. Half of the yard of the auto repair shop was affected by the bombing. A cloud of black smoke filled the air. It was in a mess. Most of the things were looted by the survivors, but the only 3-story building was still well preserved. But fortunately, this is still a no man's land. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Qi parked the car on the side of the road. After getting out of the car, he kicked open the half-open door and walked into the yard of the repair shop. The sound of the door startled the survivors in the repair shop. When they saw the tall and strong Su Sen, the few people who wanted to declare their territory stopped talking and retreated cautiously to the side. But when they saw that the two men were not carrying weapons, one of them became tough. "Brother, we chose this place first, don't make trouble." There were 5 of them in total, and there were noises coming from upstairs, as if they had lived here for a long time. Lin Qi looked at the yard of the repair shop. It was much larger than the repair shop where he had modified the armored vehicle before. There were many scrap cars piled up in the yard, and half of the wall collapsed. The tires in the middle looked like they had been burned for a long time, and there was scattered dust around. The shed where cars were repaired at the back had its colored steel tiles lifted, and half of them slid outside. Su Sen, kill them. Before Lin Qi finished speaking, a cry for help suddenly came from the second floor. The window broke and a head with long hair came out. Help! Save us! The voice was hoarse and crying, obviously suppressed for a long time. I advise you to stay out of my business. The knife in my hand has just been sharpened. The faces of the 5 people changed at the same time. They stood up and picked up the weapons placed aside. Su Sen, kill them all. The woman who broke the glass with her head on the second floor window was obviously not wearing any clothes. It was obvious that what happened upstairs was known without thinking. Okay. Su Sen was stunned for a moment and nodded solemnly. Chapter 97, Strong. Where did this pretentious bastard come from? I'm also an awakener. Hearing the calm voices of the two, the 5 people suddenly felt despite, which made them very unhappy. Those who can survive the doomsday are all very capable, especially those who are like-minded. Seeing Su Sen's strong figure, they subconsciously thought that the other party was not flexible enough, so one of the agile awakeners jumped and rushed out quickly. Friends who have killed people know that once you have tried this feeling, the desire in your heart will be infinitely released, and even your mind will often appear how to kill the second time, how to kill with one blow. The awakener who rushed over had this idea, but he liked the feeling of the sharp blade cutting on other people's muscles. It's very fast. The speed awakeners have very good body coordination. Although he was running fast, the knife in his hand was unusually stable. Looking at the madness faintly revealed on the other party's face, Lin Qi decisively pulled out the pistol from his waist. Bang! One shot hit both yellows. No, I was aiming at the head. Lin Qi looked at the guy who was rolling on the ground holding his crotch and screaming in surprise, and checked the gun in his hand in confusion. The bullet fell quite hard. Damn! This guy has a gun. The appearance of a gun completely broke the balance, and the remaining 4 people turned around and ran upstairs. Perhaps in their opinion, after holding the people upstairs hostage, the hope of survival would be greater. The worse people are, when encountering such a situation, they will pray that their opponents are kinder. However, as soon as they turned around and ran away, Lin Qi raised his gun and shot again. One person's head was blown on the spot, one person's spine was broken, one person knelt on the ground in pain holding his waist, and the last person's neck was torn, and a stream of blood gushed out. So this is the most vulnerable part that can always be hit. Lin Qi had a vague understanding in his heart. When the first person rushed over just now, he saw him take out a pistol and subconsciously guarded his head, so the bullet would choose the most suitable landing point. The same is true for the remaining 4 people. Maybe some people have harder skulls and cannot be killed by one shot. But overall, they have lost their combat effectiveness. Su Sen, I'll leave these people to you. Don't leave any alive. Lin Qi said again and walked slowly upstairs. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but in this situation, it was inevitable to be ruthless. Since he had done it, he had to do it thoroughly. When he came to the stairs, the man holding his waist was still crawling up. Lin Qi simply gave him a big slap. The shock of a second made him fall down the stairs. When he came to the room on the second floor, Lin Qi opened the door but did not enter. We have killed those 5 people. You put on your clothes and leave by yourself. It's the end of the world. Apart from death, nothing else matters, right? The crying in the room stopped abruptly, but there was still some sobbing. Thank you for saving us. We will find a way to repay you. The voice was the woman who broke the glass with her head. Lin Qi did not respond, turned around and went downstairs. If he went in, he would undoubtedly see an unbearable scene, and it would be a troublesome matter. It would be better to leave them with the last bit of dignity and let this matter be buried in his heart. The wound may heal slowly, but if there is a witness, they will be reminded of the pain they have experienced at any time. After going downstairs, Su Sen had already broken the necks of several people who were still breathing, dragged out the bodies and threw them outside. Strong, Sen, you are so decisive. Seeing that Su Sen killed without hesitation, Lin Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. When facing such a person, I will not hold back at all. Last time, I was just merciful and almost let Xiaoling get hurt. I will not make this mistake again. Su Sen said with a serious face, as if he had just crushed a few ants. Let's go, leave here first, go back to the logistics director to see if we can take over this place. In the future, when going out to collect supplies or hunt mutants, We will definitely need a suitable place to deal with them. The villa is deep in the safe zone, and it must be inconvenient to go back and forth, and there is not much space inside. If this repair shop is renovated, it can just be used as a camp, and then recruit some survivors to operate it. The modified car slowly drove away, and when it was about to disappear at the end of the road, a few embarrassed figures slowly walked out of the gate of the repair shop and watched the armored car go away. After returning to the villa area, Lin Qi parked the car and did not plan to go out again. The next thing, only Bai Su needs to come forward. With her friendship with Anzin, it can be done with just a word. On the contrary, if Lin Qi handles it step by step according to the procedures, I am afraid that he will not be able to take the land until the beginning of next spring. With this relationship, it is a waste not to use it. The energy that Bai Su can exert in the safe zone is far more than this. The four stayed in the villa until the afternoon, and when Bai Su came back from get off work, they pulled back another truck of discarded instruments. Come and help unload the truck. Bai Su stood at the gate with her hands on her hips and shouted to the few people who came after hearing the news. She deliberately got off work a little earlier today, just to get these things back earlier. Oh, you come back with a full load. There was a pickup truck parked at the door of the villa, which was full of instruments. I think they were all scrapped products. After all, a layer of dust was obvious. But these were not a big deal for Lin Qi. Any machine in his hands was just dismantled. With Su Sen there, they quickly unloaded everything from the car and moved it back to the basement. After they all went up, Bai Su leaned against the table and looked at Lin Qi with a smile. I heard in the research building today that a third-order mutant beast that the safe zone was going to hunt was secretly hunted by survivors outside. The mutant beast had long been noticed by the safe zone, and they had been waiting for it to break through the third order so as to obtain its materials and gene crystals. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by others just a few days late. Whoever kills the wild monster outside owns it. I can't be allowed to kill it just because someone takes a look at it, right? Lin Qi looked indifferent. He had already killed it, so did he want him to spit it out? What are you going to do with that third-order gene crystal? Bai Su looked expectant. She hadn't studied the third-order gene crystal yet, so she didn't know how much energy it contained. Keep the gene fluid for use. As for the crystals, make them into a third-order energy core device. I just need this thing. The third-order energy device is the key to improving mechanical transformation skills. After the repair shop is taken, his armored vehicle will soon usher in a new upgrade. By then, the mobile fortress will be built and he can go wherever he wants. Bai Su seemed to have guessed Lin Qi's idea and was not surprised, but still made his own suggestion. I think you can leave a copy of the decomposed crystals. I can take those crystals to the scientific research building and use their lithography machine to make a super biological computer chip for you. With the special nature of the third-order biological crystals, if it succeeds, this computer may have powerful intelligence. Bai Su's biological notebook is a chip made of first-order biological crystals. Whether in terms of calculation or processing, it is far superior to ordinary computers. The idea is good, but it's unrealistic. Do you think they won't monitor your actions? Lin Qi didn't want to take this risk. If this thing was discovered, it would be easy to find him by following the clues. How would he explain it then? It is safest to use things privately. That's a pity. The previous experiment has been successful. At this stage, the core system of the Beijing security zone is the biochip made of the third-order crystal, which already has preliminary intelligence. Since Lin Qi did not agree, Bai Su did not continue to force it. After all, her idea was still somewhat dangerous. In addition to the laser cutting machine, the instruments Bai Su brought back this time also included a biological culture dish to study the virus source. Lin Qi put the things on the open space in the basement, stretched out his hand and pressed on the instrument, and calmly felt the principle of the mechanism. After a while, the structure and performance of this laser cutting machine were all clear in his mind. If I increase the power of the laser cutting machine and equip it with an energy device, can I make a powerful laser weapon? In fact, this laser cutting machine can be used as a simple weapon with a slight modification, but power and energy are a big problem. Of course, the Federation has already developed an advanced version, but it has not been made public. Once this idea came into his mind, it was out of control. If a second-order energy device was used, it would not last long, but a third-order energy device was enough to achieve the energy conversion required for use. Lin Qi calmly repaired the laser cutting machine. He had already made up his mind that after using it, he would dismantle it and remodel it. The two were busy in the basement. Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling were preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Su San went outside to clean the modified car parked in the yard. I will bring back a set of materials for decomposing the third-order gene crystal tomorrow. I can also get the shell of the energy device for you, but my points have been used up and I still owe some to the scientific research department. The things Bai Su brought back in the past few days have already used up her points, and she even prepaid part of it in advance. I will transfer some points to you later. If there are important instruments, you can break them a little bit. Would the price be much cheaper? Lin Qi gave Bai Su a brilliant idea. In the future, he will definitely need a lot of sophisticated instruments, so it is also good to prepare one step in advance. Your idea is really bad. Although Bai Su sounded a little disdainful, she still kept this sentence in mind. Who would cherish public property? Also, I need your help with something tomorrow. Lin Qi put down the tools in his hand and slowly walked behind Bai Su. Before he got close, he could feel Bai Su's body involuntarily standing up a little straighter. Why are you squeezing your legs so tightly? Chapter 98 Biology Class. The body's subconscious reaction must be deliberately welcoming something. Bai Su just relaxed a little when she felt Lin Qi slap her. She subconsciously wanted to scream, but she thought of the others upstairs and endured it. Contact Minister Ungzin tomorrow and tell her that we want to open a repair shop and ask her to help approve it. The sooner the better. Lin Qi did not let go of the hand that had slapped her, but covered it and kneaded it slowly. Teacher Bai just likes this kind of stimulation. If she cooperates at this time, even if it is an excessive request, I'm afraid she will not refuse. What do you want to do now? Teacher Bai leaned her whole body in Lin Qi's arms, tilted her head slightly, felt the heat on her neck, and a tingling sensation gradually spread throughout her body. Don't ask about men's affairs. Once things are done, it will be much easier to leave here and go to the safe zone in Beijing. Lin Qi's freed hand slowly passed through the gap in his clothes, crossed the mountains and ridges, and finally occupied the high ground. Not as big as Tuanchuan, but you're pretty good too. The grip of one palm just overflowed, giving people a sense of control. After 4 or 5 minutes, Lin Qi lost a novelty, so he took back his warm hands, returned to the operating table, and began to study his new weapon. Teacher Bai sat on the chair and rested for a long time before tidying up her messy clothes and patting her cheeks gently. You always do this, what's the point? It was stimulating, but this feeling of neither up nor down made her feel more depressed. It's mainly because there's something wrong with the clothes you're wearing today, the scientific research white coat. I'm afraid it will wrinkle you. In fact, Lin Qi noticed that someone upstairs was approaching the stairs, so he stepped back a little. Bai Su looked at her white coat. After get off work, she didn't change her clothes at all. In order to facilitate research, she basically wore the same clothes every day. She couldn't help but mutter a few words in her heart, and after a rest, she resumed her research. Lin Qi already had a preliminary idea of the conception of the ox-horn bow. On the original recurve bow, he subtracted the arrow rest and increased the thickness of the bow arm. From the 2 horns, only the most essential parts were cut and polished. After the marks were drawn, they were placed on the laser cutting machine and the machine was turned on. The red laser slowly passed along the planned lines, and the air was instantly filled with a burning smell, but this did not affect anything. Lin Qi cut the 2 horns for 2 hours, and consumed a second-order energy device before cutting out the specific shape of the bow arm. The material of horns has extremely strong toughness and elasticity. Coupled with the characteristics of mutant beasts, the performance has been improved by many times. If this bow is made, its power and range will be more than 10 times that of the original bow. It was already late at night, and Bai Su went upstairs to rest early. Only Lin Qi was in the basement. After packing up his things, Lin Qi also prepared to go upstairs to rest and end today's busy work. In a short period of time, in the absence of a shortage of supplies, making equipment that can improve strength is the most correct choice. When he came to the 3rd floor, Lin Qi saw that the door was ajar, so he pushed it open and entered directly. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, he understood. Tuanchuan is taking a bath again. Although the bathroom door was locked, it did not affect Lin Qi's easy opening, so he prepared to launch a sneak attack. With a click, the door lock was easily turned. As soon as a gap was pushed open, Lin Qi realized something was wrong. He knew Tuanchuan's figure very well. She was the kind of person who would float when she lay in the bathtub, and if she stood, she would also be the most dazzling headlight flashing. But this thin figure with her back to the body and foam all over her head, as straight as a bamboo pole, was bathing with her back to the body. There was no desire to look at it. This kid, why didn't you lock the door when taking a bath? Lin Qi closed the door with a snap, vaguely heard a scream from inside, and then walked towards another room. Sure enough, Tuanchun was making the bed in another room. When she saw Lin Qi coming, she turned her head and smiled. "Hubby, you can sleep here tonight. Sister Xia Ling and I will live in the same room." Tuanchun had not yet realized that Lin Qi had entered the room, and thought he had just come upstairs to check. "Okay, don't talk too late tonight, go to bed early." After working in the basement for so long, Lin Qi felt a little tired. He opened the bathroom, took a simple shower, and went to bed directly. However, the two people next door were very excited. After Xia Ling came out of the bathroom, the blush on her cheeks had not dissipated. How could she not realize who opened the door and came in just now? The two hid in the quilt and whispered, but most of them were related to Lin Qi. Unconsciously, they almost put themselves into the role of Tuan Tuan. The next morning, Bai Su was still the first to get up and go to work. It was almost 9 o'clock before Lin Qi walked out of the room. "I felt like I had no strength in my body after not eating breakfast for a day, and I was listless. After a simple exercise in the yard, I returned to the basement and continued to polish the two thick bow arms. The grip is also made of the remaining materials of cow horns, connected to the bow arms, and multiple layers of pressing are used. In this way, even if all the strength is used, it will not be able to break away because of the two-way force. When you are concentrating on your work, time flies by." Lin Qi even eats lunch in the basement. It was not until Bai Su came back in the evening that he realized that he had been in the basement for a whole day. I have mentioned this to Ministering today. The location of the repair shop is quite remote. The safety zone has not yet requisitioned that area. If you want to open a repair shop, you need to rent land and pay some points. Bai Su also briefly understood that the location of the repair shop is just at the edge of the bombing zone. At this stage, it can only be called a wasteland. Even the survivors rarely dare to stay nearby. But in the future, the land in the safety zone will definitely be very valuable. Even the bombing zone will have buildings built one after another. How do you calculate the points? Lin Qi looked back and felt his eyes light up. Teacher Bai was still wearing the white coat today, but there was something different inside. A yellow sweater represented her inner truth. She wore black pants and cotton slippers. It was obvious that she had changed her clothes before coming to the basement, and she was afraid that she would be seen as abnormal, so she put on the white coat. 10,000 points in the first year, but the calculation may be recalculated in the second year. Actually, the land acquired in the first year is of little use to ordinary people. It can only be used as a warehouse. The 10,000 points are basically just in nominal use. 10,000 is 10,000. We may not stay here for a year. Hearing that the matter was half done, Lin Qi felt more relieved, so he stopped the work in his hands and came to Teacher Bai. As soon as he approached, Teacher Bai's breathing became faster. Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling are cooking. They will not come down for at least half an hour. You won't quit halfway again. Bai Su's eyes were blurred. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even in her dreams, she would appear in the scene of working in the basement, and then the picture gradually overlapped with the study materials. Half an hour is enough. I'm afraid you can't hold on. Lin Qi also realized that it was time for the two of them to take a step further. If they continued to just have simple friction, I'm afraid that if they were suppressed for a long time, Teacher Bai would have more perverted ideas in his heart. So he pulled Teacher Bai to the corner of the basement and made a good environment where he would not break things. Lie on the table. Reaching out and patting her butt, Teacher Bai obediently lay on the table and stood up. The white coat was stretched up in an arc, and it was pulled open along the slit. Lin Qi suddenly touched something that did not belong to the back. Are you wearing your pants backwards? How strange, there's a zipper on the butt. Pull it open and take a look. Teacher Bai turned back and smiled charmingly, and slowly took off her glasses. The zipper was wet. As Lin Qi slowly pulled it open, Bai Su's brows also twisted together, and she took a deep breath. Lin Qi also unzipped his own zipper, and then gently knocked on the door 3 times. Teacher Bai, are you ready to start learning? Without permission, Lin Qi still did not move. Come in. Let's start the class. Bai Su bit her lip, but her voice was very serious, as if she was really teaching her students. What class? Lin Qi slowly approached and asked in her ear. I'm a doctor of biology, so of course I have to teach biology. Next, I'm going to teach you junior high school biology, the content of chapter 8. After half an hour of learning, Lin Qi was still not satisfied, but the class was over. If he wanted to continue this kind of course, he could only wait until the next bell rang. Bai Su took out the towel she had prepared from her pocket and wiped the faint blood stains on her body. You can't see that my pants are wet, right? After wiping them clean, she was still a little worried. Dark pants are hard to see if they're wet. Lin Qi stood aside and looked up and down, and at this time he found that Bai Su's temperament was slightly different. Is there blood on your clothes? She lifted up her white coat again and checked it carefully. After confirming that there was no blood, she breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go upstairs to wash and change clothes first. After saying that, she walked to Lin Qi's side, slowly came up, and gently kissed Lin Qi on the face. Teacher Bai was originally a very mature woman, but her maturity had always been imitative, but now she really has that kind of charm. Even the way she walked was slightly different. I didn't expect that Teacher Bai was a bitch at heart, so one at heart, but very pure at body. Afterwards, 2 cigarettes were lit. Lin Qi smoked one, and used the rest to dispel the faint smell in the basement. At dinner time, Bai Su had already taken a shower and changed her clothes. She commented on Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling's cooking skills in a calm tone, which was completely different from the look on her face when she was lying on the table begging for mercy. Honey, Xiao Ling wants to stay with us tonight. Please, you have to sleep alone. After dinner, Tuan Tuan was still a little happy. After all, he got along very well with Xiao Ling last night. Okay, I may be busy for a long time tonight, so you just need to go to bed early. Lin Qi agreed without even raising his head. Bai Su, who had just reached the stairs, suddenly stopped. Chapter 99, Forming a Fleet. However, Lin Qi was busy until late at night, and then went back to sleep, so Bai Su did not take advantage of the situation. The next day, Lin Qi asked Su Sen to recruit some people who knew about car repair in the safe zone, and he went to the logistics department to find Angxin to handle the formalities. Now the safe zone no longer requires paper documents and procedures. You only need to download the information on your ID card to have legal procedures. When you check it, you can also clearly view the complete information. With the name of Angxin, with green lights all the way, it only took 10 minutes to update the ID card information. When I returned to the villa area, Su Sen had been waiting at the gate of the villa area for a while, and there were 2 people around him. Captain, I recruited 2 people who used to work in car repair. I think they are okay, so I brought them back. In front of outsiders, Su Sen directly changed the title to establish the prestige of Lin Qi as the captain. Okay, I'll transfer 5,000 points to you. You can drive them to the repair shop later, recruit some more temporary workers, and tidy up the place. Lin Qi couldn't do this kind of trivial matter himself. Now that he has Su Sen, a teammate he can trust, he only needs to spend some points. Drive that modified car. Su Sen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Such a domineering modified car would be very attractive to any man. Well, go ahead. Try to clean up the repair shop and build a wall within 3 days. Then we will start to form a team to go out and collect supplies. The risk of going out will be smaller before winter. Once spring comes, we must always be on guard against those ubiquitous insects. At that time, the risk factor will be greatly increased. Take advantage of the time to search for more supplies now, so that we can have more defense power at that time. Su Sen excitedly returned to the villa, drove the modified car out, and drove towards the repair shop with 2 newly recruited teammates. Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling did not come down from the upstairs, and Lin Qi did not disturb them. He went to the basement alone. After switching the gene lock on and off many times, Lin Qi could feel the limit of his ability to bear the first-order gene crystals at any time. Feeling the bottleneck disappear, he took another first-order gene liquid and pushed his limit to 16. Most people can only take 10 gene crystals at most, and the gene-bearing capacity in their bodies has reached the upper limit. Some special people may be able to take 1 or 2 more, but that is already rare. Like Lin Qi, who took 16 directly, his normal strength is almost comparable to that of ordinary people who have opened the gene lock state. While the violent power in his body has nowhere to vent, Lin Qi continued to polish his bow and adjusted it to the most perfect state. In the evening, Bai Su brought back a specially formulated decomposition liquid, and the two of them decomposed the third-order gene crystals and prepared to make a third-order energy device. The efficient decomposition liquid can greatly shorten the decomposition time, so after only 3 hours, the gene liquid was decomposed. The crystals were purified separately and placed aside, and those colloids were also very useful. Brushing a piece of this diluted colloid on the finished horn bow can greatly improve the strength and toughness of the main material, and the treatment of the third-stage mutant black cowhide is also inseparable from this thing. The task is too complicated, and the two of them are simply too busy, so they also called Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling down. The four of them have a clear division of labor and soon completed all the processes. The third-stage energy device is more than twice as large as the second stage. The shape is a cylinder as thick as an arm. The red energy flow can be faintly seen in the middle. It only needs to be installed and fixed, and connected to the energy output ports on both sides to provide a steady stream of electricity. Bai Su roughly calculated that although this mutant black bull has just advanced to the third-stage mutant beast, the strength of the gene crystal is more than 10 times better than the second-stage mutant beast. It's a pity that the technology level of the Central Plains Safety Zone is not perfect. If some nuclear fusion materials can be added to it, it may be able to increase its energy effect by more than 100 times. In Bai Su's opinion, this simple treatment is indeed a waste of this third-stage gene crystal, but it is better than nothing at the moment. For 3 days, Lin Qi worked on the horn bow in the basement. After constant adjustments, he finally adjusted the bow to the most perfect level. Su Sen, who was in the repair shop, also reorganized the factory, repaired the collapsed wall, rebuilt the repair room, and had people repair several abandoned cars inside to form a small fleet. Su Sen drove the armored vehicle back and brought back the news of the completion of the task. He has been living in the repair shop these days. One is to supervise the work of the recruited survivors, and the other is to fear that someone will come to destroy something. Fortunately, the physical deterrence has invisibly scared away many people who are jealous. Let's go to the repair shop to have a look. Bai Su has already gone to work. Her identity determines that it is difficult for her to leave the villa area. I am afraid that once she goes out, many people nearby will stop her. Lin Qi left a note for Teacher Bai's room, and then put the study materials on it. During the days when he's away, Teacher Bai will not be too bored. Then the four of them took a modified car and headed towards the repair shop in the east of the city. Captain, I have recruited 5 more mechanics and some odd jobs to clean up the repair shop these days. I give them 5 points a day. They work very hard. On the way, Su Sen reported the work situation to Lin Qi. Although it cost some points, the effect was surprisingly good. After all, building a city wall for a day only costs 5 points, and the work intensity is much more tiring. Don't be reluctant to spend the points. It's okay to spend all these 100,000 points before the beginning of next spring. Lin Qi didn't care about these fake external things at all. Only when these points are used properly will they play their value, otherwise they are just a number. When the modified car drove to the vicinity of the repair shop, I saw that the nearby road had also been cleaned up, the gate was open, and several people were busy inside. The originally collapsed courtyard wall was also rebuilt, and a spacious space was vacated in the courtyard. Several pickup trucks and box trucks were parked in the courtyard. Seeing the unique modified car driving over, the people in the courtyard put down their work and quickly stood in a row. Brother Sen. More than a dozen people spoke together, neatly and loudly. Very good, let me introduce you. This is the owner of the repair shop and the captain of our search team. From now on, your stay or departure will be decided by the captain. If you perform well, your treatment will definitely not be bad. Su Sen just briefly introduced, then stepped back and handed the right to speak to Lin Qi. Lin Qi looked at everyone. Su Sen selected men in their 30s and 40s. They were all of excellent physical fitness, not those white-collar workers who sat in the office all day. In the current environment, people who have ulterior motives are absolutely unacceptable. Only those who are willing to endure hardships are the most suitable candidates. My name is Lin Qi, the owner of this repair shop and the captain of the search team. From now on, all of you will work for me. The mechanic will stay to look after the house. I will give you 2 pistols for self-defense. If anyone dares to break into the repair shop, just shoot and kill. I will be responsible if anything happens. Lin Qi gave everyone a fierce shock when he opened his mouth. Even in the doomsday world, killing is still a terrifying thing. 10 of the remaining people who can drive, go out with me to search for supplies today. As long as you do your job honestly, I can promise that I will give each of you a first-level gene fluid in a month. Others, collect some abandoned vehicles nearby and tow them all back to the repair shop. When I come back, I will give you points as rewards, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. When meeting for the first time, there is no need to say too many high-sounding words, just promise benefits to let these people see the hope of survival. At the same time, they can feel the strength of the people they follow, and the purpose has been achieved. Lin Qi took the 2 rifles from the car and threw one to Sioux Senator. This kind of big killer undoubtedly made some people who had other ideas in their hearts shut up completely. Finally, check the car and the gasoline in the tank. If there is no abnormality, get ready to go. Lin Qi looked around, and the next second everyone moved quickly. Captain, the inspection is complete, there is no abnormality. You can set off at any time. The sufficient preparation gave everyone a lot of confidence, and even their voices were raised a lot. Let's go. Lin Qi waved his hand, the modified car started, and took the lead to go up to the ruins. The convoy stretched for more than 20 meters. Although there were only 5 cars at the moment, the mighty momentum gave people an exciting feeling. The survivors who were searching for supplies in the ruins along the way all looked at them with envy. For ordinary survivors, being able to join such a convoy was a very happy thing. After more than 10 kilometers, they soon arrived at the gap in the city gate, and the person in charge of guarding the sentry was still an acquaintance of Lin Qi. Captain Fang. Lin Qi opened the car window and stretched out his hand to say hello. If you want to pass the sentry, you need to verify your identity before you can pass. Is it Brother Lin? Are you going out to search for supplies? Fang Su saw this special modified car, and his eyes widened unconsciously. Especially the metal triangle cone reinforced in front of the car. I am afraid that it can easily knock down the wall. This is not a convoy, take your men out to broaden your horizons. Is there anything the Team Fang needs? I will go out to help you keep an eye out. The two are familiar with each other, but if you want to maintain this kind of relationship, in addition to visiting more often, it is still necessary to keep a little favor. Fang Su stood up straighter when he heard Lin Qi's words. He felt proud. After all, Lin Qi gave him enough face. No, how can we take your things? It's hard to go out to search for things. Just be careful. He waved his hand, asked the soldiers beside him to register, and then let them go. A small search team can only have 5 members, but now there are a few more people. Fang Su can only turn a blind eye. After all, favors need to be mutual. The convoy drove out of the sentry post and passed through the bombing area. Most of the areas outside the periphery have been collected by survivors or other search teams. Only by going to farther places can they gain more. Chapter 100 Zierling's Special Hobby. The convoy drove along the main road for 3 hours. There were traces of looting everywhere along the way. The doors of the small shops were trampled and the things inside were looted. When encountering mutant zombies on the road, Lin Qi shot an arrow. The horn bow was very heavy. It only needed to be pulled 1/3, and the power was already greater than the previous recurved bow. It could easily penetrate the head of the zombie 50 meters away. After shooting, someone went to collect the arrows. Although they were not asked to fight, close contact with zombies could at least allow them to adapt in advance. We seem to have been here before. When passing a street, Zierling looked outside curiously. That was the hotel where the 4 met before. I stored some things nearby. I will take them out later. Because of the large number of mutant sheep horns, they were still kept in the furniture factory. I don't know if they were stolen. The convoy stopped at the door of the furniture factory. Fortunately, the things here would basically not be noticed by the survivors. Come down with me, be careful. Although the zombies nearby have been basically cleared, there are still zombies in some closed places, and it is unknown when they will hide in the furniture factory. Lin Qi held a long knife in his hand, and the rest of the people followed closely behind with weapons such as crowbars and rabbers. It was the first time for these people to leave the safe zone, and they were somewhat restrained when facing the situation outside. After entering the furniture factory, Lin Qi found that the traces he left at the beginning had not been moved, so he was relieved. Go move the paint away and open the warehouse. Since the door has not been moved, it means that the things are still inside, and there is no need to be so nervous. After hearing this, The two walked forward and moved the debris away. As soon as the door was opened, one of them screamed in fear and ran away in one step. Oh my God! Ghost! In the dim warehouse, a pair of sheep horns were placed at the door, which made him subconsciously think that there was a mutant beast inside, and his heartbeat soared to the limit. The performance of the remaining few people was also terrible, and two of them even ran away directly. Lin Qi saw all this, but he didn't care. After all, it was the first time he encountered an emergency. Even if he was scared to death, it was understandable. But if it happened again next time, he couldn't take it with him next time. What are you afraid of? It's just some goat horns. Go and move the things back to the car. Let's continue. After hearing Lin Qi's words, these people slowly calmed down. They came forward to take a look. Sure enough, the room was full of large goat horns. Then they put away their fears and moved forward one by one. After just a few trips back and forth, dozens of pairs of goat horns were all moved into a box truck. Lin Qi distributed a few boxes of cigarettes and began to lecture them. It was just a false alarm just now, but your performance disappointed me. If you encounter this situation again next time, you should find another way after you go back. If you don't put some pressure on them, the next time you encounter this situation, you will still compete to see who can run faster instead of fighting bravely. Everyone is an adult. After being scolded, they all felt a little embarrassed, but at this moment no one dared to refute a word, and they didn't even dare to express their reluctance in their hearts. Lin Qi waved his hand, signaling everyone to get in the car and continue driving forward. After another half an hour, they arrived at another street. There were few streets for living in the industrial zone, and the places to store supplies were even more limited. Captain, the shops here have also been plundered. Let's go to another place. The two came back from the store and found nothing. Generally, small shops like this have warehouses to stock up. Search the nearby buildings, especially the basements. Lin Qi left two people to watch the car, and the rest of the people all searched nearby. Even Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling followed. Most of the commercial houses on the street were locked, and it was difficult to open such doors without professional tools. If you forcefully smash them, it will cause a lot of noise, and maybe the zombies and mutants hiding nearby will be attracted. Husband, open the lock quickly. Tuan Tuan looked at the locked door in front of her and hurriedly urged, but she knew Lin Qi's lock-picking ability. Lin Qi touched his pocket and it seemed that he didn't bring wire this time, so he took a hairpin from Xiao Ling's head. After poking into the keyhole and turning it gently, the door opened. Brother Lin, what did you do before? Xiao Ling looked at Lin Qi's quick and decisive method, her eyes full of curiosity. It's hard to believe that she has never been in this place before. This lock is very simple. You can open it if you try it. After pushing open the door, there was a musty smell in the air. Obviously, no one has been here for a long time, which is also good news. Lin Qi took a glance and made sure that there was no danger inside, so he motioned for the two to enter. This is a warehouse. Just as Lin Qi imagined, there were some sundries piled up inside. The musty smell before was the smell of damp and rotten cartons. Obviously, it was just the warehouse of a store next door, because the front of other commercial houses were steps, only this one was a slope, and there were two obvious traces. This shows that goods are often transported from here. There was a flatbed cart at the door of the room, and further inside were boxes of beer, neatly placed in the corner. On the other side were some snacks with a long shelf life, instant noodles and the like. Although there were not many, they were also a pleasant surprise. In the boxes in the middle, most of them were daily necessities, such as toothpaste and toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, mops and the like, and even toys, which showed the wide range of business of the small shop. Forget about the beer, just take 2 boxes to drink, and take the liquor back. Disinfect it around the repair shop to prevent insects from breeding in the future. The value of liquor is not just that. When converted into points, it is even more valuable than food. Moreover, most people are under great pressure in the doomsday, and drinking a few glasses in their spare time can also relieve stress. The 3 of them walked around the warehouse and then walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. There were also some boxes stacked in several rooms on the 2nd floor, most of which were candies, chocolates and dried fruits. These things were of high value, so they were placed in categories. These things are good. They are much better than those junk foods. Lin Qi grabbed 2 handfuls of candies and chocolates and gave them to Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling, letting them try some first, and stuffed a handful into his pocket. I haven't eaten candy for a long time. This thing seems to be very expensive. Most people have read the points exchange list in the safe zone in detail and memorized some of the more valuable items. Among them, candy and chocolate are already luxury items. You can eat as much as you want. We will keep this for ourselves. Lin Qi has no shortage of daily necessities, so there is no need to exchange this thing for points. The right thing to do is to keep it for yourself. The three were just about to go downstairs, but suddenly there was a cry for help from the street. It seemed that a team member was in danger. Lin Qi went to the window and took a look. Someone had already run to the street. The scream just now came from his mouth. However, Su Sen, who had been outside, had already rushed over with a bar in his hand. Even if there was any accident, he could easily deal with it. Let's go down and take a look. By the way, let them move the things in the warehouse to the car. Lin Qi went downstairs slowly and walked towards the place where the accident happened. Captain, there are dead people. There are many dead people inside. A team member was pale, and even the hand holding the weapon was shaking. Don't panic, I'll go check it out. Lin Qi walked over quickly. As expected, when he reached the door, he smelled a disgusting odor. This smell was a bit fishy, but not very smelly. After taking 2 puffs, he felt nauseous and even felt a little uncomfortable. Su Sen, who had already entered the room, suddenly hit a corpse with a stick, and several white and tender insects rolled out from the damaged corpse. Don't come in. Su Sen shouted hurriedly and drove out several people in the room, especially Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling, who wanted to come in to watch the fun. What's wrong? Lin Qi pushed several people away and walked in. As expected, there were several corpses piled up in the room, but there was a layer of transparent sticky substance on these bodies, as if they had melted. This is why there was no stench even though so many people died. It's maggots, big maggots. Several maggots that were beaten out by Su Sen were still wriggling on the ground. Their white and fat bodies were as thick as thumbs, with long tails behind them. Moreover, the damaged bodies were so densely packed that it made people nauseous. It's really delicious. Lin Qi frowned and took a look. There were 5 bodies in the room, piled together and almost melted into one piece. There were wounds on their heads. It was obvious that they were killed and placed in this room. Unexpectedly, they became the target of flies to lay eggs. Be careful, there may be mutant flies. Lin Qi has always been worried about the degree of mutation of insects, but it is really hard to encounter them in the wild without deliberately looking for them. Even if there are, those insects are all hidden and will wake up from dormancy after the temperature rises. However, there are still some insects that are more cold resistant and will be active in winter, especially when the temperature has not dropped. Some insects mutate in advance and may have the ability to resist the cold. The room is a little dim, but this does not affect Lin Qi's vision. After searching around, he did not find anything abnormal, so he used his mental power to explore the hidden corners bit by bit. After long-term training, Lin Qi's mental power has been able to extend to a range of 30 meters around him, but it is still a bit difficult to control, but it is easy to use it for exploration. After sweeping with mental power, he found a green-headed fly behind the curtain in the corner. This fly is not big, which proves that it is the exit lays that have mutated, and there is nothing special about it. After being startled, the green-headed fly quickly crawled for a distance. Before it could spread its wings and fly, its body suddenly deflated, as if it was squeezed by an invisible force, and small white eggs squeezed out of its stomach. Burn it, burn it, burn it quickly, it's so disgusting. The mental power crushing, this most intuitive way of feeling, gave Lin Qi goosebumps all over his body. When he left the room, he quickly pushed away a piece of candy to suppress the nausea. Husband, what's in it? Why don't you let me see it? Tuan Tuan and Xiao Ling were waiting at the door, and they were both very curious about what was inside. These things are disgusting. You'd better not look at them. It will affect your appetite. Lin Qi looked at the 2 people's curious expressions and pretended to be mysterious. I'm not afraid of zombies and mutants, so why should I be afraid of disgusting things? Tuan Shu looked indifferent. The 2 of them had heard that there seemed to be maggots inside at the door. Although they felt uncomfortable, they just wanted to take a look. Since you want to see it, then take a look. Don't blame me if you feel disgusted later. Lin Qi did not stop them. Anyway, they would encounter more disgusting things in the future. Seeing them in advance would make them prepared. So he opened the door and let the 2 people go in. Wow! Such fat maggots! Xiao Ling's surprised cry came accompanied by Tuanchuan's dry retching. I watched food shows before and saw people eating this thing. I didn't expect it to be so big. Xia Ling said again. Now even the few people watching the excitement at the door turned pale and pinched their necks hard. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.